Good morning from sunny Cyprus, where the action is set to heat up alongside the scorching temperature. We've had an excellent first few days of cricket here in Cyprus. A lot of close finishes. We've had a golden ball as well, and it looks like we're going to see more of the same today. We're fortunate enough to kick off Group B today, which looks to be a very exciting group featuring a number of newcomers. Before we move on to Group B, we've still got some Group A action. Today, we finally conclude this exciting group. We've still got two matchups featuring the likes of the Sri Lankan Lions, the British Forces of Cyprus, and the Limmassol Colanders. The big question for us is, which of these teams are going to grab those two crucial spots right at the top of the group to bypass the elimination round? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
So the weather has obviously been the big factor these first few days here in Cyprus. Today, we expect temperatures to go up to 38 degrees Celsius with humidity at 40%. We're having multiple drinks breaks during the innings, and I expect more of the same during today's matches. Without further ado, let's head over to the coin toss, where match referee Nilkesh Patel is alongside both the captains.
Is your call?
Tail.
Tail is a call. It is head.
Head. Okay, so we will ball first.
Markor won the toss and decided to bowl first.
So thank you very much to match referee Nilkesh Patel for that update. Big news there for Markor. It'll be interesting to see how they fare with the ball in hand. They had a pretty good tournament last time around, and they'll be looking to continue some of that success, but this time around, take that next step and actually make it to a final. The big players for them to watch are the likes of Zaman, who has more than 22 ECS wickets to his name, and also Ahmed, Zishan Ahmed. What an incredible batter, more than 350 ECS runs in his 2 series appearances so far. Meanwhile, for the Sher Punjab side, you really have to look at some of their key players, such as Rajwinder Brar, their skipper, who of course enjoyed a lot of success with the Black Caps over the years in this tournament. Meanwhile, they've got Pritesh Dayal coming in from MDocs as well. We know what a classy batter he is. He has had a lot of success with his wicket keeping and is so good right at the top of the order. And then to add to that wealth of experience, they've also got Neeraj Tiwari, who's done so well in the past for the Punjab Lions, and of course captained them to that incredible 2020 ECS championship run. Without further delay, let's head over to the commentary box while I'll take you over yesterday's games. It was a great day yesterday. We saw a number of exciting matches, and we also had a few positions and seedings confirmed in Group A. Let's start off with our opening match yesterday. What a thrilling match this one was. Arjun Shahi probably playing the innings of this series with that incredible 86 and just 27 deliveries. We've seen bigger scores throughout this series, but the way Shahi batted under pressure against quality bowling was absolutely incredible. Terrific win for Everest, and this win kept their hopes of making it to the elimination round alive. The British Forces would then play out an absolute thriller against the Nicosia Fighters, and well, this was a really, really exciting match, wasn't it? We saw the Fighters take it to the final ball, and in the end, they came up just short against the British Forces of Cyprus. Here's a look at how the Nicosia Fighters fared against Everest. The Fighters would return to winning ways by defeating Everest, and unfortunately for Everest, this loss would mean that they would not make it to the elimination round. In the end, they miss out by just 1 point as Royal CC grabbed that 6th spot and looked cemented in that position to make it to the elimination round. We then had a very exciting matchup between the British Forces of Cyprus and the Sri Lankan Lions. The British Forces picked up some early wickets here against the Lions and thought they might give us a bit of an upset in this match, but in the end, the quality of Manga and Nolan Bathirana just came through, and the Sri Lankan Lions managed to take this one. And this was our final match of the day, the big upset. The Nicosia Fighters knocking off the Sri Lankan Lions. An incredible batting performance there by Ramjan Hussain and Munir Rahman in that second innings. We saw Rahman also play a big role with the ball in hand alongside Tanvir. And that win just makes the Colanders and British Forces job that much harder today. Here are the standings for Group A. This is what we're playing for. Of course, Sri Lankan Lions, they probably booked one of those top 2 spots. But the Napa Kings will be a little bit nervous because if the British Forces can well, pick up a bonus point victory, he might cause the Napa Kings a few problems. Here are the standings for Group B. Of course, we're yet to have any action in Group B, so it's all zeros at the moment. We're going to start off with Markor against Sher Punjab. Should be a very interesting matchup. Of course, Markor featured in the ECS we had here in January. And we'll just talk a little bit about them after we have a look at the fantasy dashboard. Here's the fantasy dashboard for the upcoming match between Markor and Sher Punjab. Of course, Markor, you got to really look out for the likes of Zishan Ahmed. Such a great run getter, more than 352 ECS runs to his name. Such a talented player. And of course, got some great wicket takers in there as well. I think you might want to look out for a guy like Rana Hamza. Meanwhile, for Sher Punjab, this is a brand new team, but a lot of familiar names over there. Obviously, a lot of our viewers will know about the likes of Pritish Deol, Tiwari, Rajwinder Brar, Lovedeep Sandhu as well. Of course, we've seen him feature in the past for the Mufflons. This looks like a team that could certainly cause a few issues for their opposition throughout this series. Got a lot of success there, a lot of ECS titles. Of course, Rajwinder Brar has enjoyed plenty of success with the Black Caps, and there's Tiwari, captained that Punjab Lions side, who famously captured the inaugural ECS here in Cyprus. Players are set to take the field. The umpires are making their way out. Here's a look at the win predictor for this game. As you can see, Sher Punjab, interestingly enough, fancied as favorites. You might have thought they would be underdogs heading into this game, considering the fact that this is their first ever ECS match. But I think the win predictor maybe just looks at some of the players they have here, the likes of Brar, Pritish Deol, here's Tiwari, and just thinks that maybe they have a chance of causing this Markor team a few issues. Markor, well, they almost went on a really special run, didn't they? In the last ECS we had here in Cyprus, they struggled a little bit during the group stages, going just 3-5 in the 8 games they played. But the big thing for them was they picked up bonus point victories along the way in all their matches, and that just about helped them pip the Tigers by 1 point, just 1 point, to make it to the next round. And then when they got to the elimination round, they went on a roll, defeating the Royal Cricket Club convincingly by 61 runs in their first eliminator, and then winning an absolute thriller against the Colanders in the final over. Fortunately for them, though, their Cinderella run came to an end in the semifinal when they were outclassed by the Punjab Lions, losing that one by 66 runs. So this time around, maybe they'll be hoping to get a better seeding so they can bypass that elimination round and not give themselves so much to do come Elimination Wednesday next week. Interesting. Left is going to be Pamandeep and Neeraj Tiwari opening the batting here for Sher Punjab. One would typically see Pritish Deol opening in this sort of position for M-Docs, but they've currently got him listed at number 3. Now, how successful he's been for that M-Docs side over the years. There we go. First ball of Group B coming up. Oh, and it goes straight to the fielder. It's a wicket on the very first ball of Group B. And what a nightmare start here for Sher Punjab, the new team introduced to this series in one of the cruelest fashions you can possibly imagine. And an excellent start for Markor's side. We're looking to go one step further this time around in the ECS. Let's have a look at this again. And he's picked out the fielder. What a sensational catch at backward point. Incredible start for Markor. 0 for 1. There he is. Derek comes waddling out to greet the batter. Let's take another look at this. It's just played rather uppishly, and he takes an absolute blinder of a catch out at point. That is so difficult. Going to his right, diving. Shah Khalid. Absolutely incredible. Rahman on a roll to start off. It's going to be a wide. So it's Lovedeep Sandhu coming in at 3. This is rather interesting. So Preetij Deol batting a little bit lower down the order than I would have expected. He's going for that wider Yorker again. I think this is a tactic here by Rahman, isn't it? To just keep it outside the off stump, force them to hit it through the offside. It's working, you have to say, so far. Obviously, he's picked up the early wicket. Yeah, good game plan here early by Markor. That's another beautiful ball. Nice shape on that one as well. Gets a hint of movement in Sandhu. It's lucky that hasn't caught the edge of his bat along the way. Of course, very good morning to everyone joining us in the chat. Nice to have Jules Udebridge around. Hope you're doing well. Full toss. Where is this one going to land? One bounce in front of the rope before going for 4, and Sandhu gets off the mark. The first really poor ball, you have to say, by Rahman. Since he gets that one wrong, and it was getting a little bit predictable as well what he was trying to do. Up in the air, and this one is absolutely walloped. An incredible hit by Lovedeep Sandhu. That one's been sent well clear of the boundary rope. No doubt about that one. And it's back-to-back boundaries for Sandhu. Just relieves a little bit of pressure on this Sher Punjab side. They might breathe a little bit easier after those first couple of boundaries. Great stroke. It just over-pitched a little bit in the slot as well. And he's just gone away from what was working for him so well. Rahman. Oh, much better ball, better length. Well outside the off stump. And I'm not sure that a shot rehearsal by Lovedeep Sandhu is a shot he really should be playing. But 11 for 1 at the end of the first over. Here's a look at some of the stats for this ECS we've had here in Cyprus. As you can see, more than 6,500 runs have been scored over these first few days. Let's just look at that 6 rate. 8.36s per inning. It's just been an incredible series so far. It's been one for the batters, in all honesty. And let's see if the bowlers can just claw their way back in as this series progresses. A run rate of about 13 and over. That means a par score here is above 130, 131. Oh, inside edge. But unfortunately for Markor, they have a fielder here at fine leg. Up in the air, could be a catching chance, and it is taken. Second wicket falls here for Sher Punjab. And this is a bit of a nightmare start here for this brand new team. Not the way they would have wanted to introduce themselves these first couple of overs. And Wasim Abbas gets it done. Great bit of bowling. Goes a little bit short there. And he isn't quite able to control that shot as well as he'd like. And he pops one up, comfortably taking it long off. 11 for 2. Off he goes, nearest Tivari. Both the openers have now been sent back to the dugout. Just had a ball take place right now here in live action. Just informed me that was a back of a length delivery that has gone through to the keeper. So yeah, he just missed out on a dot ball over there. Rajwinder Brar coming in at number 4. Very interesting. Prods this towards cover, and that's going to be a bit of a shy at the stumps over there, but Brar was always going to be safe. Interesting for me. I really am a little bit surprised that Deol hasn't come higher up the order, considering how accomplished a batter he is. I think for me, he'd be right up there opening the batting, especially considering the way both these openers went today. Neither of them troubling the scorers. A couple of ducks for this opening partnership. See that one well outside the leg side. Can't even appeal for that.
Good bowling, Wasim bhai, good bowling.
Yeah, no point really appealing for that, is there? You're always being really, really optimistic if you're hoping the umpire raises the finger for that. Oh, and it beats the fielder at cover, so the first real mistake by Markor. That's Humayun Zulfikar, who has let one go past him. There's a Jared with a nice bit of fielding. Could see a few members of the blue crew. End of the second over. Sher Punjab are 16 for 2. Let's have a look at the standings, of course, for Group A. We're currently witnessing Group B match, but it's a good chance to just relive what we've seen so far in Group A. Of course, we have 2 Group A matches to round out the day, a couple with the Limmassol Colanders. They'll be playing the British forces of Cyprus as well as the Sri Lankan Lions. A lot on the line in these games. The British forces, of course, will want to find a way to just elevate themselves into that top 2 with a bonus point victory. And then you have the Colanders, of course. They've got a lot on the line. They can still try to make it to that top 2. It's going to be a tough challenge for them, of course, because they'll be going up against 2 quality teams. So it's going to be a couple of great matches to round out the day today. I'm really looking forward to those 2 games. Big swing there by Lovedeep Sandhu. But I like this by Rahman. I think Rahman was so successful at the start of his over when he was just bowling a nice and wide line. He got punished the 2 times. He went a little too straight. And also missed his length very badly on those 2 balls. Then one was a full toss. The other one was an over-pitch delivery. Let's just see if he can just hang this one nice and wide. Oh, this one is actually wide. Gets it pretty badly wrong. Played away behind. Point goes for 4. Great shot there by Lovedeep Sandhu. That ball was just tailing back in a little bit. And Sandhu's played it very nicely off the back foot for a boundary. Gorgeous shot. Yeah, I love this innings here by Sandhu. Really good so far. We've seen him hit some really big shots, big sixes, but then also just demonstrate the fact that he's got that class, that touch to hit good shots along the ground as well. Oh, good response there by Rahman, and I think in the end, Sandhu's done a really good job to dig that one out and get a run out of it. Good shot selection there, you have to say, by Rajwinder Brar. That ball is well outside the off stump. He's really looking to test that tram line. And he's aiming for cow corner, just nowhere near the line of the ball. Oh, it's a leading edge, and it's going to be another wicket. Goes a little bit straighter this time around, Rahman. And Brar was already halfway through his shot by the time the ball had come to him. Leading edge, pops up to the fielder at mid-off, / extra cover, I should really say. And off he goes. 3 wickets fall for Sher Punjab in the power play. Yep, that leading edge goes straight to that fielder there. Well snaffled. And it's a great power play here for Sher Punjab. They give up just 23 runs. And he managed to get 3 important wickets. There's that man, Preethers Dale. We were calling for him throughout the early overs of this match. Very surprised that he's batting this far down the order. Me, player of his quality, should really be opening the batting. Let's have a look at this power play. As you can see, it's been a very quiet one for Sher Punjab. Going at just above 7.5 and over. A lot of pressure for this brand new team, newly constructed for this ECS, playing in their first ever European Cricket Series. Sohail's going to bowl the first over after the power play. Very good morning to Ivan B joining us in the chat. One is very wide, absolutely, Jules. It's a day you really do need to be very well hydrated. Got a few electrolytes in my water this morning. And we're going to have yesterday we had drinks breaks at overs at 3 and 7. Wonder how it's going to be today, whether it's just going to be in the 5th over. Going to be a hot day, really hot day. We expect temperatures to go up to 38, 39 degrees Celsius by the middle of this afternoon. That one's another boundary there for Lovedeep Sandhu. Pretty much scoring all the runs here early for this Sher Punjab side. Just tail back in quite a bit there. It's a lot of movement back in there, Sohail. Great bounce and carry there through to the keeper. Nice pace, back of a length. And this one really beats Sandhu. We'll have another look at this. It digs this one in and goes past the batter. Good pace, good carry. I think this Markor side, they just have that little bit of an X factor, don't they, with their bowling? They've got a bit more pace than some of the teams we've seen involved early in this ECS. Another one that comes back in a fair bit. I think a lot of teams will mostly have a quartet of medium pacers. That's typically what you see. And then they might have one real gun pace bowler. But I think so far from this Markor side, you can see their attack as a whole just has a little bit more pace than most teams. I think what really separates the good from the great is if you have those quality spinners as well in your attack. And this time he just gets this one badly wrong. It's going to go away for a boundary. Well, didn't really get that wrong in all honesty. That was just a little bit unfortunate. It's an inside edge that goes away for a 4. This one's going to be a wide. I know he just trips over after delivering that ball. Oh, they're going to use this opportunity to just steal a single. Well, yeah, this is just very needless here by Markor. They just gifted a run to Sher Punjab. We'll take another look at this. As you can see, charges in. Just trips over. And then, well, what is that? That's not much of a shot at the stumps, is it? I mean, that's a terrible throw. I don't know what he's trying to do there, the keeper. Miraj has just donated a run to Sher Punjab. Deol gets off the mark on his very first ball. Picks up a single, end of the 4th over. Sher Punjab are 35 for 3, so still going a touch too slow in all honesty, but let's see if they can just pick that run rate up a little bit over these coming overs. That previous over, the 12 runs come off it. Certainly helped by a couple of lucky boundaries and also those wides. Pushed out towards deep third. That's going to be a single for Preeters. They'll look at the singles to start off his innings. Brings a Lovedeep Sandhu back on strike. Sandhu started his innings very briskly, hitting 3 boundaries early in his innings, but since then just slowed down a little bit because of the added pressure after all those wickets have fallen for his side. And this time around, he does manage to get that one away for a 4. Hamza pulls a little bit too short. Doesn't quite get that sharp bounce he would have liked to trouble the batter. Instead, it sits up nicely at waist height. And Sandhu is able to strike it away to that vacant boundary for a 4. Big hit, and it looks like he'll have the distance as well. He had plenty of height on that one, and Sandhu just about has enough to carry it over the boundary rope, make that back-to-back boundaries for Lovedeep Sandhu, who's really been the lone bright spot early for this Sher Punjab side. You can just tell he loves his on drives and off drives. He's hit a couple of 6s in that sort of fashion. Pushed out towards cover. That's going to be a single. Brings Twinder Brar, Nicky Par and Preeters Deol on strike. Pushed towards cover, but Sandhu is just a little bit eager to get that single. Oh, they'll get it anyway. They'll get it anyway. That's not good backing up. played out towards a point. It's going to be a single to end the over. Lovedeep Sandhu will keep the strike. 5 overs in. Sher Punjab are 49 for 3. It's been an interesting first half of this innings, of course. It's a very difficult start for Sher Punjab after Pamandeep and Tiwari were both knocked over without troubling the scores. We'll have a look at some of the stats for this ECS Cyprus Encore. The average score here is about 141. It's been a series for the batters so far. I think yesterday that just dipped a little bit to about 131. We had a few games yesterday where the bowlers just came back into things. Of course, we saw the highest score of this series posted by the Sri Lankan Lions and the lowest by Everest. They get the wooden spoon for this series so far. We've seen everything from high-scoring chases, such as that 152 chase we witnessed yesterday involving Everest, and also we've seen some very low scores defended. In particular, Phillips Warriors failed to get to that target of 95. This is played out towards long on. It's going to take some catching. Oh, I think he stepped on the rope. He stepped on the rope. It's a good effort, you have to say, but I think that's where you just need to be a little bit smart. When you know you can't catch it, probably just toss the ball away and at least try to save the 6. Kamar tries to go all the way back, but just runs out of room eventually. And in the end, he steps on the rope, and that is going to go all the way for Sandhu. And this is a rather gundy ball, in all honesty. He's quite fortunate they've put that little fine leg in place, that short fine leg. It was there to prevent that from going for a boundary. Oh, big hit, massive. This one's going to go into that football pitch adjacent to our cricket ground. And, well, they're going to go and find a cricket ball right next to their footballs over there on that pitch. Another enormous hit and a great way to bring up a half century as well for Lovedeep Sandhu. I'm not sure if he's just realized it just yet, but it's been an incredible innings. He's, as you can see, he's made 51 runs while his side has just 61. He's been a bit of a solo performance to start off this match for the Sri Lankan Lions. Let's just have a look at his wagon wheel over there. Yeah, the thing you love about that, though, is just look how he's hit shots all over that field. Amazing wagon wheel. Putting a lot of pressure on these bowlers because wherever they're bowling to him, he's just found a way to score runs against it. Friedrich Dale now back on strike. His first 3 balls have just been him getting Lovedeep Sandhu back on strike, which is pretty wise in all honesty. That was a good shot by Dale, but he's actually picked out the sole fielder out in the deep around square leg. Just a single. Oh, it's gone up in the air. Where is this one going to land? It's going to be beyond Zishan Ahmed. And just the 1 run. Dale was interested to get a second, but I think it's a good call by Sandhu in the end to settle for the single. End of the 6th over. 64 for 3. Here's a look at the scorecard. As we can see, it's been a bit of a struggle for anyone not named Sandhu to make runs so far this morning. Sandhu making pretty much all of his side's runs to start off this match. As you mentioned, Sandhu in the past, he's played for the Cyprus Mouflons, but this ECS, he's donning the Sher Punjab orange. Straight down the ground, and an incredible hit. Really, really good shot there by Sandhu. Got such a small margin for error when you bowl. to a batter of his caliber. You get it slightly wrong, he's going to absolutely launch you. This has been an impressive innings so far by Lovedeep Sandhu. Out towards long on. That's going to be a single. Hit away, one bounce over the rope for four, and Prithij Dale, who's been pretty content to rotate the strike for most of his innings, joins in on the action as well. Hamza bowls a low full toss, and it's very smart cricket there by Prithij Dale to just pick out that vacant extra cover boundary. Very safe shot, no fielder out there, and he scores his first boundary of the innings. Down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. A bit of bat on that one. Just hear that edge as it went on to strike his torso. Oh, when he goes, tries to be creative over here, Prithij Dale, going for that little ramp. And it's a smart idea. He was just falling away a little bit, wasn't he, Prithij Dale? Wasn't still enough to play that shot. Out towards long off. Does it have enough to beat the fielder? Yes, it does. And it's going to be a boundary to end the overs. The second boundary for Prithij Dale in his innings. Comes a look to just go a bit fuller over there. And in the end, Dale dug that one out very well to strike it towards wide long off. Here's a look at the ECCW, of course. Well, we created a bit of history last year by having our inaugural ever European Cricket Championship women's division. And this time around, we'll be splitting up these women's sides into two groups, the Challenger Division and the Premier Division. Some great sides involved this year, of course. Some of those quality teams in the Challenger Division could easily be playing in the Premier Division as well. So it's going to be great cricket, no matter which division you're watching. Of course, you got like the hosts, Spain involved in that Challenger Division with the likes of Austria, Germany, Jersey, and Czechia. And then you look at that Premier Division. Those are just heavyweights all around. England 11, the Ireland 11, Scotland 11, and then the Netherlands and Italy as well. Zishan Ahmed coming back for a second over. 3 overs left in this innings. We're into the death overs now. And where is this going to end up? There's a fielder coming underneath it, and he'll take a very good catch. Made it look really easy just because he followed that ball so closely as it came out off the bat. That's Rana Hamza out in the deep, but this incredible innings by Lovedeep Sandhu comes to an end. He's been the primary source of runs for his side, making 3/4 of his side's runs so far. That is incredible. A great innings by Sandhu. Take his hat off. And I think get a well-earned round of applause as he goes back to the dugout. Good to see. That's certainly well-deserved. Great catch there as well, they've got to say. Rana Hamza just getting himself into a very good position, watching the ball so closely and taking it at a comfortable height. There's a lot of players who might have dropped a catch like that, but he makes no mistake. This one is struck firmer along the ground once again. Just very safe pair of hands. The way he fielded that, I think he's a fielder might have to watch out for the rest of the series. I think just pencil that name in somewhere in your players to watch. Rana Hamza. I think there's a few fielders around here who I think actually exciting to watch them field. I think Arjun Shahi is up there as one of them. We've got a few star players, the Sri Lankan Lions, as well as just Chamal Sadoon, who it's actually thrilling to watch him go about his fielding. I think we might have to include Rana Hamza in that list as well, based on what we've initially seen. This one is massive. A big, big hit there by Singh. Just struck that one sweetly. The sound of the bat was so beautiful. Just middles this, absolutely crunches it away for a 6. This one's gone aerial, and it's going to be another 6. So back-to-back 6s here for Singh. Once again, in that mid-wicket region. This time around, probably doesn't middle it the way he would like, but he has enough power on it to just elevate it over the rope for a 6. Great bit of hitting. And you can just see that expected score right now for Sher Punjab is 122. Can they get to maybe 130, 135, just around that par score mark for this series? This one stays a little bit low, but it's a late wide call by the umpire. Zishan, as you can see, not a fan of that decision. What bowler is? That was given by umpire Sujitha Tharunga. It's currently behind the stumps. Umpire Tracy Pasquale is at square leg. Third umpire, Sujith Tenakun. They're all led by match referee Nilkesh Patel, who, of course, you'll be seeing for every coin toss throughout this day. Once again, Singh just trying to swing hard and smack that ball towards mid-wicket. But this time around, he makes no contact. At the end of 8, Sher Punjab are 95 for 4. Two overs left in this innings. Let's see how Sher Punjab can close this one out. Win predictor currently has them at 55%, but do keep in mind they were fancied as about 65% favorites heading into this match. Really interesting, of course, by the win predictor, because generally speaking, a side that are brand new to an ECS series tend to be slightly underestimated just because they're an unknown quantity, but not the case for Sher Punjab. I just think maybe, you know, the win predictor just had to look at some of the players they have in their squad and maybe thought they'd be favorites heading into this match. But so far, I'd say Markor would be the more pleased of the two sides. This one is struck firmly, and it's a great bit of fielding. Terrific bit of fielding. This is outstanding work. And the Shahzad Ahmed has saved his side a couple of runs. Good running between the wickets by Singh and Pritesh Deol as well. You've got to credit them for that. It's all about the sensational fielding effort. That slips past most fielders and goes for a 4, but what a terrific job he does there. Look at that one. Look at that great bit of effort. Tracks the ball. And what you can't see in that is just how quickly he sprinted across. Read that one to perfection. And prevented the 4. Just going to be the 1 run. And he's going to go big over here, and he's going to go all the way. A huge hit there by Singh. I can just tell he's very strong through that leg side. Tries to go short here once again, but going to go short. Just need to get that height, that sharp bounce to really bother the batter. Someone of his quality. He's more than capable of hitting these kind of strokes and punishing you. It's always a bit of a risk when you're trying to go short against players like him who are so strong on the back foot. The rest of the team are just telling Shah Khalid to avoid the short balls and just go to what he usually does. I think at his pace, like stump to stump bowling would suit him best this time around. Straying a little bit too far down the leg side, and that's another 6. And this is just a terrific cameo by Singh, lower down the order. We're discussing earlier, can they get to that 130 mark? I gotta say, it's back on again here for the Sher Punjab side. Oh, shouts to catch it, but where's this going to land? I think it's going to land clear of the boundary rope. Throws the kitchen sink of this one. And in the end, it's been signaled a 4. It'll be interesting to see on the replay where exactly it's landed. The square leg umpire seems to have had a very clear view of it. He has been given a 4. I think some of our on-field officials had a good view of that one. Oh, beautiful shot. A little bit of helicopter about that one. It's gone the distance. It's another great 6 there. 25 runs off the over. We often say it all happens in the 9th, and a lot happened in the 9th this time around. 25 runs, 3 6s, and wow, an incredible display of hitting here by Singh to just bring his side back into a very healthy position. And what did we say a few overs ago? Can they get to that 130 mark? You just need 10 more runs in this final over to get there, so 135 is certainly in play. I think that will fill Sher Punjab with a lot of confidence. They had a nightmare start, of course. Both their openers departed for a duck. And full credit to Lovedeep Sandhu and now Resham Singh for coming in, batting so well. Just have a quick comment about Resham Singh after this ball. This is pushed away by Dale. And, you know, Dale's been an unsung hero in this innings. He's not faced a single dot ball while he's been out there. Or, well, at least he's kept them to a minimum. Yeah, it's not true that he hasn't faced a single one. He's done a good job of just rotating the strike. Getting Lovedeep Sandhu and Resham Singh to face as many balls as possible. No, hard. Struck really hard. Goes away for 4. Resham Singh continues the onslaught. Moves on to 41 of just 9 deliveries. Such a lovely player to watch when he gets going. Just give you a few comments here on Resham Singh. Of course, Resham Singh has historically played for the Black Caps under the tutelage of Rajwinder Brar. And some of our ECS OGs from back in the old days when we had the 2021 night series here in Cyprus might remember him from that series as well. This is this is a huge hit. This one's gone a long, long way. Goes all the way for a 6. He's just 3 runs away from a half century, and just look at that strike rate, 470. Oh, he's seeing it like a beach ball out there. These hits, these are such clean hits. Now, he hasn't had much good fortune throughout his innings. These have just been incredible shots. He's middled it. And his hand-eye coordination, you have to say, is terrific. He's just the sort of player that if he connects on the ball, you know it's going to go a long, long way. But he's just continuing our discussion about Resham Singh, just to give you a little bit of background about him, of course. He had a 3-year gap from the European Cricket Series. He first played back in 2021, and then he didn't play until earlier this year in January. This one's gone long, but there's a fielder underneath it. This could be caught. Oh, and he spilt it. Oh, this could be a really, really costly drop. He's going to go have a shy at the non-strikers end. I think Pritesh Dale is going to be in a bit of trouble here. I think the naked eye just tells me that Dale might be run out here, but that doesn't matter. The main thing is Resham Singh is back on strike. We'll have a look at this replay to confirm, but from my initial inkling, it looks like Pritesh Dale might be in a bit of trouble. Yeah, you can just see goes up in the air. That's a costly drop because not only do you get rid of Resham Singh, you also get the dot ball. And this right here will give us the answer. And oh, yep, he's gone. He's in trouble there. That's the end for Pritesh Dale. And it's been given out. And you got to say, he's played a handy little knock here, Pritesh Dale. He's obviously not been the star performer for his side, but he's done the right thing. And I have to credit him. He made sure that he kept dot ball to a minimum. He rotated a strike. And when he got a bad ball, he thrashed it away for a boundary. It's a quality batter, Pritesh Dale. We've seen him over the years with M-Docs. We'll take another look at this one. Resham Singh pops one up. Really should be taken there by a player of his quality. But the good thing, though, was that Pritesh Dale sprinted back to the non-strikers and just to make sure that Resham Singh could get back on strike. Just one run there for Singh, but more importantly, he's back on strike, 5 runs away from a half century. His first one of this calendar year, and the second of his career. And this time around, he's going to get a slice of luck as it just catches the edge of his bat. Was this a 6 or a 4? We're waiting to see from the umpires. And we're just waiting to hear here from the umpires. Just going to try to have a look at this one. I think gonna have to rely on the on-field decision here. Just a little delay in this game until we go and collect the new ball. So, of course, that one was just deposited. I'm just going to charge over here. And that one should be a run out. Well, of course, just have a look at it to confirm. But Resham Singh brings up his half century. A terrific innings for Singh. We'll, of course, continue to just talk about his very interesting career right after this one. Smart work there by the keeper. A lot of keepers would go for the old underarm throw on that kind of delivery, but I like the fact that he held onto the ball and he charged towards the stumps, and he got that run out. Good work. As the innings comes to an end, a fantastic recovery here for Sher Punjab, who were in all sorts of trouble to start off their innings. Both their openers, of course, departed for a duck, and it looked like they're going to end up with a pretty paltry total. But then 2 batters stepped up, Lovedeep Sandhu and Resham Singh, and just helped guide their side to a respectable total. This was the very first ball of the Group B. An incredible catch by Shah Khalid to get rid of Pavandeep. I consider himself a little bit unlucky that he was a victim of an absolute blinder of a catch. And then, of course, we'd see Neeraj Tiwari as well, the former Punjab Lions skipper, depart. He would go for a duck as well. That would be the end for him. Good catch out in the deep by Shahzad Ahmed. Of course, Shahzad Ahmed will drop that important catch of Resham Singh at the end, which cost his side just a few runs. And that would be the end of Rajwinder Brar, which you saw in the previous one. Just that leading edge going to Amir Sohail off the bowling of Junaid Rahman. He bowled superbly, didn't he, Rahman? He had a plan, which was to just keep it outside the off stump, get that little bit of movement to bother the batter. And he got a couple of important wickets. this one right there. Just a chance to catch, but then look, he just steps outside. And in the end, it was a 6. That one was one of 5 sixes Lovedeep Sundhu hit. But trust me, most of his 6s were very, very clean. They traveled well beyond the boundary rope. Just see over there, Shahzad Ahmed trying a bit of foot fielding. That didn't quite work out for him. Good catch in the deep by Rana Hamza to get rid of Lovedeep Sundhu. But getting rid of Sundhu would just mean that this man, Resham Singh, would come out to bat. And he was terrific, making 50 runs of just 13 deliveries. He clubbed 6 big ones and 3 fours. It was a superb display of hitting. And he has developed so much from the player we saw back in 2021. Of course, Resham Singh had a 3-year gap from playing on the European Cricket Network. First introduced himself in 2021 when he played for the Black Caps under the captaincy of Rajwinder Brar. Preethi Dale made a handy 17 runs. He generally kept things pretty quiet, pretty tidy, but the good thing he did was he just made sure that dot balls were at an absolute minimum, rotated the strike, and got Sundhu and Singh to face as many balls as possible. Here's a look at the scorecard for this innings. Of course, Lovedeep Sundhu managed to make 60 runs of 27 deliveries. He just helped his side recover when they were in a real spot of bother. And then Resham Singh coming in right at the end, making 50 of just 13 deliveries. And what did we say just a few overs ago? Can Sher Punjab get to that 130, 135 mark? And they did it. They absolutely did it with some great late hitting. Here are the bowling figures for Sher Punjab. Wasim Abbas bowled just 1 over. I was surprised he didn't come back for a second over. Junaid Rahman was terrific right at the start of the innings. Figures 2 for 18. And I think the other big highlight there for Markor is just 7 runs of extras. That is certainly very impressive figures. So we've come to the end of the first innings, and Sher Punjab have managed to pull off a nice little comeback there in the latter stage of their innings to get to a very respectable total of 136. Join us again in just about 6 minutes' time when we'll bring you The Chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. We just witnessed a very entertaining first innings. A great way to kick off Group B. Of course, Sher Punjab had a very difficult start to the match, and then we saw them put on a really great recovery, managing to make 113 runs in those last 7 overs. It just helped them to dig themselves out of a hole. Full credit in particular to Resham Singh. He batted superbly right at the end of it there, making 50 runs of just 13 deliveries, and really setting up his side well for this second innings. At this point, you'd have to say they've got a really good shot here to pull off a victory, Sher Punjab. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. Of course, if Markor can chase his target down in 7 overs or less, they'll pick up the bonus point. And if Sher Punjab can restrict this Markor side to under 95, it will be Sher Punjab picking up a bonus point in their first ever ECS match. Yeah, just a terrific showcase of batting, particularly in that second half of the innings where you can see every single over was worth 15 runs or more. In the second half of the innings, there was no respite for any bowler whatsoever, and of course it was headlined by that Shah Khalid penultimate over where we saw 25 runs scored off it. So it was a real onslaught of hitting right at the end. Now, I'm really interested to see how the Sher Punjab Cricket Club will use their bowlers in this second innings. Rajwinder Broad, looks like the captain's going to be opening the bowling. This is very, very interesting. Here we go, first ball of the second innings. That's not a good one to start off. I think he's just going for that leg stump Yorker there, Broad, but he's missed out on it. Instead, it just goes down the leg side for a while. Just still waiting for our first legal delivery of this innings. Big heave. And it's going to be a dot ball. Just playing down the wrong line here, in all honesty. A lot of players just really obsessed with trying to batter everything towards Cal corner. If he just gets some bat on that, he could probably pierce a gap behind point and get a 4. Oh, is there an edge there? Yes, there is. Umpire Pasquale raises her finger. And Rajwinder Brar, the captain, gets a wicket in his first over. A great start here for Sher Punjab. Ahmed departs without troubling the scorers. And Derek's going to come strolling out in this Limmassol sun. Wonderful, wonderful start here for Sher Punjab. You can just see a little bit of an edge through to the keeper. And well taken by Pavandeep. Important wicket. Look at him. He's off. He's dancing. And, well, it's a difficult sight for Shehzad Ahmed. Obviously put down the catch in that final over. And he's going to depart here without troubling the scorers. 1 for 1, Markor. Now it's the captain, Amir Sohail, who was originally listed to open the batting. He's going to come in at number 3. Very experienced campaigner. He's been here at the ECS before. This is a 3rd ECS appearance. No, he just seems to have forgotten his gloves. Well, you'd think for somebody who's played a lot of cricket, he wouldn't forget his gloves. But he did. Just going to have a brief pause as he goes to get his gloves. I think you should just see that clock readjusted, because obviously Sher Punjab shouldn't be charged time because the opposition batter didn't sort out his gloves in time. Yeah, another poor shot, I have to say. the shot selection hasn't been the best to start off here from Markor. They're just trying to whack everything towards cow corner. You know, nothing wrong with just getting some bat on ball. And just making runs behind point, or even just I think that's towards the offside, and completely out of control with that shot. Charging forward, very smart by Brar, just keeping it nice and wide. There's a single the first run off the bat for Markor. Going to see Zishan Ahmed, the man with 352 ECS runs to his name, getting ready to face the final ball of this first over. Oh, very, very nice shot there by Zishan Ahmed. You can just see his class in that one ball he played. Brar probably just left that one a little too short, a little too straight. And he gave him the chance to free his arms, hit that one away, and it's 6 runs, so 7 off the first over. I should say 8 off the first over, actually, because he obviously had that wide right at the start. So 8 for 1 Markor at the end of 1. Here's a chance to remind you there's been 18 matches since we last had a golden ball here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we had the great pleasure of commentating that golden ball. We broke that streak right here in Cyprus. And we came very close to breaking that streak again yesterday, of course. We had that great match between the British forces and the fighters that came down to that final over. A couple of matches actually yesterday involving the British forces that came down to the last over. One with Everest as well. And in particular, that match with the fighters where they needed 4 runs at the end to tie the game. That one could easily have provided us another golden ball classic. This one is struck out towards cover, and it's a good bit of fielding in the deep. Just got past the fielder at cover, Neeraj Tiwari. But then out in the deep, you have to say they did a terrific job of just getting down and preventing that from going for a 4. Ahmed back on strike after hitting a 6 off his first ball. And he's going to make it 2 sixes to start off his innings. Actually, that one has just fallen short of the boundary rope. It's taken 1 bounce and gone over the rope, so it's back-to-back boundaries to start off his innings. No, a low full toss. That's not a good ball there by Singh. Well, Singh, who was dishing a real beating to the opposition bowlers, is now getting treated to a little bit of a display of proficient batting here by Zishan Ahmed as well. Ration Singh, as we mentioned back in that first innings, an incredible story. We'll talk more about that after this ball. This is another incredible hit, but I don't think it's got enough to go to the boundary rope. Well, it's been helped by that misfield, and that can be really costly. It's going to allow them to come back here. Just get Zishan back on strike. Yeah, if he just collects that one cleanly, though, it's a single, and get to keep Zishan Ahmed off strike as well. Now, what a hit. Has this got the distance? Oh, it does, and Brar had an opportunity right there. Wow, these little moments just breaking in favor of Markor right now. Rajwinder Brar having a difficult time in the field. After bowling that terrific first over, you can just tell the captain is absolutely distraught. Brar is usually such a safe pair of hands. Have a look at this one. Strikes it out towards mid-wicket, And oh, if Brar is all the way back on the rope, that's probably an easier catch. And well, you talk about the walk of shame. The captain has just moved himself out of that mid-wicket position. And he's going to go off to mid-off. He sent Vikram Verma out to deep mid-wicket. Now that man's immediately called up to do a bit of fielding. And the second over, Markor are 26 for 1. Yeah, let's have a look at the standings for Group B, of course. So this is our first match, so it's all zeros as things stand. Interesting thing for some of our viewers, are there any teams in particular that you are most looking forward to seeing? Any new players that particularly excite you? This is played straight down the ground. Is there a catching opportunity? There was a catching opportunity, and this one was spilled as well, so that's 2 drops to start off this innings. He's a lucky man right now, Ahmed. He's been put down a couple of times. That one goes wide. A bit too wide. He can see what Sohail is trying to do. He's still going to charge for it. Smart idea by Lovedeep Sandhu. Just push it wide. But in the end, he's just gone way too wide there, hasn't he, Sandhu? Batted superbly, didn't he, in that first innings. Made 60 runs, helped the side get back into the game when they were in a real spot of bother. Straight down the ground, and does it have enough to go over the rope for 6? Looks like it does. And now it's the captain Sohail's turn to join in on the hitting. So good recovery here by Markor as well after they lost Shahzad Ahmed very early in the innings. Put together a fairly decent power play so far. And this is going to go away for a boundary as well. Yeah, runs just starting to leak here for Sher Punjab. They started off that first over so well, didn't they? They were on it in the field. I think Rajwinder Brar was bowling superbly. I wouldn't have minded him coming back to bowl this third over. I know he might be a little bit dejected after that dropped catch. Just losing their way a little bit here, Sher Punjab. Out towards long on. And this one is going to be a single, so. And this is heading straight for our commentary position, and it's, well, had to get out of the way of that one. Well, I don't think I've covered myself in glory with my fielding over there. This one was coming really straight at us. And, well, you can all breathe a sigh of relief. It's spring production. It somehow managed to go through all the equipment. It was literally coming straight at our comms camera. Yeah, I did the cardinal sin. I did the cardinal sin of just turning my back towards the ball. Now this one's gone long. This one's gone deep. It's another huge hit. And this is turning into a real exhibition of power hitting from Ahmed. An incredible power play from Markor. 52 runs off the first 3 overs. And they're off to a flyer of a start. And Sher Punjab would have been really enthused after the great start to this match. Say this innings, as well as a strong close to the second innings. Well, they might have a little bit to think about heading into this drinks break. We're going to take drinks over here. We might have drinks today at overs 3 and 7. Of course, it's really hot outside, so it's a good chance for these players to just get a little bit of a refresher. As you can see, they're well ahead, 29 runs ahead of what their opposition were at this stage, Markor. Players just had a quick drink now and will be ready to resume. So this is going to be a bit of a head scratcher here for Sher Punjab. Going to have to find a way to break this partnership. Of course, these two batters are the two best batters in this Markor lineup. I think after that, Markor only suffer with an issue which a lot of sides do in this ECS here in Cyprus, where they're very top heavy. I think once you can get rid of those top order batters, it's a lot easier to run through the rest of the middle order. I wouldn't mind bringing Rajwinder Brar back in again. I think the skipper should consider reinserting himself into the attack. We saw how well he bowled in that first over. This isn't a bad idea either. Neeraj Tiwari, quality bowler. Also just a spin option, which is so useful for the Sher Punjab team. Struck firmly. Oh, it's a bit of foot feeling. Well, that looks painful. Well, he's done a good job in the end to keep that one out. That's a Resham Singh, but I wouldn't advise him to do that again. Make some room to hit it towards cover. That's going to be a single dot ball. Oh, it's up in the air. This could be a huge moment. Can they take this catch? They put him down a couple of times already, but Brar just can't get to this one. You can tell he desperately wants to make amends for that catch he put down earlier this innings, and they're also going to come back for a couple of runs here, Markor. Well, they've had opportunities aplenty, Sher Punjab, but they're yet to snaffle one. This is out towards long on for a single. Out towards long on for another single. Yeah, it's been a good over here by Neeraj Tiwari so far. Created a chance as well. Up in the air, this could be a chance, and it will be taken this time. Well, he's run out of lives in the end, Zishan Ahmed. The fourth time around, they get rid of him, and Rajwinder Brar is there to make amends. He put him down earlier when he was on 17, but no mistake this time. And that brings an important innings for Markor to an end. They needed Zishan Ahmed to just hang around a little bit longer to take them closer to this target. No mistake there by Rajwinder Brar. It's two of the most experienced players in the Sher Punjab side, combining Neeraj Tiwari, veteran campaigner, players that so much success for the Punjab Lions. And Rajwinder Brar, of course, the captain of the Black Caps. He's enjoyed so much success with that side. And what a way to end the over. A great over there for Neeraj Tiwari. A match-changing over potentially. 5 runs off it, and he gets a wicket. You can just see the way that run rate just nosedived downwards after that 4th over. That's what Neeraj Tiwari will bring to the Sher Punjab side. He can just settle things after a power play. Gives them that spin option as well. In comes Devgan. It's wide. It's wide to start off. Just misses that one rather badly. Oh, it's another wide. Just struggling here to start off. Struck out towards a long off. That's going to be a single. Oh, and this one, well, the umpire signaled this wide. Take another look at this. Yeah, I think that's a good call. That one's umpire's call for me. Play into the ground. That's going to be a single. And this is Devgan. I think he just needs to clean up some of these wides he's bowling. He's bowling some pretty good stuff outside of that. The only concern for him so far this over is all the extras he's bowled. Just getting a lot of praise from the rest of the team out there on the field. You can just hear shouts of very good from everyone around him. But they're just really quieting things down here, haven't they? Sher Punjab, these last couple of overs going at such an incredible rate, weren't they, in that power play at Markor? And it's all gone a little bit quiet now. Even Amir Sohail just seems to have lost his confidence a little bit since he saw his partner at the other end, Zishan Ahmed, depart. It's now been 1.4 overs since we last saw a boundary. This is the thing with T10 cricket, isn't it? 1 wicket, 1 over can just turn the momentum of a game, and Neeraj Tiwari came out, bowled terrifically in that 4th over, got the all-important wicket. Up in the air, and it's going to take a bounce in front of the rope before going for a 4. And that's their first boundary in 10 deliveries. Well done there by Sohail. It's an edge. It hasn't been taken. No, it's been spilled. Oh, for a moment he looked like he might just grab it, and Sohail is a really lucky boy here. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, takes a thick edge, goes towards the keeper, and oh my word, it really backs someone in Pavandeep's quality to take a catch like that. And we're halfway through the innings and a good chance to welcome you into our commentary position. Great to have you all here alongside us. I'm Nishay Bhatt, and I'll be taking you through the action here in Cyprus over these next 4 days. Rico Full currently making his way back to Spain, getting a well-deserved rest after a long few weeks over here in the tour. Vinny Sandhu, of course, will be joining us next week, so that should be very exciting. We have a great first match here to open out this day in Group B. Of course, we saw the way Sher Punjab had a rather rough start to their first innings, but then they rallied in the second half of their innings and looked really strong. And then so far, so good, I would say, for Sher Punjab in this innings. They picked up some important wickets, and I'd say they're just ahead. But Markor well in this game, and this is another, well, I was going to say half a chance, but really wasn't a chance at all. Goes clear of the fielder, and it's another 6. But credit to Markor. They're hanging in really well in this game. Had a little bit of luck as well. A few opportunities have been spilt by this Sher Punjab side. Oh, struck straight back towards Tivari. He's probably a little bit disappointed that it's not a dot ball, but it's just going to be a single. Up in the air, and it's going to go clear of the fielder at long off. I think you can just see it catches the top of that tree. And it's going to be another 6. And Neeraj Tivari, who bowled so economically in that first over, gave up just 5 runs, has been taken to the boundary rope a couple of times here. Yeah, very, very good shot over there. A lot of responsibility now on the captain, Amr Sohail, to play big innings. Oh, they're going to run here for a quick single. And they'll make it there in time. Yeah, that's good cricket by Markor. Pinching a single over there. It's a very clear call. They charged across quickly. And, well, you can just see right now it's at 50-50 is in this game. Let's move to 52-48, but it's a coin flip, basically, according to the win predictor. There was a couple of big blows at the start of this over. It's just changed the complexion of this match, and I wonder what the win predictor will look like now with another 4. That's 3 boundaries this over. And Neeraj Tivari, who bowled superbly to start out his spell, is getting a little bit of a drubbing this over. 18 runs off it already. Will it go magical? And where is this one going to go? There's a couple of fielders converging underneath, and it's taken this time. No mistake this time around. The catch is taken. Lovedeep Sandhu takes that catch. You can just see he gets a pat on the back from Preetoj Dale. Really, really important catch. And the 3rd wicket falls for Markor. They put down a few here, Sher Punjab, but make no mistake that time around. So looks to make some room to thrash that one away. Zulfikar, we saw him hit a 6 earlier this innings. Well, this time around, he was just picked out a fielder. That is the end of his innings. Markor, 84 for 3 at the end of 6 overs. Here's the scorecard for this innings. A few good contributions there from Markor, but no one quite able to kick on and play that big innings the way that Lovedeep Sandhu and Resham Singh did for Sher Punjab. A few starts, as you can see in there, but I think they need Amr Sohail now to go and play a big knock. That's really what they need. It's up in the air, and it's the top edge. Has it carried all the way, and the square leg umpire signaled it a 4. Yeah, so the signal by the square leg umpire was a 4. We'll of course have a look at it just to see where that one landed. Looks pretty clear from that it was indeed a 4. Lands well inside the rope. good comeback there by Rajwinder Brar. Obviously very unlucky in that first ball. I'm a little bit surprised he's bowling his second over. Now I would have thought he would have come in a little bit earlier because he really bowled superbly in that first over. I wouldn't have minded if he came back to bowl that third over. This is another chance, but mix up once again. I think Sher Punjab, this is something they're going to have to iron out. Not going to win too many matches if you're dropping catches. See, he's just going back. And oh, well, I think that fielder should stay well clear of the keeper. That's the keeper's catch. No one else should be going for that. And Pavandeep probably loses track of the ball a little bit, but you just wonder how much the fielder distracted him. And another opportunity goes begging here for Sher Punjab. And you got to say, rode their luck at times here, haven't they, Markor? They've really been helped by these dropped catches. Oh, it's another edge, and that's going to go away for a 4. It's a little bit risky bowling there, in all honesty, with no third man back. It's any edge, and you just know it's going to go away for a boundary. They'll be throwing their bat at everything. Just a little bit unlucky here, Rajwinder Brar. A couple of balls go away for a 4 that really shouldn't have. And both of them go through that really fine, deep third man position. For me, I think you always need to keep a fielder there in T10 cricket. I know Rico agrees with that as well. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our second match of the day. Markor will come back to play against the Cyprus Knight Riders. Should be an exciting matchup. You can see a few familiar names over there. Of course, Iftikhar Jamani is played for the Nicosia Tigers in the past, but this time he'll be donning the Knight Riders green. Wait till you see their kit. Don't know if we should just give them a teaser or something what it looks like, but it's one of the more flamboyant kits I've seen during my brief time covering the European Cricket Series. Resham Singh coming back to bowl. Had a very expensive first over, and let's see if he can make amends over here. Bowling to Shah Khalid. Slower ball here by Resham Singh. Of course, Shah Khalid will be keen to get back at Resham Singh after what happened between them in the previous match, of course, previous innings, I should say. Resham Singh, of course, smashed him for 25 runs in one of his overs. Batted superbly at the end, Resham Singh. His growth as a player has been terrific. Of course, he made his second career 50 earlier today. This is gonna go long, and it's gonna go all the way. That's another 6 for Sohail, a beneficiary of a couple of drop catches. Will smack a couple of 6s. Very good hit. Just holding onto his back a little bit, which might be a bit of a concern. Still got plenty of matches to come here, Markor, so the last thing you want to do is injure yourself. Oh, long. This one is long. This one goes really, really far into that football pitch adjacent to our cricket field. It's back-to-back 6s, and Markor, you know, at times you've just thought maybe this game will go away from them because they've lost a few batters, but they're still out there fighting, and right now you have to say they're certainly ahead in this game. And if Sohail can continue to bat this way, captain might really play a match-winning innings to guide his side over the finishing line. Inside edge. Oh, he just tries to stick a foot out there to stop that from going for a 4, but it does go for a 4. And Sohail gets the half century, raises his bat in acknowledgement. Good knock here, a captain's innings time to bust out that cliche. And now, well, the win predictors swinging in favor of Markor. All these dropped catches are coming back to hurt Sher Punjab right now. I'm at about 5 dropped catches right now. 2 of Sohail, 3 for Zishan Ahmed. Oh, well, let's take a look at that, though. I mean, you can also see the amount of runs he's made through that fine leg third man region. A lot of them were edges, in all honesty. Big swing over there. Resham Singh, of course, is the reason that his side even has a chance at victory, thanks to that great innings he played. He's improved so much as a batter, I have to say. Back in 2021, he literally only had 1 shot in his arsenal, and he was almost at times like almost like playing with a broken video game controller, where only one button works, and oh my goodness! Now that is something you never see from Lovedeep Sandhu. Normally such a good fielder, but that is just a pretty straightforward bit of fielding, and he has failed to do. Oh, you'd expect him to just grab this one, but I do like the fact that there's still a lot of positivity amongst Sher Punjab fielders. No one shouting at each other. Everyone's saying just calm down. It's a long way to go in this game. Wow. Gotta say right now, Markor are well in front. And you'd really back them to take it from here. You really would. Yeah, in case you're just looking at that score right now and you're wondering why that target is 152 rather than 137, well, here's the big bit of news. 5 penalty runs have been awarded to the fielding team for the batter taking too long to get ready. That refers to back when the skipper, Amir Sohail, was very slow getting ready. Of course, we remember the fact that he just forgot his gloves in the dugout. So 5 penalty runs have been added. Target is 142 rather than 137. So the captain has just made his own task a little bit harder. Yeah, Dave Gunn, I think he bowled some good stuff in his first over. The problem he had was he was just bowling way too many wides. But when it was legal, he was bowling some really good deliveries. Yeah, this is good. It's a nice delivery there by Dave Gunn. I can just see they're telling Dave Gunn to bowl a good line. They're emphasizing the line. Ooh, that's not the best line. That is not the best line. That's going to go away for a 4. Straying down the leg side. College just gets a little bit of bat on it, and it goes away for a 4. It's really not what Sher Punjab needed. You see that? It just comes off the top of the glove. Goes down fine leg. That's 4 more runs. 21 needed now of 9 for Markor.
Right. थोड़ा चल के रखा अगर बॉडी नु की थले ऊपर होना
Have a look at this one side on, just to see if there's any chance of a wide there. No, that looks good. Given the 1 for the over, rightfully so. Struck down towards long on, and this has been a very good over by Dave Gunn so far. Very tight stuff, and again, if he's just the kind of player that he can keep those extras to a minimum, he's going to be a terrific bowler. Let's just see if he can close out this over strong here, because if Markor get a 6 or boundary off this last ball, they'll really fancy their chances heading into this final over. Here we go, last ball of the penultimate over. And they will get a boundary just to keep things interesting heading into the final over. 16 runs needed off the final over. And the opening match of Group B looks like it's going to be another thriller. He goes deep into the crease over there and plays that away so nicely, Amir Sohail. And we've been blessed to have so many close matches over these last few days here in Cyprus. And it looks like we're getting another one right here. 16 needed of this last over. And you just wonder, is he going to go with Lovedeep Sandhu here, the captain? I think he is. Yeah, it looks like he is. So Lovedeep Sandhu went for 26 runs in his first over. Well, he's need to have a very short memory here. Forget about that over. And bowl really, really well. Here's Khalid facing the first ball of this over. Lovedeep Sandhu, I think he's just still thinking about a little bit of misfeeling, and just overheard a little conversation between him and one of the fielders telling him, don't worry about it, you've done a terrific job with the bat in hand, now let's see if you can close it out with your bowling. That's what I heard him say just now, something along those lines. Here we go, final over coming up, 16 needed of 6. It's up in the air. This could be a catching opportunity. There's a fielder underneath him, but it's gonna go clear of him. And it's a 6 to start off the over. 10 needed of 5. And now some of that encouragement has turned into frustration and anger. I love Lovedeep Sandhu. He looks a shell of the man we saw in the first innings. He's been absolutely shaken to his core. 10 needed of 5. Oh, that's a wide. Gets that one badly wrong. And now Markor, we're at the point where they can probably taste victory. Oh, this one's been struck firmly. This is going the distance as well. It's another 6. It's 2 6s to start off the over, and Khalid is smacking Sher Punjab out of this game. And Markor are just one shot away from winning this. Oh, what an incredible batting performance this has been by Markor. And wow, Sher Punjab, they look stunned. You can just tell they're ruining all the opportunities they put down. And it looks like Markor might take this one. But here's another catching opportunity. Surely they'll take this. They will. And Khalid departs. And we know they put down a lot of catches this innings, but they take that one. It's a really important one to take. He was going for glory there, shot Khalid. There was no reason to do that. He could have just knocked away a few singles and seen his side over the finishing line. But so many of these batters, they just love to end these games in style. No, that is not smart cricket by Shah Khalid. Not very smart. He brought his side to the precipice of victory and then wanted to end the game in style. Markor, though, still need just 3 runs from 3 balls, so he'd fancy them to get it from here. Oh, it's another dot ball. This is good by the keeper. It's going to be a run out. So what are they doing here, Markor? And it's Amir Sohail as well, who's going to be run out. This is absolute kamikaze by Markor at the end. Well, we just saw the previous batter go for glory. We saw Shah Khalid. He wanted to end it in style. He didn't just want to knock a few singles away. And they're desperately trying to get Amir Sohail on strike here. And instead he's been run out. So it's 3 runs needed of the last 2 balls. My word, if Markor don't get over the finishing line, they'll be kicking themselves for throwing this game away. We've got 2 new batters out there in the middle. Kamar is going to face this ball. Now you got to get everyone in close now if you're Sher Punjab. Got to get them all on the one. You can just see now Rajwinder Brar is moving into a short cover position. Fielders at the boundary as well. They're currently stationed about 3/4 here at long off and long on. They're well inside the boundary rope. Lovedeep Sandhu. Well, if this is a single or a dot ball, we're in for a very, very exciting finish to this game. Here we go. 3 needed of 2. There's an edge there, and it's taken! It's been taken! And fly slip! An incredible catch! And Sher Punjab are still alive! Oh, and for a moment you thought maybe that would just fly away for a boundary, as it so often does in T10 cricket. And Markor, what are they doing over here? They needed 3 runs of 4 deliveries, and it's a golden duck for Kamar. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. What are we witnessing over here? And Sher Punjab, who looked dead and buried at one stage, might just be able to pull this off. We could even get a golden ball over here if they get a couple of runs, Markor. It's all to play for. We've come down to a dramatic final ball. Markor need 3 runs off the last ball. Everybody is out right at the edge of the boundary rope. And all the fielders inside the ring on the edge of the inner ring. Here we go. Last ball coming up. It's a wide. Oh, what has he done here, Lovedeep Sandhu? It's now down to 2 runs needed off the last ball. If they get a single here, we're going to a golden ball. Incredible. What a finish to our opening game of Group B. Lovedeep Sandhu running in. Is this going to go for 4? It looks like it will. Well, they made it as hard as they could, Markor, but they do pull it out in the end. And they win this on the last ball. That wasn't the best delivery. He went too short. Lovedeep Sandhu did a terrific job to take it to the final ball. Just lost his cool those last couple of deliveries. Bowled it wide, bowled a really short one. And oh, they're going to rue all those opportunities, aren't they, Sher Punjab? They dropped numerous catches in the field. And Markor, well, what a win for them. They took full advantage of those mistakes. Wow, what a finish. What a way to kick off this group. And it's going to get a hero's welcome there, Umer Raja. Well, we just witnessed an incredible match. We've got another one coming up for you here as Markor are set to take on the Cyprus Knight Riders in just over 15 minutes. And let's relive the highlights of what was a thoroughly entertaining innings. And of course, they picked up a really early wicket. Sher Punjab, they got rid of Ahmed, who departed, having scored a duck, and Brar was delighted at this stage. He thought Sher Punjab might be able to take this one, but Zishan Ahmed batted superbly, and he was helped by the fact that 3 of his catches were dropped. He made 39 runs of 13 balls, batted superbly, 4 sixes, 2 boundaries. And here's just a look at some of the catches they put down. Sher Punjab, that is going to be the main story of this match for me. All the chances that Sher Punjab had to get rid of this dangerous top order for Markor that they failed to take advantage of. But let's take a look at some of this clean hitting by Zishan Ahmed. Such a quality player, such a classy player, and it was on display today. Just under 400 ECS career runs for him. He was eventually dismissed by Neeraj Tiwari in a terrific 4th over that he bowled. He gave up just 5 runs in that over and took a wicket. If you just wondered, maybe that over could be the turning point here, and it would just allow Sher Punjab to take control of this match. But Amir Sohail, the captain, he continued to bat terrifically, making 61 runs of 28 deliveries, 11 boundaries in that inning. And there we go. We can just see Lovedeep Sandhu taking the catch to get rid of Humayun Zulfikar. Yeah, you can just see all these dropped catches sprinkled in amongst the highlight. As I said, a good 5 opportunities were put down. And I'm talking about genuine opportunities, not half chances. These were catches that really should have been taken by the Sher Punjab side. And there's the skipper, Amir Sohail, raising his bat after getting to his half century. And this was such a crucial misfield down the stretch by Lovedeep Sandhu, someone who's normally such an accomplished fielder. And this are just some of the hits we saw at the end of there. Shah Khalid, of course, he made 20 of 9, clubbed 3 boundaries, 2 enormous sixes. And then he decided to go for glory, of course. He wanted to do it. He wanted to get all 3 runs at the end with style, and he hung one up that was taken really well. And keep in mind, they needed 3 runs of 4 balls, and this one went down to the last ball. This was some really suicidal running. I don't know what they were thinking over there. Amir Sohail was run out, and then at this moment, when he takes that catch, you just think that maybe, just maybe, Sher Punjab will steal this one. But unfortunately for the Punjabis, they just wouldn't be able to pull it off. He saw that one, struck away for a 4 off the last ball. And a tough loss here for Sher Punjab. They lose this one on the last ball. Terrific way for Markor to kick off their campaign. After, of course, getting eliminated in the semifinals last time around, they'll be hoping to go a couple of steps further and capture some silverware. This team got a lot of heart and grit, don't they? We saw that during the knockout stages last year. They find ways to win. And right now, Sher Punjab, well, they'll be saying we found a way to lose that one. They'll be a little bit disappointed. Rajwinder Brar, the pick of the bowlers, with figures of 1 for 18. Neeraj Tiwari was really good too, 2 for 23. Just the second over was a little bit expensive, wasn't 18 runs off that over. In the end, Markor pull it out in the last delivery. They take this one by 4 wickets. Join us again in just about 10 minutes time as we'll bring you the second match of this wonderful day of cricket.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for match 2 on this incredible day of cricket we have here lined up for you in Cyprus. We saw an absolute thriller to start off the day, and we're just about to witness our second match. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Is your call?
Tail.
Tail is a call, and it is head.
Thank you. We will ball first.
Markor won the toss and decided to ball first.
Thank you very much for that update to, of course, match referee Nilkesh Patel there alongside both the captains. So Markor are going to have a bowl. They're just coming off that incredible, sensational victory. Very, very entertaining match. Went down to the last ball against Sher Punjab. And Markor in the end held their nerve and pulled off a memorable, memorable victory. Here we go. These two sides are about to go out of the Cyprus Knight Riders playing their first ever ECS match, a newly formed team that's been put together for this incredible European cricket series. See a couple of names you might recognize there, in particular Iftikhar Jaman, who's obviously played quite a bit of cricket in the past for the Nicosia Tigers, and Markor. Of course, we have seen them now a few times at the ECS. This is their third ECS. So I was just talking about the kit this Cyprus Knight Riders team have, and you're just going to have a chance to look at it shortly. Really, really flamboyant colors, I have to say. I mean, if this kind of kit's your cup of tea, then I guess you'll really like it, but yeah, certainly a very, very interesting color choice. Here's a look at the win prediction for this match. Markor fancy the 65% favorites. Of course, they're a side we've seen play quite a few matches, so they're a known quantity for a win predictor, whereas yet don't quite know just yet what to expect from this Cyprus Knight Riders team. Here we go. Kumara facing the first ball. And Rahman is just going to leave a low full toss hanging. That's going to get struck away for 4. This is a really good shot by Kumara because it's not that easy to hit these low full tosses. Doesn't overhit the ball, just leans into it, gets the boundary. Great start for the Knight Riders. 4 runs off their first ever ECS ball. All right, he's cleaned them up. Well, right after hitting a boundary, he departs. And Rahman does him with the slower ball. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Oh, nice one. Just takes the pace off that. I think there's a little bit of an off-cutter as well over there. And it goes on to crash onto the stump. So Kumara, very short innings for him. Plays one beautiful-looking shot. And then right after that, he gets completely bamboozled. And he departs. Knight Riders, 4 for 1. Here we go, Sarkar. Coming in at number 3. And there's going to be a dot ball. It's going to be very interesting to see this Cyprus Knight Riders team. A little bit surprised if Iftikhar Jaman hasn't just come at the top of the order. Of course, he's the most accomplished ECS player in this team. That one goes down the leg side for a wide. Maybe some of these other players have certain qualities we're just not quite aware of just yet, but Iftikhar Jamani's obviously been there, played in a lot of ECS cricket alongside the Nicosia Tigers. Low full toss and a nice bit of fielding to prevent that from going for 4 saves this side. 3 runs. Hussain gets off the mark. Just gets a little bit of bat on that. Fielder takes a shot at the stumps. And he also gets off the mark with his single. I can just see a little bit of bat on that. Probably, if he hits that a little cleaner though, I think he could have had a boundary. He'll probably feel like he's missed out on one there, in all honesty. Just wonder though, maybe just the initial anxiety of your first ever ECS match with this Knight Riders team. And well, what's happened here? The umpire's giving this a no ball. Yup. Oh, well, you could just see the fielder at mid-wicket. I think he just had a foot outside that inner ring. And great spot by the square leg umpire. He just looked right at him. He pointed at the fielder as well and said, look, you're standing outside the ring. That's going to be a no ball for too many fielders outside the circle. You know, I was just wondering why it wasn't immediately signaled wide, but then I had to look at square leg umpire. And yeah, free hit coming up. Thrashed down the ground, and that's just a good bit of fielding there at mid-off by Ahmed. And you can just see he's clutching his wrist right now. That was quite painful. He's copped quite a blow to stop that from going for a boundary. 9 runs off the first over for the Knight Riders. Here's a look at the format for this group, of course. So we're going to conclude Group A later today. So I think it's just a good idea to have a little bit of a refresher. So we have group action all the way till the 11th of June. And the 7th and 8th place team from each group will be going back home. And they'll play no further part in this series, whereas the 3rd and 6th place side will progress to Elimination Day on the 12th of June. Whereas they finish 1st and 2nd, you get to bypass Elimination Day and go straight to the quarterfinals. So obviously finishing in the top 2 a massive advantage, and obviously you want to get that Elimination Day bye. The less elimination games you have to play, the better. On the leg side again, just struggling a little bit with their radar over here, Markor. Much better ball there. Much better ball. Oh, it's just great, isn't it? Comes back in a little bit as well. Nice length. Beautiful ball. Now, if you can just pitch that a little bit further outside the off stump, that would be so difficult to play for Sarkar. Let's just see if he can move that line a little bit. Goes for the big shot there, Sarkar. He's targeting that vacant mid-wicket boundary. Again, could look to open up the offside. There's no protection. That extra cover inside the ring or at the boundary. No, goes for the big heave again. I think got to question the shot selection here by Sarkar. You know, he's faced 7 deliveries, made just 2 runs. You know, we've often talked about being willing to retire batters in T10 cricket when they're chewing up too many dot balls. I know we're early in the innings, but at what point did Anwar Hussain just say to Sarkar, you know what, you had enough deliveries. You don't look anywhere close to hitting anything. We just signaled a no ball over here. The umpire's given a free hit. Well, I'll inform you why that was the case right after this ball. Can't take advantage of the free hit there either, Sarkar. Just gets 1 run off it. He's having a torrid time. He's having an absolutely torrid time with the bat in hand. But yeah, I can confirm that ball was indeed a no ball. Don't quite know the reason just yet. But it's been fails to take advantage of the free hit. Struck towards mid-off. Nice bit of fielding by the fielder at mid-off. And always needs some good backing up here, and that is some good backing up. And this is why Markor can afford to risk it a little bit and take a few shots at the stumps, because they just know their backing up is terrific. And I don't mind that by them. I think most teams, you tell them just hold on to the ball, don't take the risk. But if your backing up is elite, you might as well go for it. Just get that extra little 1% of an advantage over every other team. Has he got a hold of this? Yes, he has. Sarkar finally goes all the way. Been trying to slog a few early this morning. And this time around, he finally connects with one, and he gets to a run of ball. So 1 ball to come in this over. First boundary we've seen since the very first ball of his inning, so it's been quite a wait. Can Sarkar close out this over strong? Last ball coming up. All struck straight down the ground. This is coming into the commentary position. Chance for me to do a little bit of fielding as well. And nice way to round out the over. Gets a couple of boundaries, and Sarkar desperately needed those. He was very slow out of the gates. Wasn't the best ball in all honesty. It was a little bit over pitched. Goes away for 4. And I can just see the standings for this group right now. At just the 1 game so far in Group B. Markor picking up the win against Sher Punjab. And what was a very, very exciting finish, coming down to the last ball. And now they go up against this Knight Riders team playing in their first ever ECS. One is going to be given a wide. Goes for the big heave over there, and again, just playing down the wrong line there. Hussein, he's nowhere close to the ball, nowhere near it. Yeah, I think some of these batters, though, they just need to be a little more calmer, more balanced, and look to play traditional cricketing shot. You can just see he's closed his eyes. He's not even watching the ball, and he's trying to blindly slog it. He needs to do a little bit better than that, the skipper. Gonna have a shot at the stumps, and oh, direct hit, he was probably in trouble. Direct hit, he was probably gone. Have a look at this, just plays this, digs one out, plays it towards mid-wicket, and he was gone. Direct hit, he's nowhere even near that. Very optimistic appeal over there. I think the impact was outside the off stump as well. Of course, a number of other things weren't going for it either, like the height. He's straying down the leg side here, Rahman, and he's going to get punished by Sarkar. Sarkar's just woken up, hasn't he? He was on 2 of 7, keep in mind. And now he's just starting to accelerate, shift up the gears. It's taken him a while to wake up. Now he's certainly found his touch. Goes for the big heave there again. This is just where I think he just needs to learn to open up the offside a little bit. I think the very best cricketers, you know, they'd be driving that one, hitting it square of the wicket as well. going to be another wide. One ball left in the power play. I think Ramon's tactic here will just be to try to keep this as wide as possible. Of course, we've seen where Sarkar's strengths lie. Yeah, it's just strokes like that again. You know, why not look to hit that one straight down the ground? I think there's an appeal here for an edge, but I really don't think that's caught anything along the way. I think it was a very optimistic appeal. Anyway, we come to the end of the power play. 32 for 1. The Cyprus Knight Riders, a nice little recovery those last couple of overs. They managed to strike 3 boundaries in those last 2 overs, but still a little bit too slow. Again, a par score here is something between 135 to 140. That's what we've seen so far this series. Of course, the players will also have a chance to get a bit of a drink. Of course, a very hot day here today. 38 degrees Celsius is what we expected to get up to. Humidity at 40%. These players need to take on a lot of fluids to get through this really challenging day. End of the power play, so fielding restrictions have been lifted. And you can have up to 5 fielders outside the ring. Going down the leg side again. There, Hamza. A lot of wides down the leg side, Markor early in this innings. There's a Pollock Ramon asking if this Knight Rider side have played in the prior ECS. No, this is their first ever ECS. I think there's a couple of familiar names in there. I think some of our viewers have seen before. Anwar Hussain just pushes this one away. It's going to be a single. Of course, most famous of them is Iftikhar Jaman. Played a lot of cricket for the Nicosia Tigers over the years. Was a key player for their team, a big all-rounder, and particularly got really famous as a great middle-order batter who had just that power and explosiveness to help his side accelerate during so many key stages. I mean, how many times we see Roman Mazumdar right at the top of the order, getting the Tigers off to a great start. Then Jaman just adding the finishing touch right at the end. This is one that Sarkar has got a hold of, and it's going to go all the way. It's a huge 6. You know, it needs to be in the slot for Sarkar, isn't it? As we've seen, he's well, to call him a leg side dominant player probably doesn't portray just how much he tries to hit it towards the leg side. At the moment, it doesn't really seem like he has too many other shots in his arsenal. But yeah, most of this team are fairly new, playing in their first ever ECS. Anwar Hussain, the captain, has played before, but hasn't had too many appearances. Hirdoy Hussain has been involved in 4 matches previously. Didn't really feature much in those games, though. Only batted one of them and was not out, having made 4 runs. Straight down the ground. This is a great hit. This is going to go all the way. An enormous strike by Sarkar. This one deposited into those olive groves. Overpitched in the slot. He's got an incredible bottom hand, and he elevates it away for a 6. Terrific hit. And he moves on to 31 off 16. Keep in mind, he was on 2 of 7 at one stage, and really didn't look like he was going to make a run the way he was batting. Well, and he's just flicked the switch, and now he's looking at a completely different batter. That's 29 runs he scored off the next 9 deliveries. This is struck firmly, and this is struck for 6. What a hit. It's a low full toss, but it still needs to be punished. It's just an old school slog, isn't it? It's a slap towards long on. Horizontal batted. Comes out of the middle. And now just a few alarm bells ringing in that Markor camp. This is a great display of batting by Sarkar. Oh, he's going for that leg stump Yorker, but there was plenty of bat there. I don't think that appeal was ever on. Oh, but the umpire signaled leg buys. Okay, this is interesting. I thought there was some bat involved. Let's just take a look at this. Probably going down the leg side anyway. Yeah, it is. Good call. Yeah, they just told him, don't take a shot at the stumps. They're like, let it go. Don't take that shot at the stumps. And at the end of 4 overs, the Knight Riders are 54 for 1. Let's just have a look at this graph. Of course, it's ticking upwards right now for the Knight Riders. They've recovered really well after a very slow start, thanks to this great display of batting by Rahian Sarkar. Two very different sides in terms of ECS experience. Markor playing in their 3rd ECS. Most of this Knight Riders team playing in their 1st ever ECS. Captain Anwar Hussain. He's only played in 1 ECS match. That was all the way last year for the Mouflons. Now he's out here with this huge responsibility on his shoulders, captaining this Knight Riders side. On the ground for a single. Of course, the other player with a little bit of experience in this team is Chami Kumara. Kumara played his first ECS match all the way back in 2020, back when we first started here in Cyprus. And played 9 games back then. Of course, played a lot of his cricket for the Sri Lankan Lions, and then was involved earlier this year in that MSN Punjab Lions side, who made it to the final and lost to the Sri Lankan Lions. That would have certainly stung for Kumara. Played so many years with the Lions during the different series we had here in Cyprus, and then switched sides, went over to the Punjab Lions, and lost to his old friends in the final. Full toss, struck out towards long off, and he's done quite well to just hold on to that one. Shehzad Ahmed, it was struck hard at him. He really settles himself, holds on to it. Is there a chance of a no ball here? Looks fine to me. Another dot ball played out here by Sarkar. I think that's the thing with him, really. If you just keep it wide outside the off stump on a nice length, you just know he's not going to connect. Just don't bowl straight to him. That's the end of the over, halfway through the innings. The Knight Riders are 58 for 1. Interesting inning so far. They've seen a nice display of hitting by Sarkar. I think at times, you have to say, they just played out too many dot balls. The big problem for me really has been the amount of dot balls they've had. The dot ball percentage just through the roof. And they just need to find a way to rotate the strike when they're not striking boundaries. I think with Scorecard, well, the next thing he needs to add to his game is add a few different shots other than the slog. At the moment, though, the way he's batting, as we just take a look at this delivery, Hossein, skipper, plays it out towards backward point for a single. You know, he's a lot like a controller where only one button works on it. And he's only really got one shot at the moment. And if he can't play that shot, he can't get any runs. And I think some of the smarter teams will just pitch it wide to him as much as they can and force him to play another kind of stroke. There we go. That's really the only part of the field he ever targets. Especially here in Cyprus, where we know those straight boundaries are so short. You've got to have the ability to target those straighter boundaries. Just looking at his wagon wheel right now. This is belted, hammered away. And that's what happens if you can just connect on these deliveries. You know he's going to hit it for a 6. Goes shorter over here. Waits for it and pounces on it. Fantastic horizontal bat stroke. That's now 32 runs he has made through that leg side region. Really hasn't been hitting it much through the offside at all. Just a 1 run through the cover boundary. But that's the thing, though. I think as he gets better as a cricketer, it's these little things. When he gets a good ball, can he nudge it for a single? Can he get those doubles? And then you sprinkle in these big hits along the way. And you've constructed a really fine innings, and you're probably batting at a strike rate of 250 or 300. There we go. It's just another dot ball that he lets go past him. Just having a look right now at this over-by-over comparison and the amount of dot balls you see for this Knight Riders team. Boy, they're really racking up. On the leg side, that's a wide. So I just did a quick count right now, and there's only been 9 singles taken this entire innings. Just the 9 singles. I mean, they're just not rotating the strike at all. Does this have enough to go to the rope for a 4? Yes, it does, and there we go. That's what Scorecard is capable of doing. You know, it's just slightly misses the length there, the bowler. It's not even that bad a ball. He's actually dug that one out really well. And he gets it away for a 4. And, well, let's see how he grows throughout the series. Maybe he can add a few more shots to his arsenal. As we can see right now, he's a lone scorer for this Cyprus Knight Riders team. No other real scores of note. Iftikhar Jaman's still to come. In my opinion, Jaman has to either open or bat at number 3 for this Knight Riders team. He's just such a good batter. You can't have him at number 4. Particularly as the most accomplished batter in this Knight Riders team. In T10 cricket, you want your best batters facing as many balls as possible. And for me, he'd be opening. I'd have him opening. Bit of width on offer. Hossein, the captain, will get in on the fun as well. Strikes that away for 4. You can just see a match referee Nilkesh Patel having a stroll. Everything's been smooth sailing from his point of view. The umpiring has been top-notch throughout this series. Oh, he struck that one straight back towards the bowler. That would have hurt. And Hossein will be a little bit disappointed too. He's missed out on an opportunity here. Oh, well. Struck firmly, struck hard. Yes, Jules Outerbridge just commenting on the difficult conditions here with the heat. Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very hard when you're out there. Personally, I'd say, I mean, I'm curious to hear your opinion. In my opinion, the advantage really goes to the batters in these kind of conditions. I mean, it's so hard to be bowling out there, bending your back for this long, trying to bowl. As we just see, gonna bring some magic spray away over here for Kamar. And it's been a batter's series so far, in all honesty. I think it's been quite high scoring. But we've also witnessed some good low-scoring chases in between. And, in my opinion, low-scoring games are always the best games. I think they're just the kind of matches where every boundary just feels worth its weight in gold. Just feels like every single one of them are worth their weight in gold. And it just adds to the tension and the drama, don't they? There's I think you're just sitting there gripped by every single ball. I think these last 3 days in particular have been very lucky here in Cyprus to have a number of close games. This, of course, started off this morning as well with a last ball finish. It's a full toss there. And they'll be a little bit disappointed, the Night Riders, that haven't been able to get that one away. We'll just confirm this is legal. Should be okay. Looks like to me it's going to be coming down. Inside edge. Oh, and that is a howler. That is a bit of a howler. Mutib Noman just lets one get past him. It's the old French cut. He needs to get down quicker than that. He really needs to get down quicker than that. Goes away for a 4. And Kamar, who was in a bit of pain earlier, was a little bit sore after the ball had been struck at him. Might be hurting a little bit more after that bit of fielding. Last ball of the over is struck out towards long on, and then it just skids on. So this is very unlucky for the fielder. We talk about the old Tortuga bounce. This time around, the ball looks like it might actually sit up on a nice height and be there for the fielder, but then watch, it just skids on, literally just rolls across the turf, goes away for a 4. Boundary to end the over. The Crusader Knights 84 for 1 at the end of 7. So here's a look at our upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we'll have the great pleasure of joining you from here in Cyprus for the next couple of weeks, but the Cricketing Carnival continues on the European Cricket Network, as after we conclude here in Cyprus, we'll be heading over to Czechia, a budding European cricket powerhouse, before moving eastwards in Europe to some beautiful countries such as Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria. Then we head back down south to the Balkans in Croatia. As the weather heats up, so does the cricket. Stay tuned. We've got a lot of great action for you. Sarkar 1 run away from a half century. Hit out towards third man. I'm not sure he was in complete control of that one, Sarkar, but he's going to get the boundary. That's the first runs he scored through that region, interestingly enough. And yeah, you can just see he's trying to slash one in front of point. Gets the top edge, goes away for a 4, brings up the half century. Well batted by Sarkar. Of course, we're discussing just a few things he could improve in his game. Just add a few more strokes to his arsenal. Maybe add the ability to rotate the strike a little bit. Of course, he's played a lot of dot balls throughout this innings. A full credit to him for stepping up during a very difficult period for his team. He's made more than half their runs. I'd say about 62 to 63% of their runs he's made. That's just doing the quick math in my head right now. So really, really good innings by Sarkar. That's a good couple of dot balls here by Abbas. This is what we're talking about, though. The issue with Sarkar, I mean, he just hit a boundary, then he plays out a couple of dot balls, just totally playing the wrong line. You know, this is where, you know, he's got to look to open up that offside. Try to play a few strokes through there. Get bat on ball. Can't play out this many dot balls in T10 cricket. This one is struck down the ground, and that's what he's capable of doing when he connects. That is what he's capable of doing when he connects. He just so effortlessly hits sixes. I think this player, he has so much potential if he can just iron out a couple of things. Hits that six, moves on to 59. Oh, this is a terrific hit. Or at least it seemed like it was. I'd say initially when it came out of his bat, it looked like it was going to go for 4. But it's just the 1 run. Hussein will face the last ball this over. I think Hussein, though, are we at that stage now where you're turning down singles to give Sarkar the strike? That'll be the interesting question here. I think Hussein just got to go big over here. He doesn't go big. I think they'll settle for the dot ball. Well, they're not going to get the single in the way anyway, so Sarkar will be on strike to start the penultimate over. Abbas ends with figures of 0 for 25 in his 2 overs. We're going to have a look at the graph here. Of course, you can see that they started off really slow, didn't they? The Cyprus Knight Riders, after they lost a wicket in that first over, but since then they've recovered really well. They've rallied thanks to Rayan Sarkar's innings. He's single-handedly made about 2/3 of his side's runs. Solo, virtuoso performance so far. Down the leg side for a wide. Struggle a little bit with these wides down the leg side, haven't they? There's 8 runs off wide so far. Yeah, it's 2 dot balls to start out the over. I'm just going to have a quick look at, once again, the amount of singles we discussed earlier, that they'd only taken 9 singles in the first half of the innings. If you just have a look at the over-by-over comparison here, which I'm currently examining, this one is, I think it's just landed in front of the rope, and the umpire agrees and gives it a 4. Good shot here by Sarkar. Straying down the leg side, hits that away for 4, and it goes through the goalpost for the first goal of this terrific day of cricket. That's a nice one there by Sarkar. Down the leg side, works it away, and in between the goalposts, goes away for the 4. That's a little bit more like it from Sarkar. 9 runs off these first 3 deliveries. So Hale just going down the leg side a couple of times, and it's an easy pickings for Sarkar. Can't bowl like that, particularly with settled batter. It's another dot ball. Just coming back here, Sohail. Let's see how he can close out this over. A couple balls to come. That's another wide. Just struggling with those wides down the leg side. That's the 11th one they've bowled. Most of them have been down the leg side. Yeah, I just did a very, very rough count here of the amount of dot balls you've seen this innings. And I've counted about 17 to 18, just looking at it very, very briefly. If you consider the fact that we've had about 53 balls now this innings, that's really not acceptable. You can't have that many dot balls in T10 cricket if you want to win games. They still might end up with a respectable total here. But they just need to add that next thing to their game, don't they, the Knight Riders? Of course, don't need to be that harsh on them. It is their first game, and I'm sure they'll improve a lot as a side. We even saw that with Phillips College. Of course, the Knight Riders a much more accomplished team than the Phillips Warriors. A good slower ball there by Sohail. I think the slower ball has been criminally underused throughout this series. A lot of bowlers haven't used it as much as they really should. The over comes to an end, 10 runs off it. I think they'll be pretty pleased with that. Markor, you take 10 runs off the penultimate over, especially when there's a settled batter on strike. Here's a look at the bowling card. Kamar bowled a couple of overs, gave up just 18 runs, and of course Junaid Rahman gave up just 18 runs too, and picked up that early wicket right at the top of the order to get rid of Kumara. Final over coming up, and it looks like it's going to be Shah Khalid bowling this over. This is struck towards wide long off for a second. Just felt like that ball might be heading towards a commentary position as well. We've had quite a few cricket balls head towards us. They're just doing a very, very rough calculation. I mean, I've obviously don't have the exact number of dot balls. Could count that up during this innings break. As there he is, he's cleaned up. Sarkar Khalid goes full and straight. You miss, I hit. That's the end of a very fine innings for Sarkar, who scored the vast majority of runs for his side. 68 of the 103 they have. And he was going big again. Plays all across it. And it's going to be the end for him. Another wicket falls. Cyprus Knight Riders now are 106 for 2. There's Iftikhar Jaman. I mean, this is where I feel they've really missed a trick. I mean, you have such a powerful hitter. A person who's had so much success at the ECS level, and he's coming out with just 4 balls left in the innings. I mean, how is he going to make an impact like this? Has to be opening the batting for me. He absolutely has to be opening the batting. And he sends it straight to the fielder at long on. And you talk about a commentator's curse. Well, I look really silly right now, don't I? Calling for Iftikhar Jaman to open the batting, gets caught on the very first one. I guess he just has to go for it in the end, really, doesn't he? And, well, it's hard for him to make an impact with just a few balls left. Sends that one straight towards the fielder at long on. And it's a golden derrick to start off for Iftikhar Jaman, a player who's had so much success over the years in the European Cricket Series. I'll just read you some of his stats right now so I feel a little better about my call. Straight towards long on and gets caught out in the deep. Rana Hamza taking that catch. Here's a look at some of the hat tricks we've had. Of course, Shah Khalid currently on a hat trick. This could be a very quiet little hat trick he might get over here. Priyantha is the batter on strike, so can he get this? Can he add his name to the Hall of Fame? Here we go. Prarthana on a hat trick. Oh, is there something there? Well, he's going to appeal for it anyway because it's a hat-trick ball. But I think there was a big gap between bat and ball over there that made it pretty clear that it was never going to be an edge. Yeah, you could see that huge gap between bat and ball. It was even visible with the naked eye. Looking to swipe across the line. It's another dot ball. These dot balls are starting to rack up. Just 1 run so far this over. We've got 1 ball left. Yeah, these are just the little things that the Knight Riders are going to have to improve as they progress throughout this series. This is nicely played. The irony was there was a shot of well bowled right before that ball was delivered. And it gets sent clear of the boundary rope for a 6. So the Knight Riders end in style. Still a little bit below par with their score, 112. You'd still feel that the Markor Cricket Club would back themselves to go on and take this one. But an okay showing for the Knight Riders in their first ever ECS match. I think there's some bright spots and understandably a few things they could still improve. We'll of course have a look at the highlights of this innings. And it started off, very first ball, goes for a 4, and he just thought, are they going to get away from them now? And gets dismissed. Very next ball, Junaid Rahman getting back with that wicket. Shami Kumara making just 4 runs and 2 balls. Anwar Hussain, the captain, the other opener, hung around for much of the innings, but had a strike rate of just 137, 22 of 16 delivered. Rayan Sarkar, star performer for this Knight Riders side, making 68 runs of 40 deliveries, struck 12 boundaries during his innings. And without his runs, you just wonder where this Knight Riders side would have been. He made the majority of his runs for his side. He was, of course, eventually dismissed by Shah Khalid. This one angled into the stumps, crashed into that set, and then he'd be on a hat trick after he get rid of Iftikhar Juman, the most accomplished ECS batter in this team, coming down at number 4. And the innings will come to an end. We, of course, see a boundary off the very last ball as well. We saw 6 hit off the last ball. That final over was very, very good. Just 7 runs off it, and 2 wickets fell as well. Here's a look at the scorecard. Sarkar, the top scorer, with 68. Anwar Hussain hung around for a long time, but couldn't quite get the acceleration, and no real other scores of note from the rest of the team. The bowling figures do tell you that the Markor did a pretty good job out there in the field. Junaid Rahman with figures of 1 for 18. He was terrific, particularly bowling during that power play when there's a lot of pressure on him. Only little concern for Markor would be probably the amount of wides they bowled down the leg side. But I'm sure they will improve with that as the series progresses. Markor need 113 runs in the second innings to make it 2 wins and 2 to start off. Join us again in just about 5 minutes when we'll bring you The Chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings of our second game of the day. We just saw the Cyprus Knight Riders post 112 runs on the board in this second innings, and Markor will be coming out to try to chase down the target of 113 to make it 2 wins in 2 to kick off their ECS campaign. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. Of course, if Markor can achieve this target in 7 overs or less, they'll pick up the bonus point. If the Knight Riders can restrict him to 78 or less, they'll be the ones leaving here with a bonus point. Mind you, bonus points have been hard to come by lately in Cyprus. I think we've had a lot of close matches and been really privileged to bring you some real entertaining stuff these last few days. See how they're going to use their bowling lineup here, the Knight Riders. They've not got too many experienced ECS campaigners in this team. And they're going with Iftikhar Jaman by the looks of it right from the get-go. So, yeah, this is a good move. I like it. You know, I obviously wanted to see him batting right at the top of the order as well. But well, he's a player who's been here a number of times. And they're going to have him bowl this first over. Get a wicket here of Shahzad or Zishan Ahmed. He put his side in a very good position considering how well this top order fared for Markor in the previous match. Of course, it was helped quite a bit by a lot of dropped catches by Sher Punjab. Here we go. First ball. Starts off with a wide. I think that's a good call by the umpire there. Umpire's also just informing him that he's getting in his way, so he can't clearly see the ball. Change of angle here is going over the wicket instead, Jaman. He's looking for the wide here, Ahmed. We'll have another look at this. I think that's a good call by the umpire. It looks like a legal delivery. Looks like a very good ball there by Iftikhar Jaman, just pushing the limits. This is struck hard towards extra cover for a 6. It's a terrific hit here by Shahzad Ahmed. Comes down the wicket, full control of that shot. Hits it a long way. 6 runs to start this innings for Markor. This is just pushed towards the fielder at third. It's going to be a dot ball. Oh, it looked for a second like he was just going to slip past that fielder at short third, but in the end he's done quite well to just keep a hold of it. Looking at that equation right now, you can see Markor fancied as big favorites considering the fact that this target is a fair bit under par. Early wickets is the Knight Riders are going to need. Laid out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. And Zishan Ahmed, of course, who batted superbly in that previous match. Is getting set to face his first ball. And he might be looking for the wide call there, but he's not going to get it. Jaman really just testing that try line. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, that's umpire's call for me. That's umpire's call for me. I think, can't say that he got that one wrong. 8 runs off the first over. A good start for the Knight Riders. It's been 19 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. And mind you, we've come close to snapping that streak a good 2-3 times these last few days. Had a lot of close matches that have come down to the final ball. Of course, the previous game we had was one where Markor needed 3 runs to win off the last ball. Came down to 2 needed off the last ball with the wide. Of course, in the end, Markor struck a boundary to win it, and we saw a couple of last over finishes and a last ball finish as well yesterday involving the British forces of Cyprus. This one is chopped on, and it's going to be the end for him. A little bit unlucky, you have to say, for Ahmed. But Anwar Hussain gets the first wicket of this series for his club. And a big congratulations to the Knight Riders. That's the first ever ECS wicket for this team. A little bit short. You'd never think that you get a clean bowl at that kind of a length. But it's just bottom edge onto his stumps. And goodbye. That set has been sent into disarray. Just doesn't quite bounce as much as Ahmed expects. Just had a word with Iftikhar Jaman, who's filling out a long off. Oh, this is struck out towards his square leg. That's going to be a 4. Khalid, who batted really well lower down the order in that previous match, strikes that one away for a 4. Really nice shot. Pulls that one a little bit slower, and it goes away for a boundary. Gonna need a lot more of these, Markor. Just it's a little bit of a spot of bother within these first 8 deliveries. Right down the ground. The umpire's done well to get out of the way of that. It could be a big mix-up here. Oh, it's just gone right through the keeper. Oh, this could have been run out. Let's just have a look at this. Comes off the bottom end of the bat. And Shah Khalid just sets off without even looking out for his non-strikers partner. Well, gotta say, this is really good stuff by the Knight Riders to start off. A lot of pressure they put on Markor. These first 9 deliveries. It's struck out towards a cover. That's going to be a single. Beats the outside edge. Great bowling here. Great pace as well by Hussain, and that really excites everyone in the field. That one was rapid. That was a really quick delivery. And I like this, though. It's a very good start. These Hussain and Jaman could be a great spearhead for this Knight Riders side, just to open up their attack. But, oh, there was a chance. There was a chance to take a catch. And Zishan Ahmed, boy, he's been a really, really lucky cricketer today, hasn't he? That's a 4th chance that's been put down involving him. Let's just have a look at the standings for Group B. Of course, Markor won an absolute thriller against Sher Punjab to start off the day, but we need to have another look at that opportunity that we just saw at 3rd. As that fielder you can see over there between the fly slip and point had a chance to snaffle it. He was put in a big dive, and you've got to also congratulate him for stopping a boundary. But he was so close to taking that. And we've certainly seen a few catches like that taken so far in this ECS in Cyprus. Last over the power play. Oh, this one's gone up in the air. Should be taken, but it isn't. And Zishan Ahmed, my word. What did he do before coming here? I mean, no chances involving him seem to stick so far today. And the fielder, I think he just completely misjudges the trajectory of the ball, because he really should have been in a good position underneath it to catch it. Where is this going to end up? One bounce away for a 4. There were some very loud shouts to catch it, but it was nowhere near that fielder out in the deep. That was Tenuan Prarthna, who was fielding at deep cover. And this is going to go over the fielder at mid-wicket's head. It's going to be quite a chase for him, and the fielder will win this chase. And he'll prevent it from going for a boundary. Yeah, top work there. Just a single. Now he's done well there. He's done really well. Terrific work. Yeah, good fielding there by Juman. He's currently standing at mid-off. Came across really quickly to make sure that they wouldn't even entertain a single. Oh, this one's been chipped up towards mid-on, but it goes right through his hands. My goodness, what is happening today with Zishan Ahmed? What is happening? Another opportunity slips right through the fielder at mid-on's hand. I'm losing count of the amount of catches that have been dropped off his batting. That's 6. I believe it's 6, at least 6 so far. My goodness, what rituals did he commit before coming to the ground today? That might be a 4, mind you, and it is going to be given a 4. You can just see he's stepped on the boundary up there, so yeah, that just rubs some more salt into the bowler's wounds. Not only is the catch put down, but the ball also goes for a 4. Cut out by the fielder coming in from extra cover. That's a nice fielding by Tenuan Prarthna. Neil shorts just a single. End of the power play. Markor going under their required at 25 for 1. Knight Riders creating plenty of opportunities, haven't taken all of them. We'll just have a look at the comparison of these two sides. Of course, there are 7 runs behind what the Knight Riders were at this stage. The Knight Riders had that big magical over right after the power play. Players are also just going to have a bit of a drink. It's scorching hot today. As we mentioned, we expect temperatures to go up to 39 degrees Celsius later today. It's a baking hot, tough conditions to play in. Let's see who they're gonna introduce right after this power play. It's gonna be Hassan coming in to bowl this first over after the power play. Rakib Hassan, we haven't seen him bowl before on the European Cricket Network, so that's gonna be an introduction for us to this young cricketer. Let's see how he fares. What a hit, incredible hit. It's a rough introduction. It's a baptism by fire to start off for Rakib Hassan. Yeah, it's a short one. It's not the best delivery. And it gets blasted away. It's actually just his 4th over on the European Cricket Network. He bowled once to the British forces of Cyprus and had 1.2 overs in another match of group play. Oh, this is not the best delivery, straying onto the pads. And this is the thing, that when you're defending a low target, 1 over can completely change the complexion of the game. Starts off with a 6, strays onto Ahmed's pads. He hits it away for a 4. And it's just looking like it's Ahmed's day, isn't it? Especially with all the chances that have gone down. Is he going to punish them the same way he punished Sher Punjab? Oh, what a hit. And it's taken. Well, they hold on to one at last year, the Knight Riders. And that one was struck so firmly, it was going straight to that fielder at square leg at the rate of knots. And he's actually put himself in a great position there to take it. It was not an easy catch. That's because of how hard it was struck. And wow, well held on to. Really, really well held on to. And another wicket falls. This is the important one as well of Ahmed. Saeed Shuvo out in the deep. He was the one who took that catch, brilliantly taken. So a nice little recovery for Hassan. He'll be feeling a lot better about himself. That could easily have been 3 consecutive boundaries considering the quality of that 3rd ball, but instead he picks up a wicket. Nicely played away by Abbas. Really good stroke. And they'll settle for the single over here. Gets off the mark with a nice looking shot. Just used the pace of the ball, ran it down towards 3rd man. And he gets the single. And there's going to be another shout for catch it, but it's going to land safely at mid-on. Just a single. Oh, that is thwacked. Absolutely hammered. And you can just see the fielder. He wasn't quite sure what it was. He was trying to use his legs in the end to prevent that from going over the boundary rope. And away it goes for a 4. End of the over. It was a little bit expensive for the Cyprus Knight Riders, but they do get that important wicket of Zishan Ahmed, which is certainly worth its weight in gold. You can just see how that run rate spikes up in that over. It was a little bit expensive, I have to say. The bowling was a tad bit wayward. Now Markor needs to go at exactly 12 and over from here on out to win this one. Oh, he's cleaned them up. He's cleaned them up. Great bowling here by Russell. Full and straight at the stumps. Khalid misses. He hits. And Khalid, who of course batted superbly at the end against Sher Punjab, will not be able to replicate his heroics here. Great ball. Terrific delivery. Completely misses that one, Khalid, and he has to depart. Another wicket falls here. They're now 41 for 3. Now Kamar coming in at 5. We saw him have a few issues with his batting. In that previous game, some of his decision-making wasn't always the best. And now that he's got to come here and help his side in a very, very tough spot. Well, there was clearly a lot of bat on that, so it was an extremely optimistic appeal. You could just hear those massive screams that it's out, it's out. You can see that it's clearly come off the bat in any way, even if there wasn't any bat on it. It was never going to be LBW just because of how far it's pitching outside the leg stump. Oh, another good ball. I like this length by Russell. Great length. Aiming for that leg stump Yorker. Oh, this is a good shot, you have to say. It's a really good shot. He's dug out that Yorker well, and he's just played it towards mid-off for a single. I like this by Russell. You know, Russell, he's hitting these Yorkers with great consistency. That's something which a lot of bowlers really, really struggle to do, especially at this level. Oh, it's full toss. Commentator's curse strikes. One slips out of his hand, and it goes away for a 4. Just gets a little bit of bat on it, Kamar, and off it goes. That looks okay to me, but we'll have another look at it to confirm. But I think that one should be fine. I don't really think that's a no-y. We'll just slow this down for you nicely, right on the point of impact. And for me, I think that's gonna go down. I don't think that's gonna be a no ball, but what do you guys think at home? Of course, you can always chime in with your views in the chat. Well, the umpires clearly disagree with me, so I don't know what I'm talking about. And that's been given a no ball, so it's going to be a free hit. Yeah, that was a tight call, you have to say. But they get that free hit. Yeah, they really needed this one, Markor. Big break for them. This could really spoil the over for Russell. Struck out towards long on. They're not going to be able to capitalize on the free hit, just a single from it. Yeah, that's the thing with cricket. You know, you can really just spoil the whole over with just one delivery. I think Russell was hitting these Yorkers with such great consistency throughout the over. Lets one slip, goes away for a 4, and it's a free hit. Oh, that goes away. That goes away for a boundary and goes straight to the scorer's table. That will wake them up. I think it has hit an ice box or something along the way. I certainly think it's hit something. You can see he's just missed that Yorker by a little bit. He's going for that leg stem Yorker again. Turns into a low full toss. And yeah, I think it just smacked that little black case they have right on the full. As we, of course, come to the end of this 5th over. We are halfway through this innings. And it's a good chance to welcome you into our commentary position. I'm Nish J. Pot, and I'll be taking you through all the action here in Cyprus over the next 4 days. Solo Rico Full, currently on his way back to Spain. Of course, hope he gets a nice rest. He's been on the tour for quite a while. We'll see him again the following Thursday when he'll be back to cover the remainder of this wonderful fortnight of cricket in Cyprus. Of course, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, will be heading over to Cyprus next Monday. Should be a real pleasure to commentate alongside him when we get that opportunity. Coming back to this match, though, I think we've had a really exciting game over here. Markor just hanging around quite well. Gotta say, though, the Cyprus Knights, this was a well below par target. Let's be honest with ourselves. 113 runs is a lot lower than what we typically see here in Cyprus. But they've just done a great job of picking up regular wickets, creating opportunities, and they put Markor in a tough spot. But this is kind of what Markor did in that previous game as well. They just hung around, and then they won it right at the end. And that's the thing about this Markor team. I think they're often underestimated, aren't they? You know, but they're just a team who find a way to win. That's what I've noticed about them. You know, this is the second ECS I'm covering them. And of course, a little bit of what they did last time they were out here. This one is gone away for a 6. And this is smacked away for a 6. A great shot over backward point. Even in the last ECS we had here in Cyprus, we saw Markor, they struggled a little bit in the group stages, but then they got on a roll right at the end when it mattered the most, made their way to the semifinal, and then fell short over there. So there is something clutch about this team. They have a bit of a clutch gene. That's what I would say. It's wide. This is knocked away for a single. That required now. You can just see once again, it's hovering around 12, isn't it? There. That's what Markor have done really well, is they've not let this required run rate get out of control despite losing some of these key batters at the top of their order. That's the case of how deep can Abbas and Kamar take this. That's given wide there by the umpire. Easy decision for the umpire. Stretch his arms out. Of course, the umpire currently behind the stumps is Munibur Rahman. He got such a Thurunga out at square leg. Abdul Rahman is our third umpire. Oh, this is struck very firmly, and that is going to clear the fielder out at the boundary. It's another 6, and they just keep hitting these timely boundaries, Markor. And you got to credit their batting. I think, this is the big difference between the way Markor batted and Knight Riders. I think the Knight Riders, we discussed quite a bit about the number of dot balls they had in their innings. I think I didn't really have a chance to, of course, calculate it live on air, but I believe it was somewhere around that 37-38% range. The amount of dot balls they had. This one's an inside edge. Straight to the fielder at fine leg, and, well, there really isn't a single on there. I think maybe a little bit greedy if they went trying to pinch a single over there. Gets his bat back down in time. There's no problem with that. Come to the end of the 6th over. 46 runs needed off the last 4 overs. And once again, Markor get just the amount of runs they need from that over. But yeah, just going back to the point, I think Markor have probably hit just as many boundaries as the Cyprus Knights, but what Markor are doing is they're also rotating the strike. They're getting singles. Cyprus Knights, though, they just played so many dot balls. Really, for them, it was like, if it wasn't disappearing, it was probably going to be a dot ball. Yeah, it's been called over. I think there's a little bit of confusion there between the umpires and the bowlers. But yeah, we're at the end of the 6th over. Not sure they fully realize that. Yeah, as we mentioned, of course, 46 runs needed of these last 4 overs. Looks like we're going to get another great finish here. We've been treated to a number of terrific finishes these last 2 or 3 days. I think a lot of these teams we've seen lately are very evenly matched. There's such fine margins deciding the outcomes of these games. Of course, after Markor and Cyprus Knights are done, we've got one more game of Group B action involving Sher Punjab. Then we'll play a couple of Group A matches. We'll have our curtain closers for Group A. And then from tomorrow onwards, it'll be all Group B matches until Elimination Day on the 13th of June. Jawal Mia bowling the 7th over. Bit of a bottom edge. Just tells him to calm down and not go for the throw. That's certainly a good call. It's his first ever ECS over for Joel Mia. This one is going to go for 6, and he gets pumped for 6 for the first time on the European Cricket Network. So that's how it feels getting hit on live TV for a 6, Joel. Goes a bit short, hammered away. Terrific strike. Kumar hits another big one. I think this is what they've done so well, isn't it? They've just sprinkled in these boundaries throughout their innings to just keep them within touch of this required rate once again. And look at how that required is starting to dip a little bit now. It was obviously up to 13.5 at one stage, but now under 11. This looks like it might go for a 4 as well. It was always going to take some really sensational fielding to stop that one. It beats Faizan Shafi out in the deep. He tries to get a hand to it, but there's no way he can stop that one. 4 more runs. Markor now need just 36 of 21. And at one stage, the Knight Riders were well ahead in this game. But now Markor, well, almost 70% favorites. Oh, and a little bit of good fortune as well. That's not going to help the Knight Riders. Takes a little bottom edge, and it goes through for a 4. Oh, that is very, very unlucky. If you are one of the Knight Riders faithful watching this game, let's have another look at this. Just see, going for the horizontal bat stroke, wants to clobber it towards mid-wicket. And just takes that little bottom edge, goes past the keeper, goes away for 4. Required now at under 9 and over. Yeah, this could be the over that really just takes the game away from this Knight Riders side. We've seen 14 runs off it already. Still got a couple more balls to come. And just see there's a lot of intense debate between some of the fielders. I think you have to go with Jaman for the next over. It has to be Jaman or Anwar Hussain. I think this partnership is just ballooned out of control right now. You need to get your 2 strike bowlers in to somehow try to salvage this situation. Just starting to get out of control now. That's a good ball there. Much better ball by Joel Mia. That's where he needs to be. That's the kind of length you need to be bowling at. Again, we talk about how the length sometimes is even more important than the line. At this level of cricket, I think you can just get that Yorker length on a fairly consistent basis. No matter what the line is, they're just near impossible to get away. And this is just a gorgeous shot. It's beautifully placed by Abbas. Now, we've seen some terrific power hits throughout this series, but I just love to see a good old-fashioned cover drive. It's more on the back foot rather than a traditional drive. And it goes away for a 4. Beautiful shot. Deserves a few extra runs for aesthetic points. Always looks wonderful when it's a left-hander striking it that way as well. Here's the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match between the Knight Riders and the Sher Punjab side. Of course, Sher Punjab will play their second match, I should say, of the day against the Knight Riders. They'll be licking their wounds after that tough defeat where they'll rue all the opportunities they put down against Markor. I think you can expect a fiery response to them. Let's see if they shuffle their batting lineup a little bit as well. Maybe push Resham Singh up the top of the order. And Pritish Deol as well. I'd like to see him right up there as well. I think he's proven his credentials at this level with all the success he enjoyed. And he was with MDOC. So 27 runs here needed from the last 3 overs. That one is going to be a wide. That's a couple of wides to start off. Not the start you needed. I think it's a good move to bring Jaman back in, but just needs a better execution, doesn't he? Wouldn't even be a bad idea for him to go around the wicket to the left-hander, and I think that's exactly what he's doing now. Yeah, we do know he bowls quite well around the wicket. Be a better ploy against the left-handed batter. That's a much better ball. Just going to be a single there. Brings Abbas on strike. This classy left-handed partnership has just brought Markor within touching distance of a victory. Do they have what it takes to just see their side over the finishing line? Jaman might have some other ideas. Oh, it struck really firmly towards fielder out in the deep. That's Chamikumara. He's done a good job of holding on to that one. This one's it's a valuable dot ball, a precious dot ball. Need a lot more of these Cyprus Knight Riders. I think what Markor have done so well is they've just hit timely boundaries throughout their innings. Are they going to find one here? And it's given one for the over by the umpire. Let's have a look at this. Well, he's outside his crease, and you just wonder if he was back in his crease without have maybe gone over his head, but one for the over given by the umpire. No, great ball there. You can just see he took some pace off that ball. That big grunt as well, I think, with Jaman. Whenever he grunts like that, you know the slower ball is coming. I think we see a lot of bowlers who just scream that much louder when they're about to bowl the slower one. It's been a great comeback by Jaman after starting the over with a couple of wides. Going around the wicket really helped him a lot. And yeah, just mentioned right at the start of the over where I thought that he would be better served. He went around the wicket. The umpire just having a word with him. So, wow, this is interesting. He's changing the angle now. He did so well going around the wicket, and now he's going to go over. And oh dear, why did he do that? Why did he do that? He was bowling so well around the wicket. It's the old thing, don't fix what isn't broken. That one has gone away for a four. Was that the umpire or something who told him that? He did have a bit of a discussion with the umpire before that, and yeah, I'm just a little bit baffled why he decided to go over the wicket. Two overs to go. This is yet another game that's come down to the wire. 19 runs needed of these last couple of overs. You'd still fancy Markor to do it from here, but you never know. We've seen stranger things before on the European Cricket Network. This is an interesting move, so they're going to give Prarthana his first over. Personally, I'd say the skipper, Hossain, should come into bowl this over. The 9th over is the most important over. You need to take this game into the final over for the batting side to have just that extra bit of tension. For me, it should have been Hossain. Maybe they're just looking at the clock and they don't believe he can finish his over in 4 minutes. I mean, he is a quicker bowler. This one is up in the air, catching opportunity, and it's gone for 6. Well, right in front of the commentary position, goes for the big hit, and they keep hitting these timely boundaries, don't they? This Markor Cricket Club. Well, even if he was all the way back, I think that would have gone beyond him. Yeah, just probably needed to grow a few inches taller to have a chance at that one. Just above run and ball now for Markor. Edged and taken. Really good catch. That's the end for Abbas. Coming out to bat, we saw he had a few issues in the previous innings, although he did manage to strike the winning runs in the end. Is he going to do the same in this match as well? 10 balls left. Up in the air. This could be another catching chance. Is it going to go the distance? It does go the distance. He just so effortlessly strokes that away for a 6. Just have a look at this shot. Look at how gently he just strikes the ball. And it wasn't even like middle. I think the sound coming out of the bat was not the nicest sound. And it somehow goes the distance for a 6, and now Markor just needs 7 runs of 9 balls to take this one. I think they'll knock away these runs. It's going to be quite a chase here for the fielder, but it's going to be a chase in vain. As Fortune's looking down very kindly today on Hamza. That goes away for a 4, and once again, Hamza has the chance to stroke away the winning runs for his side. They're 1 shot away from winning this one, Markor, and making it 2 wins in 2. That's a dot ball. It's a good start for this Markor team, of course. As we mentioned last time around, they just struggled a little bit in the group stages. They went 3-5 in the 8 games they played. Although they did pick up some crucial bonus points along the way that just helped them get past the Nicosia Tigers. There's another one that beats the bat, so it will go down to a final over. Yeah, another match that comes down to a final over, but you'd expect Markor to take it from here. Nowhere near that ball. I think this is where you need to be bowling to a lot of the batters in this series. I think some of them just don't have that ability to play shots through the offside. Here's a look at the bowling cart. Looks like Anwar Hussain, the captain, is going to come to bowl this final over, but this is where I'd like to have seen him bowl that penultimate over. You know, if he just brought this game to a final over, maybe the few more runs required, just that tension might have got to Markor. You know, we did see them crumble a little bit under the pressure in that previous match when they needed 3 runs of 4 balls and they made a real meal out of it. Personally, for me, I think you got 2 overs left in the game. A really dramatic finish. Your best bowler still has an over. Got to go for him in that penultimate over. Just not enough runs here for Hussain to defend them. I have to say, though, they put on a good show here for their first ever match, the Knight Riders. A few things they can iron out. I think a few things they might need to figure out in terms of their batting. But their bowling has certainly been on the money. It's been terrific. Oh, that's going to be a misfield. And what an unfortunate way to end the game. Faizan Shafi looked to attack that ball, but in the end, doesn't take the catch. Isn't able to stop the boundary. And Markor win this one. Yet again, a terrific chase for them. Very entertaining match. And yeah, it does take a pretty nasty bounce for him, a Tortuga bounce. That doesn't help. And Markor leave the pitch, having picked up another victory. It's 2 wins in 2 to start off their campaign, aside who won just 3 of their 8 games in the last group stages they were involved in back in January. Start off with 2 wins on the bounce. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our 3rd match of the day between the Knight Riders and Sher Punjab. Of course, this Punjab side will still be licking their wounds after a tough defeat at the hands of Markor earlier today when they lost on the last ball in a dramatic finish. And the Knight Riders, well, they slumped to defeat as well in their first ever ECS game. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was certainly a very entertaining one, and it was one where the Knight Riders gave Markor a really, really tough task and did a terrific job of trying to defend what, in all honesty, is a well below par target. There were chances aplenty for the Knight Riders, and you gotta say, Zishan Ahmed today, how many rabbits' feet he kissed before coming here. He was a really lucky man. He had 6 catches put down across the 2 matches he played in. And, this would, of course, be the dismissal of Shah Khalid. Khalid made 20 of 9 in the previous match, but this time around, just 11 of 7. saw some good shots, particularly this partnership between Abbas and Kamar was so useful, wasn't it? A 59-run partnership between the two of them that just brought Markor to the precipice of victory. Of course, they wouldn't be there to score the winning runs, but they certainly put their team in a very good position to get them. And I could just see some of these near misses out of the boundary row. That one was never really going to be caught. That was the end of Abbas Prathana getting that wicket, and a good catch there by Russell. But then you got to say full credit to Hamza. He came out, struck a couple of boundaries, just eased all the tension that might have still been there in the Markor camp. And in the end, Markor would take this one. It would be a misfield that would have determined this match in the end, but they only needed 3 runs of that final over. Have a quick look at the scorecard for Markor. Of course, the top scorer was Mohammad Kamar. He struck 36 runs of 18 deliveries, had a 59-run partnership, as we mentioned, with Wasim Abbas. A few contributions from that top order, but no one was quite able to convert their starts into big innings. And then Rana Hamza striking those 2 boundaries right at the end to just help his side get over the finishing line. We'll have a look at this bowling card too for the Cyprus Knight Riders. In all honesty, it was a great performance by them. You know, full credit to them for keeping extras to a minimum as well. Just 6 runs of extras. Iftikhar Jaman was terrific, giving up just 16 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. Unfortunately for the Knight Riders, they just didn't have enough runs on the board, and they'll also rue some of the chances they put down in the field. Markor take this one and make it 2 wins in 2. They beat the Knight Riders by 6 wickets. Join us again in just about 19 minutes time when the Cyprus Knight Riders will be taking on Sher Punjab.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
What a terrific morning of cricket we have had so far here in Cyprus. And it continues. It's match 3 of 5. Let's head over to the coin toss to see who won it. Thank you very much to match referee Nilkesh Patel for that update. So this should be another very exciting match, of course. Two quality teams going at it. We saw the Knight Riders give Markor a real run for their money. And Sher Punjab will be looking to bounce back after what was a tough loss. Here's a look at the fancy dashboard. Of course, Sher Punjab won the toss and elected to bowl first. Let's see how Sher Punjab fare with the ball in hand here. I think they certainly showed some quality. I think there might just be a couple of things they'll need to tweak here and there with their bowling. But for me, the main concern for them will be their fielding. They put down so many catches in that match and made a couple of errors in key moments with their ground fielding as well. But it all comes down to their catching. If they take catches, they will certainly win a lot of matches during this ECS. Here's a look at the win predictor. Sher Punjab fancied as 65% favorites heading into this game against the Cyprus Knight Riders. I would say both these teams have played out very close games against the prior opposition, which was Markor. Of course, Sher Punjab's game being the most dramatic of the two when they took it down to literally the last ball. 3 runs needed to win for Markor, and Markor pulled it out. Amazing, amazing stuff.
We're about to get underway over here. Another exciting match on the cards. Still got 3 more games of cricket today on this terrific Thursday. Hot. It's really hot. I think that's something we keep reiterating. I think mentioned a number of times sweltering heat here at the ground. Tough conditions for the players, so full credit to them for slogging it out. There we go. Rajwinder Brar running in for the first ball. Played out towards the mid-wicket. Is he going to get there in time to cut it out? No, he isn't. Just couldn't get down in time there, Paramjit Devgan. He just needed to get down a lot quicker to try to stop that ball for going away for a 4. Let's watch this one. Oh, yeah, it just can't get down quick enough. And that goes past him for a boundary. Well, I can see Nick and SF Sohag have been very busy in the chat. I can see you guys doing a fine job moderating the chat. This one's up in the air, and it's taken. Really well taken. Well, he let one slip past him earlier for a 4. Makes no mistake this time around. Holds on to the catch. A very safe pair of hands. And Rajwinder Brar picks up a wicket once again in the first over. Up it goes. And well held on to. There it is. First wicket falls. And the Knight Riders are 4 for 1. And it looks like it's going to be Jaman coming in at number 3. I like this move. I think last time they probably just held him back way too late. Yeah, I like this, putting him in right up there at number 3. I think a bit surprised, though, Sarkar is not up there opening the batting, considering he was their top scorer in the last match, made a terrific half-century. Going to see Kumara coming in to face this ball. Of course, Kumara and Jaman are the 2 most experienced players in this Knight Riders team. A wealth of experience. The only players who've played any ECS cricket before this year. So Jaman, very famous for the time he spent with the Nicosia Tigers. Kumara, a couple different clubs. They've both seen plenty of ECS action. So you just expect that most of the team would just lean on them for a little bit of support, a little bit of advice. Oh, firmly struck, really well struck. That goes well clear of the boundary rope for a 6. That's an outstanding shot. And yep, that's probably how they should be bowling and batting. And oh, well. That just knocked him under. Straight down the ground, goes for 6 again. Back-to-back 6s for Iftikhar Jaman, and this is why I was calling for him to bat right up the order in the previous match. It just baffled me to see him coming all the way down in that lower middle order. This is why Jaman needs to be right up there. Experienced campaigner, terrific batter, hits a couple of 6s, and 18 runs come off that first over. Now I could just see some of the comments in the chat. Of course, Surajit Shreed commenting on the terrific fielding, the great catch that was taken earlier by Dave Gunn. Certainly was. I think he made that one look a lot easier than it really was. In comes Dave Gunn after taking a catch. Starts off with a dot ball. I was really impressed by the way he was bowling. I think he just had a few issues with his extras and was probably sending a few too many down the leg side, but I think he bowled terrific lines and lengths. He bowled with good pace as well. Struck firmly towards mid-on, and he's going to have a shy at the stumps, but I think Jaman's made it back in time. We'll have a look to confirm. It's a terrific direct hit. Does he make it back in time? Ooh, is that back grounded? I think he's safe. I think he's safe. Yeah, it looks like the umpire agrees. Yeah, it was very good by Jaman to just sprint back, put in the dive as well. Great ball there. Took some pace off that one, Dave Gunn. It's a slower delivery. You can just see. And he gets the old split finger action over there. That's again the key here in T10 cricket. It's all about just mixing up these deliveries. And where is this going to go? Straight to the fielder at mid-off. And Kumara, well, it's not been a good start for him to this ECS. I think Kumara doesn't quite believe he's taken the catch just yet, but we'll have a look at it to confirm. Certainly from the naked eye, and based on the rest of the team's reaction, it looks like he has taken the catch. Because Kumara was just was a little bit hesitant to walk away after this one. Let's take a look at this and confirm. I think he's taken this one cleanly. And that replay pretty much confirms it for me. I think that's a terrific catch. Another great bit of fielding. And after having a really, really sorry time taking catches in the opening match of the day, Sher Punjab come out much better in this one. And I think this is the kind of ruthlessness we expected from them after letting a match slip away from them. And here comes Sarkar. Made a brilliant half-century to give his side a chance at posting a respectable total in their previous outing. Now, he comes in with his side on the spotted baller, 18 for 2. Nice ball. This is good pace by Dave Gunn. Really good pace. You can see someone just sprinted all the way across towards the leg slip to give him a pat on the back. That's the fielder at deep third. So, you know, we're talking about the sweltering heat and not wanting to run any more than they need to. Resham Singh just charged from deep third man out towards the leg slip to just congratulate him for that nice bit of fielding. As well, congratulate Sarkar too. That's a terrific shot. Goes for a 6. Sarkar is so good at this though because he's got such a quick bottom hand. He's got that whip-like action. I think the Sarkar, the way he got a ball is on a good length outside the off stump. Everything just needs to be wide to him. As we've seen, it's only really one shot he's trying to play, which is a sort of a horizontal bat thwack towards mid-wicket. And if you could just keep it outside the off stump, you can really rack up the dot balls. Just had a look at the standings of Group B there. Of course, Markor starting off with 2 wins in their first 2 games. Both these sides were handed defeats by Markor. Down the leg side, and definitely not. I've got still a few Markor players. I'd say about 2-3 players are just still hanging around watching this game. think I just want to get enjoy some of this cricketing action over here as well. Just most of the team, of course, is understandably so, made their way back home after a very tiring day. Just got a couple of players here hanging around, having a chat out of the stands. This one is played away for a single. And it'll certainly be interesting for them to watch how two of their previous opponents fare against one another. Yeah, that's really where you need to be bowling to Sarkar. Good ball by Brar. Just keep it nice and wide. He's been very unwilling to open up that offside, so just let him chew up a lot of dot balls. I think that's what he was most guilty of in his previous innings. He made some good runs, but just played out way too many dot balls. Was extremely reliant on just hitting the odd boundary to get that strike rate of 180. This is struck straight at the fielder. He's going to get a single here, Sarkar. Direct hit won't matter. 2 balls to come in this over and 2 balls left in the power play. So far been a pretty decent power play for Sher Punjab. They've kept the opposition under 10 and over, which is always a huge win if you're a bowling side. They've also picked up a couple of wickets. Can they make it even better by getting rid of this man, Jaman? One bounce over the rope for 4. Just misses the Yorker there. Rajwinder Brar turned into a low full toss. And this is not an easy shot to play. I've seen a lot of batters struggle against a low full toss. The low full toss is often harder to play than the over-pitched ball. But Jaman makes no mistake there and smacks it away. Up in the air, and is this going to clear the rope? It certainly will. 6 more runs. And that is an outstanding hit by Jaman. And we were just talking about how this power play had gone really well for Sher Punjab, and it takes just 2 shots. You might as well put that down as a commentator's curse, you know. And 10 runs to end the power play, a 6 and a 4. And they find themselves going at 12 and over. You'd still just give that power play to Sher Punjab. I certainly would. I think 12 and over is slightly under par for the power play. And, of course, they got those 2 important wickets. Wow, Iftikhar Jaman, if he can get going here, sky's the limit for the Cyprus Knight Riders. We'll have a quick drinks break here. Take on some important fluids. It's a really, really hot day, as we've mentioned on numerous occasions. Temperatures expected to go up to 39 degrees Celsius later this afternoon. Neeraj Tiwari bowling the first over after the power play. This seems to be a role that they have provided him in this team. I like that. Introduced a spinner right after the power play with some more protection out in the deep. Oh, this is just drilled down the ground. Fantastic shot. I think Tiwari has to be very brave, sticking his foot out for that. All along the carpet. And it goes away for a 4. Smacks it right on the full. And you gotta say, that is a terrific shot. Where has this one gone? This is a huge hit. Massive, massive six, which ends up in that football field. Well, we know Sarkar loves his big shots towards mid-wicket. And it's an enormous six, and now Tivari, he bowled superbly at the end of the power play during that previous match, but this time around, well, it's a rough start to his over. 2 boundaries to start things off. Childs to catch it, but it's going to land safely before going to the fielder. And it's just going to be a single. A low full toss, struck firmly towards cover and goes away for a boundary. Just does so well here, doesn't he? Just takes a couple of paces forward, turns it into a low full toss, and he smacks that one away for a 4. Oh, and look at this one. This is just absolutely big. Massive, massive shot. And he isn't even fully in control of this. That's the incredible thing, isn't he? He's desperately trying to reach out at it, and he's somehow elevated away for 6. The amount of power Jaman has is just truly, truly incredible. What a fantastic hitter. And as we come to the end of the 4th over, that over goes magical. 21 off it. And the Knight Riders are here comes Resham Singh. What a great story he has been, of course. Came back to the European Cricket Series after being away for 3 years back in January. And he struck just his 2nd career 50 in the previous match. Batted superbly and has improved so much as a player. You can just see the large range of shots he has added to his arsenal, and it was a real joy to watch him bat. In the previous match, it's a slower ball. It's dug out very well, and Pritesh Deol, who normally wicket-keeper M-Docs, is in the outfield here for Sher Punjab. So this is a good shot by Sarkar. Very good shot. Waits on the ball and then hits it towards that wide long off region. In the air, and it's a 6. That one has gone the distance as well. An enormous hit. Very, very good shot. Goes over square leg. Yeah, Sarkar once again playing a terrific innings here alongside Iftikhar Jaman. I think we really wanted to see these two batting together in that previous match, didn't we? Oh, this is another great shot. Looks like it's going to go over 4, but it's a terrific bit of fielding there by Dale. Dale's covered some ground really, really quickly. He was at wide long off, and he somehow managed to make his way towards deep cover. Just sprints across. That looked destined to go for 4. And in the end, just because he read it so well, managed to get to it, and he saves a 4. Outstanding bit of work. Goes for the slower ball again, Resham Singh. And it's going to be a single. 12 runs off this over so far. Still got a ball to come. Last ball before the halfway stage of the innings. Low full toss. Out towards the fielder, long on. And they'll come across for a single, a pretty easy one. Knight Riders are 70 for 2 halfway through the innings. This is a good chance, of course, for us to discuss the European Cricket Championship that'll be kicking off on the 23rd of September. We start off this year with a Challenger Division. That's a big change that we've had this year in the ECC, is that there's a Challenger Division and a Premier Division. Of course, the host nation, Cyprus, is in Group 2 alongside Luxembourg, Czechia, Greece, and Serbia. And then the very best in Europe, they'll be competing in the Premier Division. Of course, the England 11, by virtue of winning last year's championship, have advanced straight to championship week. Any group in particular any of you are looking out for in either division? Do tell us in the chat. We love to, of course, hear from all of you. For me, of course, obviously got a big interest in Group 2 in that Challenger Division because Cyprus are there. Group A, though, in that Premier Division. Wow. That looks like such a terrific group. There are going to be so many great matchups over there. This one could be a no ball. The umpire is going to confirm that. So a free hit coming up here for the danger man, Iftikhar Jaman. Just slipping out of Singh's hands. You can just see he's stretching a little bit. Wasn't quite loose enough. And yeah, just one is a rank full toss. Huge six. This ball has got wings on it. And it's gone the distance. That's another six for Iftikhar Jaman, capitalizing on the free hit. And this is the Jaman we saw for so many years with the Nicosia Tigers. Power hitter, a great hitter. 9 runs away from a half century. Slower ball there by Singh. Takes a little bit of pace off that one. And it's just going to be a single. Right down the ground, pierces the gap. Brilliant placement. He's struck that straight down the ground, hasn't he? There was no way, long off or long on, we're going to get to that. Straight as a whistle. Away it goes for a 4. Yeah, this partnership just ballooning out of control now for Sher Punjab. Sneaks in a dot ball there. Oh, what a hit. What an incredible hit by Sarkar. Continuing where he left off in that previous innings where he made 60-plus runs. This is just an outstanding stroke. It is well, silkier than a tailor's finest suit. Incredible shot. Now Sarkar as well moves into the 40s. Oh, he somehow reaches out to that one. And this one has traveled a long way too. It's deposited into the olive groves. And what a bludgeoning we're witnessing these last 3 overs. This Sukhjinder Singh over goes for 25. It's another magical over. And we've seen 2 magical ones these last 3. This is an incredible partnership between Jaman and Sarkar. They've come in during a situation where their side was in a lot of trouble. And they've just helped turn things around and put their team in front. And right now, you have to say, the Knight Riders, they're in the driving seat. They'll be the happier of the 2 teams. 59 runs of these last 3 overs. And boy, has this game turned on its head. All the pressure now on Sher Punjab to try to get rid of one of these 2. Didn't quite know where that one was going. Jamani was trying to smack that one away towards midway. It catches the outside edge. And goes straight to the fielder at point. A 77-run partnership so far for these 2. That's a good comeback. That is a really, really good comeback. Oh, well, going down the leg side for a wide. Oh, they're going to scamper across here for a quick single. Great, great work. Great awareness between these two. They're so in sync. On the same wavelength. They just sprint across really, really quickly. And look at that one by Iftikhar Jaman. That was very smart by him. He saw the opportunity. He was out of the gates. Like a well-bred stallion. 3 balls left in this over. He's looking for the wide there, but I don't really think he has much of a case. Yeah, there's certainly not one there. That one's also under shoulder height, so good call by the umpire. Look at that partnership right now, 80 of 32 deliveries. Just to think about the situation the Knight Riders found themselves in right at the start of this innings. This has been a remarkable recovery. For me, these two really should be opening the batting for Sher Punjab. Beg your pardon, the Knight Riders. You know, maybe you could still consider Kumara being there, and maybe one of these two could go to number 3. But you've got to have the two of them right at the top of the order, facing as many balls as possible. In particular, Jaman, who has such an accomplished ECS career. Seen a couple of dot balls snuck in there by Dave Gunn. Good bowling by Dave Gunn. I think I've been very impressed by the way he's bowled through his first couple of appearances. A chance to have a bit of a drinks break for both sets of players. Here's a look at the calendar for this year's ECS, and well, we'll have the great privilege of bringing you some terrific action from here in Cyprus over the next couple of weeks. But right after we're done, we'll be heading over to Czechia, a budding European cricket powerhouse, and then we'll be moving eastwards in Europe for some terrific series in Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria. What a outstanding calendar of cricket over there. You can see some great places we're going to be going to over the year. And I'm looking forward to all the thrill and excitement these series are going to provide us. Any particular series anyone in the chat really enjoys? Feel free to give us your thoughts. Any series you're most looking forward to witnessing. There's Resham Singh coming in to bowl the 8th over. Two runs away from his second half century of the day, Sarkar. What a terrific start it would be to his ECS if he can kick it off with a couple of 50s. Oh, this is wayward delivery. This is a shocker. This is an absolute howler. Slips out of his hands. It's a bye. It's 4 runs. It's a minimo. And it's going to be a free hit. Yeah, just look at that. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. It's going to be the one for the over as well. Another one of those. He's going to be in serious trouble here, Resham Singh. Free hit for Sarkar. Can he get his 50? And a wild swing and a miss. And you can just see he raised his hand in acknowledgement to Iftikhar Jaman. But I think that's where he really needs to be bowling to Sarkar. That's the kind of line and length. Nice and wide on a good length. And he usually struggles to play it. He just steps across. I think he can just sense that that's where the opposition is targeting. Resham Singh was going for the wide Yorker, but ends up missing quite badly. Oh, this is up. It's gone up in the air. Hasn't got a hold of it. And the catch has been dropped. The catch has been dropped. Oh, and Resham Singh executed the plan. As you mentioned, the plan was to bowl wide. It just goes right through the hands. Goes right through the hands. Can't even say he's butterfingers there because he hasn't managed to even get a hand to it. Fluffs his line there, fielder. It's been some good bowling by Resham Singh since that delivery was slipped out of his hand to go away for a minimum. He's come back well, bowling quite smart. Sees Iftikhar Jaman advancing down the wicket and pushes one wide as well. Oh, this is nicely played, but Pritish Dale is out in the deep to get that one, and it's just going to be a single. You can see clear plan here just to pull this nice and wide and not let either of these players strike it towards their preferred mid-wicket / long on boundary. And he does find a way to strike it towards mid-wicket. And Sarkar brings up his half century with a 6. It's back-to-back 50s for him to start off his European Cricket Series. What an incredible start for him. And such a powerful player. He's really excelled with that big slog towards mid-wicket. And he really is having a great opening day in this series. Oh, low full toss. He's always going to smack that one away. That is right in the wheelhouse for Sarkar. That's exactly where he loves it. And it gets the punishment. It gets the treatment. He moves on to 61. And they're in all sorts of trouble here. All sorts of trouble. Look at that expected score now, 145. This partnership is ballooning up. It's now officially reached the 100-run partnership with that last 6. And we'll just take a look at this graph. Yep, this is absolutely incredible. Pushed away towards cover for a single. Shot out towards mid-wicket, and it's just a single. Now the Iftikhar Jaman, he's 5 runs away from a half century. Oh, that's a great ball. Terrific ball by Verma. That's just a whisker away from the stumps. The stumps probably felt the breeze of that ball. Very close. Really, really close. They're just playing down the wrong line over there, Iftikhar Jaman. Yeah, good bowling here so far by Verma. 4 balls in. And a good job. You can see the expected score just dip down a little bit. Outside edge. Oh, and he's just put his body on the line there to try to stop that from going for a 4. But, well, despite that good effort by Paramjit Devgan, he can't stop it from going for a 4. He's got a nice safe pair of hands, Devgan. He's a good catcher. But, well, he's not always the best at getting down at these ones, is he? We saw him let one slip past him earlier. And this time around, they just, well, I don't want to say hide, but they stick him at fly slip. And it still gets away from him. A good ball there to end the over for Varma. So Varma had some really good bowling in that over. Was, in the end, a little bit unlucky that even went for 7 runs. Should have been a lot less. The Cyprus Knight Riders are 125 for 2 heading into the final over. Now it's going to be interesting to see who's going to bowl this final one. Of course, Varma has an over left, but he can't bowl the final over. And then he's still got Neeraj Tiwari and Singh, who we could go back to. That's Sukhjinder Singh. Tiwari, obviously, very experienced campaigner. Does he just go with him and say, you know what, forget about that one bad over you had. I'm sure you can rebound. It's always a risk to give the final over to an off spinner, isn't it? Always a little bit of a risk. Or is that just cliched cricket thinking? I mean, in all honesty, I think in T10 cricket, I don't think it makes too much of a difference because batters are looking to attack regardless of the situation in the game. This is played out towards long on. It's going to be a single. And what an incredible hit straight to the fielder, though. That looked like it was going to go for 6. But Sarkar has found Resham Singh. Now, let's just take a look at this. He just thought this was going for 6. This was right in the slot. This is exactly where he loves it. But Resham Singh is a tall man. A really tall man. I think it would have slipped past most fielders, but he makes no mistake. Snaffles that one. And he'll be gone. Oh, is there an edge there? There is. There most certainly is. And Shuvo is going to depart for a golden duck. And a nice ball there by Tiwari. That time around, he just goes for more of a medium pace ball. Goes a little bit quicker. The keeper standing further back. Pulls it a lot faster. Little edge. Goes through the keeper. Well taken. Pavandeep snaffles it. And he's now on a hat trick. So Neeraj Tiwari has a chance to etch his name into the Hall of Fame. Golden Derek comes strolling out in this heat. I'm sure he'll probably go rush by to the nearest pond. Don't think he wants to be out in this heat for too long. And here we go. Hat trick ball coming up. Jawal Mia is facing it. And it's going to be a dot ball. So it's been a good final over so far by Neeraj Tiwari. This is played out towards long on. It's going to be a single, so just 1 run there. And Tiwari's been bowling some really top stuff in this over. And this is why he goes back to, I mean, most bowlers go for 21 runs in their first over. They tend not to get a second one. Oh, going down the leg side most probably. Because of Neeraj Tiwari's resume, because of how well he has bowled throughout his career, he gets that second over. And boy, was it a terrific one. He was so economical. That one is going to be leg buys. Just 3 runs coming off that final over. Nice finish, you have to say, there by the Sher Punjab Cricket Club. Just 10 runs off the last 2 overs. And the Knight Riders will feel they've missed out on a big opportunity to potentially get to a 140-plus score. Here's a look at the highlights of this first innings. Saw some very nice hits early in this innings. And, of course, Jaman and his partner at the other end, Sarkar, were such a joy to watch. The two of them had a century partnership, pasting the bowlers all over the place. Sarkar made it 2 50s in a row to start off this European Cricket Series. He hit 10 boundaries during this inning, 61 of 27 balls. Iftikhar Jaman made 51 of 25. Unfortunately for him, he was stranded at the other end for much of the last couple of overs. He'll be a little bit disappointed he didn't get more of the strike and might have a word or two with some of his teammates. And there we go. Raises his bat in acknowledgement for making that 50. Well, Jaman, well, most of his shots weren't like that. Most of his shots were pretty clinical and dominant sixes. This is a good catch on the deep by Resham Singh to get rid of Sarkar. That one looked destined to go for a six because we just know he loves it in that area, doesn't he? Sarkar, and then Saeed Shuval would depart for a golden duck. And in the end, the Crusaders, well, I should say the Cyprus Knights, will make just 10 runs in the last couple of overs. Let's have a look at this scorecard for the Cyprus Knight Riders. Ryan Sarkar top scoring once again for the Knight Riders. It's a 250s in his first couple of games for Sarkar. Jaman making an excellent half century as well, 51 of 25. Outside of that, though, no real scores of note. Looking at the bowling figures, Paramjit Devgan with figures of 1 for 9. Obviously, the pick of the bowlers has been really impressive to start out this European Cricket Series. Vikram Verma came in to bowl that penultimate over and did an outstanding job, giving up just 7 runs. And Neeraj Tiwari, after going for 21 runs in his first over, gave up just 2 runs in a 3-run final over. So, the story of this match is that Sher Punjab need 129 runs in the second innings to pick up their first win of this European Cricket Series. Join us again in just about 5 minutes' time when we'll bring you the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. It's our third match of the day, and so far we've been treated to a couple of last over finishes. Are we going to have yet another thriller here in Ipsonas? Well, stick around and find out, because live action is just about to get underway. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. Of course, in order to acquire the bonus point, Sher Punjab will have to chase this target down in 7 overs or less, and if the Knight Riders can restrict them to 89 runs or under, they will be the ones leaving here with a bonus point. We've had a lot of close matches lately, so bonus points have not really been something we've been talking about much over these last couple of days. We're just moments away from the first ball. Let's see who they send out to open the batting here. Sher Punjab, I'd really love to see Lovedeep Sandhu and Prithaj Dale opening the batting. Or you could even go for someone like Resham Singh, who obviously batted terrifically in that previous game. Of course, he made 50 runs, just about 15 deliveries. It was an incredible display of power hitting. And we're just going to wait and see who is opening the batting. There we go. We're about to get set for this first ball. Looks like it's going to be Anwar Hussain bowling this first over. I like this move, where Hussain bowled terrifically in that previous match. I think Jamal and Hussain, this little spearhead opening the attack, would be really good for the Knight Riders. It's Pavandeep and Neeraj Tiwari, so they're sticking with the same opening partnership from the previous match. Neither of these batters were able to trouble the scores, though. Let's see if they can improve. Starts off with a dot ball. Great couple of deliveries to start off. The square leg umpire signals the one for the over. Yeah, nice brisk pace here by Hussain, bowling some good short stuff. And this is going to be given a wide. I'd like to see him go over the wicket, though, here. I would really love to see Hussain go over the wicket and try to attack those stumps, because when you're going around the wicket, you're taking LBW out of the equation. And I'd like to just see him go over the wicket and really look to attack those stumps, try to get rid of Pavandeep. He's on the duck, keep in mind, so he'll certainly be playing on his mind, on a pair, I should say. Dismissed for a duck earlier today. Where is this going to go? It's going to go away for a boundary. One bounce over the rope, 4 runs. Pavandeep just throwing his bat at it. Top edge goes away for 4 runs. That is a boundary. Played away. nicely for a 4. That's a good-looking shot. And it's a back-to-back boundary, so Pavandeep will just settle his nerves a little bit. Got a little bit lucky with the previous shot, but this one is a very good cricketing stroke. Played on the back foot, controls it really well, gets his hands over the ball, plays it along the ground for a 4. And he's going to scamper across here for a single, so Neeraj Tiwari will face the final ball of the over. Oh, this one is gonna just slip past the keeper and they'll come across and steal a single. Very smart. So Neeraj Tiwari, well, gets back to the other end without facing a single legal delivery. So Pavandeep should face the final legal ball this over. Goes away for a 4, and this is another lucky boundary for Pavandeep, a streaky shot. And it's 3 boundaries this over, Pavandeep, 2 of them coming off the edge of his bat. And a decent start here for Sher Punjab, 17 runs off the first over. Of course, there's a good chance there might. It's been 20 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European cricket. Now, of course, come close to snapping that streak a couple of times here over these last 2 days. Had 2 or 3 matches decided on the last ball of the innings, including one which Sher Punjab were involved in earlier this morning when Sher Punjab needed 3 runs. Should say needed to defend 3 runs off the final ball. And unfortunately for them, a wide was bowled and then a boundary was struck on the final ball to take it away from them. Oh, smacked. This one goes all the way. A great hit. Walloped away by Neeraj Tiwari. And we might have another look at this one just to confirm whether it's a no ball or not. That's a great strike by Tiwari. He's a big, tall man. Big, tall cricketer. And that should be fine. I think that should be fine. We're just waiting for the umpire's decision. They're having a look at that. And it's been deemed a legal ball in the end, so the umpires agree with us. Comes back well there, Russell. Comes back well. Oh, hammered away. Absolutely belted away. That is a 6. And Neeraj Tiwari with his 2nd Maximo early in his innings. This is a terrific shot. It's a bit of stand and deliver. Stands nice and tall. Clubs that one away. Over cow corner. Goes into that football pitch. What a hit. I think he would have been very disappointed that he missed out on the score in the previous innings after departing for a duck. It looks like he's set to make amends. Good start here for Sher Punjab. This is also gonna go the distance. That ball's got wings on it. Where has that one landed? Enormous strike by Neeraj Tiwari. And he gets to the pitch of the ball, makes it a half volley, and blasts it away. What a sensational hit by one of the finest players here in Cyprus. Such an experienced player, Neeraj Tiwari. He's, of course, not only played plenty of cricket here at the ECS level, but he's also represented Cyprus a number of times internationally. He's got a wealth of ECN experience. Oh, is there something there? Yes, there is. It's a slow finger of death by the umpire. And Neeraj Tiwari, well, he started so well, but he can't quite continue his innings. Just takes a little edge through to the keeper. Let's have another look at this. Outside edge, through to the keeper. Very well taken there by Hidroy Hussain. And Neeraj Tiwari's innings is cut short. Was looking really, really nice during that 5 delivery cameo. And this is rather interesting. So it's going to be Pritesh Deol coming out to bat. We still don't see Resham Singh, who made a 60 in the last match, or Lovedeep Sandhu, the half-centurion. So neither are the 2 half-centurions in the top 3. That's a little bit puzzling, but no, Pritesh Deol is certainly a top batter. Laid out towards cover. And that is going to be a single. Let's just have a look at the standings here for Group B. As you can see, Markor off to the perfect start, 2 wins and 2. And meanwhile, Sher Punjab and Knight Riders have a couple of losses to start off their ECS. I should say a loss each. Oh, that was not an overly convincing stroke there by Pritesh Deol. A nice length there by Prathana. Very good length. Oh, good ball there. Good variation by Prathana. Just took some pace off that ball. You can see he just rolled his fingers across that one. And Deol's already halfway through the shot by the time the ball goes past him. This one's gonna beat the field, recover, goes away for 4. A very, very good shot. Yeah, just looks to ball one shorter. Doesn't quite have the pace to bother Pritesh Deol with that length. Probably should be bowling a little bit fuller, Prathana. And Deol strikes him away for a 4. Ooh, Deol just lets one slip by. He misread that one, thought it might be wide. Oh, you can't just gift dot balls to the opposition. Not in T10 cricket. Dot balls are like gold dust in this format of the game. Oh, really, really well played. Goes away for a 4. Nice shot. Just opens the face of the bat, runs it down towards deep third. Beautiful cricket. I just love this stuff by Pritesh Deol. And this is what makes him such an incredible player. He's obviously got the slogs and all the big hits in his arsenal. He's got that deft touch. He's got that stroke. He's got those classy elements to his game. Does this have enough to go for 4? It's a race between ball and fielder. And has he stopped this in front of the rope? We're going to need to have another look at this. My initial inkling was that it may have touched the rope. And it seems the umpires agree. Now, here we go. He's going to do a bit of foot fielding. Oh, you got to be so careful when you're stamping on the ball. You might roll an ankle when you do that. But I think it's the next one here. Ooh, well, looks to me like his toe is touching the rope, so I think that's pretty convincing. But if we just let this one run on a little bit. Does that ball roll on, go on to touch the rope? It's been given a 4 in the end, yep. It doesn't actually go on to, the ball itself doesn't make contact with the rope, but obviously his foot was in contact with the ball the same time his toe was touching the rope. So fantastic bit of camera work here by Spring Productions. Of course, we've got director Martins along with Marta Maria and Oleg leading our wonderful crew here in Cyprus. 48 for 1 at the end of 3 overs. Off it goes for a wide. Yeah, Hassan, he just had a few issues with his bowling in that last match. I think we saw some bright spots for him, but occasionally he was just a little bit wayward with his line and length. Did manage to get a wicket, though, in that previous match. Look at that haircut, though. What do you have to say about that one? Oh, it's gone up in the air. This is a chance he might pick up another wicket here. And it's just going to be a single in the end. It's got a bit of a mullet going, doesn't he? I mean, that's not something you often see in 2024. Oh, nice ball there. Good variation by Hassan. Prithij Dil. It's not the first time he's been bamboozled by a slower one early in his innings. There's a wide there again. Hassan has had a few issues, hasn't he, with these extras so far this morning. Let's just see if he can get one right here. That's going to be another wide. Well, you can't afford to give up that many extras in a game where you have a slightly below par target to defend. And just watches that one go past him, Prithij Dil. Now this is struck out towards cover. 4 of 4. That's going to be a single. Another one out towards the cover. That's a good bit of fielding. He's been a very busy man out there, Saib Shuvo. But he's done a good job of keeping these out. He's got a very safe pair of hands. We saw him take a nice catch out at square leg in the previous match. The umpire just have a quick word here with the bowler. Straight down the ground towards a long off. That's going to be a single. End of the fourth over, 55 for 1. Prathana coming in for his second over. Oh, where is he going to find this one? Oh, it's been put down. A catch has been put down. It was a great chance out at square leg. And Prithviraj Deol is very lucky. Well, we saw Saib Shuvo stationed out there in the previous game. He took a terrific catch at square leg. But oh, this is a fairly regulation catch, you gotta be honest. MD Russell took a nice catch in the previous match out at fly slip, but this time around, he's got a simpler catch coming up to him at a nice height. And he fails to take it. Prithviraj Deol, he's struggling a little bit, in all honesty, in this innings. Obviously very lucky to be put down over there, and it's not going at the strike rate he needs to. This one's a huge swivel on the spot there for Pavandeep, but doesn't come close to making contact, and now that current run rate has dipped below the required for the first time this innings. Of course, Sher Punjab, they got off to a flyer of a start thanks to Neeraj Tiwari. Pavandeep and Prithviraj Deol have just gone a little bit quiet these last couple of overs. Doesn't quite get hold of that one either. They can live with singles. The Cyprus Knights, singles won't hurt them. Wow, this is incredible. Just 9 runs off the last 1.5 overs. 9 runs off the last 11 deliveries. Desperately need a boundary here. And that will bring us to the halfway stage of this inning. Sher Punjab, 57 for 1. And boy, we have a game on our hands. What an incredible day of cricket this has been here in Cyprus. And, well, I have to have a good chance to, of course, welcome you into our commentary position. I'm Nishay, but I'll be taking you over the cricketing action over these next 3 or 4 days. And every match today has just been thrilling. It's gone down to the final over. We've had so much drama here in Cyprus today. Had a couple of great matches yesterday as well. And this one looks like it's going to be another classic. We saw Sher Punjab get off to a great start thanks to their skipper, Neeraj Tiwari. But they've just lost their way a little bit in the middle, haven't they? And they're under some serious, serious pressure right now. It's going to be interesting to see how they respond. I think Prithviraj Deol is going to have to start taking a few more risks. Pavandeep might have to do the same as well. Full credit to this Knight Riders team. They've really just cleaned up their fielding from that first match. They're making a lot fewer errors. They took their catches as well when they have come to them. And I think we could be in for another classic here in Cyprus. As we just return to live action, of course, players now are out in the middle of the field. Sher Punjab 57 for 1 at the 5-over mark. Struck towards long off. That's just going to be a single. Singles are all they're getting right now, and so some big news over here. Prithaj Dayal has been retired hurt. Wow. Just wonder, was he actually hurt, or is this just a retirement where the captain said, you know what, I've seen enough of you because of the pace you're batting at. And they're going to get Lovedeep Sandhu out. Yeah, so Lovedeep Sandhu, of course, coming off a half-century in the previous match. Played out towards mid-wicket, and that's going to be a boundary. And this is why I was very surprised when Lovedeep Sandhu wasn't in the top 3 for this Sher Punjab Cricket Club. Just coming off an incredible half-century where he batted terrifically. And keep in mind, Lovedeep Sandhu was batting at number 3 in the previous match, and he came in when they were in a real spot of bother, did a terrific job, dug them out of a real hole. And he's going to have to do more of the same here. That required, though, is at 14. Played out towards third man and almost makes a meal of it, doesn't he? And that was certainly wasn't perfect technique on that throw. But he gets the job done, and it only costs his side a run. Where is this going to end up? Just one bounce in front of the rope. And Pavandeep now joining in on the hitting as well. Much needed boundaries here. Much needed boundaries. And yeah, we can confirm Prithaj Dayal has actually been retired hurt. This is a little bit concerning. So he seems to have suffered a heat stroke while he was out there. And he nearly fainted during that little break in the game. So yeah, this is a little bit of a concern here. Prithaj Dayal, obviously a very talented cricketer. And it just shows you such tough conditions to play in out there. And we're talking about temperatures up to 38, 39 degrees Celsius. Scorching heat, absolutely scorching heat. And he has been taken off to receive some medical attention. Oh, some blade appeals over here. Not sure if I heard anything, though, so the over comes to an end. And it was a decent over for Sher Punjab. Let's just have a look at this. It's hard to tell from that angle, but there's certainly nothing in that angle that indicates there was an edge over there. But Sher Punjab need 56 runs off these last 4 overs to seal this one. It's going to be Jaman. Well, maybe held back a little too late in my opinion, but he's come in here during an important stage for his team. Can he put in a couple of match-winning overs for his side? That's another wide one. And Jaman, he's always had this issue, hasn't he? Bowls a few too many wides. Something he struggled with since his Nicosia Tigers days. Such a big matchup, this one, though. Sandhu against Jaman. 2-star performance for their side. Going at it. He's going to watch this one go away for a wide as well. So Jaman just hurting his own side right now with these wides. Just needs to get one right. Ooh, well, it's another wide down the leg side. Oh, just catch the bottom edge of the bat. It's going to go away for a 4. He probably spoils a wide because it might have been a wide anyway. We'll just have a look at this. Yeah, that was definitely going to be a wide. But he's going to get 4 runs anyway. And, well, very sloppy start here for Jaman. He's just not quite found his radar to start things off. He's been a little bit all over the place. Straight at point and a great bit of fielding. Great bit of fielding to save some runs there. That's Chami Kumara, who's saved his side at least 3 runs. This gets down, bats it down, almost like a goalkeeper, isn't it? Diving to his right. Excellent stuff. Pavandeep on strike. Pavandeep's gonna go big. Has he got the distance? Doesn't seem he has. It goes straight to the fielder at long on. And Pavandeep has to depart as well, so Jaman gets a wicket. Oh, this game has just had an excellent back and forth, hasn't it? Just no team can get ahead at any stage. And Pavandeep, I think the minute he strikes that, he knows he's in trouble. He knows he's in trouble. And it's a fairly simple catch for the fielder. Jaman does the trick after a slightly difficult start to his over. And it's going to be Resham Singh, the man who batted superbly in the opening match of the day. Made a half century of just 15 deliveries. And he's going to be hoping to play a match-winning knock here for his side to see them over the finishing line and grant them their first ever ECS victory. Oh, where's this going to go? Straight to the fielder, and he's put down another catch. That's the second one Russell has dropped in that position, and it's going to be overthrows. Well, the entire ire of the team is going to be directed at him. And oh, my word. Probably feels like digging a hole and diving right into it right now. Goes straight to Russell. Again, nobody puts these down on purpose, but you just look at that angle. It's always going to go down. I mean, his fingers are pointing sideways over there. Never going to take a catch like that. And in the end, Jaman's over wasn't too expensive. He recovered well after some of those early wides he bowled. 10 runs off that over. Does get a wicket as well. And once again, looks like we're in for another terrific finish here in Ipsanas. The players will have a quick drinks break on this sweltering hot day. Here's the fancy dashboard for the upcoming match between the British forces of Cyprus and the Limmassol Colanders. This is an enormous match. These two teams trying to grab one of those top 2 spots to bypass the elimination round. Of course, the Colanders, they've got a couple of games today. This will be the last match the British forces will play in the group stage. This will definitely be playing in the elimination round. It's just a case of, well, which stage will they advance to? This is played behind square leg for a boundary. And it's a 4. Good shot here by Sandhu. No, there's you always just see some aircraft flying in the distance. I just wonder if this one's going off to RAF Akrotiri. Maybe someone in the British forces will clue us in, or is that a civilian aircraft? Kind of leaning towards the latter. And struck out towards long on, and just uses his feet really well there to prevent that from going away for a 4. Hit towards mid-wicket, and it's just going to be a single. And there's some shouts to catch it, but it's going to clear the fielder with relative ease. And that's a 6. Sandhu picking up where he left off in his previous innings, coming off that wonderful 60. This ball's a little too short, and it doesn't get that sharp bounce which we normally see from Anwar Hussain. Instead, it just sits up nicely for Sandhu, and he can rock back and blast that one over mid-wicket. 6 runs, enormous 6. They really needed that one. I was going to go big here again. Doesn't have enough to go over the rope. Not quite, but does go away for a boundary. And these are valuable runs here for Sher Punjab. Once again, it's very short. It's at waist height, so it's quite comfortable for Sandhu. If you really want to bother him with the short stuff, it needs to be around that rib cage. Maybe that armpit region as well. .30 runs needed of 13 balls. And it's just played back to the bowler, so a much-needed dot ball right at the end of that over. 30 runs needed of these last 2 overs. Looks like we're going to be treated to yet another classic here in Cyprus. Well, the close matches have been coming thick and fast. It's just been that kind of a day for us so far in Cyprus. Been a real pleasure to bring you all of these terrific matches. As you can see, Sher Punjab just a little bit below that required rate right now. But with these 2 dangerous hitters out there, I think you just give them the edge for these last couple of overs. 30 runs needed of 2 overs. You've got the danger man Resham Singh coming off a terrific 50 of just 15 deliveries. And you've got Sandhu, who's batting on 25 of 10, coming off an incredible 60 in his previous game. It's a coin flip, according to the win predictor, 50-50. And you can't say, no, we haven't been delivering you so many classics today. Oh, what a ball. What a terrific ball by Russell. That could be a game-changing delivery. And he steps up and gets a big wicket. Resham Singh, who's obviously coming off an incredible half-century, has to depart having made just 3 runs. He's clipped his off peg. And that's going to be the end for Resham Singh. Well, crashes into the off stump. That is just incredible. What a delivery. MD Russell has come up big for his side here. And what a comeback for this young man. Keep in mind, he dropped 2 catches at square leg. The entire team was furious at him. They were absolutely livid. And he responds by coming onto ball. He gets the rock, and he gets the all-important wicket of Resham Singh. Another twist in this tale. The win predictor now has just put the Knight Riders well ahead. He's going to get to the other end now, Singh. And you just feel all the pressure now is on Lovedeep Sandhu. I think Sukhwinder Singh, his target here will just be to rotate the strike, make sure that Lovedeep Sandhu faces as many balls as possible. Here we go. Can Lovedeep do this for his side? Full toss, played out towards long on. Oh, they have to come back for a second. They have to come back for a second. Oh, they just need to get Sandhu to the striker's end. You've got to take that risk. Sukhwinder Singh, well, he was running to the danger end, and he should be willing to sacrifice his wicket to get Lovedeep back on strike. What a day of cricket. What an incredible day of cricket here in Cyprus. And he's got him. Cleans him up. Russell with another wicket. It's another incredible Yorker. What a comeback for Russell. Put down 2 catches earlier at square leg. And he shows the toughness, the winning mentality he has. Gets the rock, and he gets 2 wickets. Sukhwinder Singh, who chose not to come back for the second run, is going to get dismissed. And this is such a crucial dot ball as well. Just keep that in mind. Eight balls left in this innings. 28 runs needed. Oh, it's a terrific slower ball here. And Verma will get off strike, but this is such a big dilemma here for Sandhu, because does he try to hit the boundary, or does he look to take the single to get back on strike for the final over? You can just see the win predictors now giving Sher Punjab just a 5% chance. They just lost their way these last couple of overs, haven't they? Things have slipped away from them. Here we go. Last ball, the penultimate over. It's going down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. 26 needed of 7 now. Oh, you've got to say, the pendulum keeps swinging back and forth in this game. We've seen so many momentum changes. But have we seen the last swing of the pendulum? We'll wait and find out. Oh, this could be very close. The finger has been raised, and Russell might just have delivered the match-winning over. 3 wickets in this over, and that might be it. That might be the final straw that breaks the camel's back. And Sher Punjab are going to need a miracle to pull it out here in the final over. What an incredible over for that man, number 11, MD Russell. That one is straightening. It's going on to hit the stumps. And a terrific ball, Lovedeep Sandhu. He batted superbly in the last match. But this time around, he's not going to be able to trouble the opposition. That over by Russell was such a special over. Just 4 runs off it. He takes 3 wickets, and this game has been turned on its head. Sher Punjab are looking for a miracle to pull this one out in the final over. It's also going to be Iftikhar Jaman bowling this final over, the key man for this Knight Riders side. And you just expect them to take it from here. The win predictor has it down to 1%. I'd have to agree with the win predictor here. And another dot ball goes by, but wow, what an incredible match we've had here. At one stage, it just looked like Sher Punjab might just cruise to victory. It seemed like they had this game under control, but they just lost too many wickets in the second half of the innings, and they lost their way. And keep in mind that they also lost Prithij Dale, of course, because he suffered a heat stroke. And Prithij Dale, maybe he wasn't batting all that quickly. We know he's an incredible cricketer who can just shift up the gears. And you just wonder how much the heat was affecting him while he was out there with the bat in hand. This is going to be a wide. And that's such a loss when you lose one of your key players to an injury like that, of course. We'll continue to give you any updates on Prithij Dale's health as soon as they're provided to us. This is a massive 6. This ball's got wings on it. Might need a passport to come back. I think he sent that to another country. Enormous hit. And they're still alive in this game. They're mathematically still in it. They're going to need a lot more big hits similar to that. 3 consecutive 6s takes us to a golden ball. And that should do it. That should do it. Just needs to field this one. And 2 legal deliveries from here will do the trick for the Knight Riders. So the Knight Riders are going to pick up their first ever European Cricket Series victory. And the win continues to elude Sher Punjab. And this is going to go away for a 4, rather a fortuitous boundary for Rajwinder Brar. And yeah, it's a tough one for Sher Punjab. They've obviously had a couple of really tough losses here, haven't they? I mean, losing on the final ball against Markor, and this one as well, coming down to the end. But really, that 9th over by MD Russell absolutely turned this game on its head. Gave up just 4 runs, took 3 wickets. Keep in mind, need 30 runs of the last 2 overs. A couple of settled batters out there. That is typically something that you'd expect the batting team to pull out of. But they just couldn't. And, well, could still be a run out on over here, but I don't think they'll actually go for it in the end. So, first ever ECS victory for the Knight Riders. And that man, MD Russell, he is going to be the key story of this match. What an incredible comeback for this young man. We saw him put down 2 catches at square leg earlier, and the entire team was absolutely livid at him. But he kept his head. The captain turned to him in a pressure situation in the match and said, forget everything that's happened so far. I need you to go out there for me and bowl one of the best overs you've ever bowled. And boy, he sure did that. And the game just turned on its head in that over. 4 runs in that over, 3 wickets taken. Here's a look at the upcoming match between the British forces of Cyprus and the Limmassol Colanders. It'll be the last time we'll see BF Cyprus in the group stages, whereas the Colanders have a couple of games today. So we'll be returning back to Group A and just closing out proceedings over there. And we'll just to finalize the seeding for that group today, a lot on the line in this match. Of course, both these teams are trying to book their place into one of the top 2 spots. Of course, the British forces have a slightly steeper task at hand. They need to get a bonus point and also hope the net run rate works out for them to get one of the top 2 spots and bypass the elimination round. Let's have a look at the highlights of what was a terrific second innings. This was another great match from here in Ipsunas. We've just been treated to stellar match after stellar match so far. It's been an incredible day of cricket here in Cyprus. It was Pavandeep and Neeraj Tiwari who came out to open the batting for Sher Punjab. And the 2 of them were batting really well in that power play. Neeraj Tiwari in particular, I mean, when he was going, you felt like maybe even the bonus point was in play for Sher Punjab. He managed to strike 3 6s in the 5 balls he faced, but eventually he was dismissed. Little edge through to Hridoy Hassan. Russell picking up that wicket as well. 4 wickets for him. An outstanding bowling performance for Russell. For me, he'd be the man of the match, but we'll of course wait and see who will win. Of course, there were a couple of good batting performances as well in that first innings. Prithij Dale made 16 of 14, struck 3 boundaries, and we're just looking back at some of those catches that MD Russell dropped. Of course, the big story was the fact that Russell dropped those catches and then came back later in the game and won his side the match when you would have felt like he was the primary cause of his side's defeat. And where this one was rather lucky boundary, just Lovedeep just throwing his bat at it. And Rajwinder Brar, this inning would be cut short. You can just see that out there. A good catch out at long on. We're reliving this final over. Resham Singh wasn't really able to do much in this match. He was, of course, dropped by MD Russell. And at that point, he just wondered if MD Russell had dropped the match. But Russell would come back strong, and he'd actually get rid of Resham Singh later in the innings. We'll just have a look at this ball right there. That was him getting rid of Resham Singh. Terrific ball, coming back in, and bang, crashes into the off stump. What an over, under pressure, and it absolutely won his side the game. Gotta commend him. You've gotta really praise his mental fortitude to come back from those mistakes he would have made. He would have felt absolutely crushed, dejected, demoralized after those 2 dropped catches, but he didn't let it affect his bowling, and he bowled one of the overs of his life. That's a great way to make amends after a few issues. This is, of course, Iftikhar Jaman's final over. Jaman had a fairly straightforward task in that final over. Just need to defend 27 runs, which a bowler of his quality always will. And a proud moment for the Cyprus Knight Riders, picking up their first ever European Cricket Series victory. Big congratulations to them and their team for what will certainly be a moment they will remember for a long, long time. Their first ever ECS win. Let's have a look at the scorecard of this innings. A few starts in there, as you can see, for Sher Punjab, but nobody was quite able to go on and play that big match-winning innings. Of course, Pritesh Dale retiring hurt was certainly a big blow for Sher Punjab. He was clearly affected by the heat. He had a sunstroke, and unfortunately, from what we heard, he almost fainted. So hope he can recover, and certainly hope they can also come back and play in future games. He's such an important player for this Sher Punjab side. Has enjoyed a great European cricket career, particularly with his home club of M-Docs. Here's a look at the bowling card for the Knight Riders. Gotta say, MD Russell, star performer for me, 4 for 23. Gonna be a tough one. Who are you gonna give the man of the match to? I mean, Iftikhar Jaman obviously batted superbly in that first innings. He's a good shout. But MD Russell, the fact that he stepped up under pressure and bowled as well as he did, come on, you gotta give it to a bowler once in a while, don't you? In the end, the match summary states that the Knight Riders have beaten Sher Punjab by 12 runs to pick up their first ever ECS victory. Join us again in just about 13 minutes when we'll bring you our 4th match of the day. We're going to be going back to Group A for a bit.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our fourth match of the day. And what an incredible day of cricket it's been so far here in Cyprus. We've been treated to 3 thrillers to kick this day off. As we're having a look at this, a beautiful drone shot of the village of Ipsanas. We're just 7 kilometers west of the iconic port city of Limmassol. And you can see we're in a part of the world where agriculture obviously is an important part of the economy, not far as well from Limmassol port, which is a key hub here in the eastern Mediterranean. Of course, apologies for the delay. We had a delayed start to this match, and we'll have a little bit of news regarding that to you right after this fantasy dasher we're going to have a look at. So the British forces are 4-2 to start off this series. Scott Burdekin has been the star player for them. 627 points he's racked up so far this series. Meanwhile, for the Colanders, Mohammed Qasim has been absolutely incredible, smacking a couple of hundreds. And this is going to be such an important game for both these teams who are desperately trying to get into that top 2 so they can bypass the knockout round. And are we going to be treated to yet another thriller here in Cyprus? Well, we'll wait and find out. And here's a look at the win predictor. As you can see, the Limmassol Colanders are fancy the slight favorites heading into this match, 54%. And the British Forces Cyprus at 46%. In all honesty, this match is a bit of a coin flip, as we would have predicted. And the teams are about to take the field. Of course, the big news here is that the Limmassol Colanders have had 10 penalty runs penalized against them. So British forces are going to start with 10 penalty runs because of the fact that the Colanders delayed the start of the game. This is a big bit of news. So the British forces are going to start at 10 for no loss, in all honesty. I'm Nishay Bhatt, and I have the great pleasure of welcoming Zagreb Sokol and Croatia cricketer Jared Newton into the commentary box. It's great to have you here. Great that you're part of our ECN Blue Crew.
Hi Nish, thank you so much. Thanks for having me here. I'm excited to see the game that's about to start for us, and I feel very welcome sitting here next to you. There we go. Thank you so much for having me here. Feeling very excited for this game.
Pushed out towards mid-wicket, and this has got enough to go for a 4. It certainly does. 4 runs.
A good start from Scott there. I'm very happy to see him hit one off his legs. I was seeing early on in the tournament, every ball coming in towards his pads. He couldn't get that front foot out of the way, which is a good start for him. Looks like he's on form so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Scott's been in a terrific form, but I have to start off by saying it's great to have you here in Cyprus as well. What are your first impressions of the country?
Oh, I love it. Anywhere on the Mediterranean for me is probably my favorite area of the world. So when we come to Cyprus, Spain, Portugal, it's very exciting. Very hot at the moment, so a lot of water and sun cream going down, but nice place to be.
This one goes away for a dot ball. Yeah, absolutely. So obviously you were raised in Johannesburg, and then you moved over to the Southern Europe to play some of your cricket. What's the experience been like for you?
It's a bit different than playing in Joburg. Playing cricket in Joburg is you play at a very structured high level of cricket, where when you come to Europe it's trying to get as many games in and develop the game into people that are not accustomed to playing cricket as a sport from a young age. So you take a different approach, but it's been very exciting so far, and getting to see it from a different angle has also helped me to learn about the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would have been quite a transition for you to make the move to a completely different part of the world. Burdekin gets a little bit lucky there. Bottom edge goes away for a 4. He's dug this one out really well. That's going to be another boundary, so 3 boundaries to start off.
Yeah, great shot from Scott. As it's gone on in the tournament, he's been very strong outside the off stump. can see anytime the bowler gives him width, he normally makes them pay.
Yeah, he's a batter. I noticed he loves to get leg side of the ball and really open up the offside, and really loves to hit it through extra cover.
Yeah, definitely.
This is once again smacked to his favorite part of the boundary through that extra cover boundary. 4 more runs.
Good start from the from the British. 26 off the first over. I think the 10 penalty runs obviously helps them there to get off to a jump start.
Yeah, it absolutely does. As the British forces are 26 for no loss at the end of the first. Now you did tell us quite a bit about your transition, but do tell us a few things about your cricketing career over in South Africa. I mean, you often told me some great tales about some of the terrific teammates you had and some of the people you had the great privilege of playing alongside.
I've been blessed in my cricketing career. I've played alongside some very good players, some that are playing international cricket at the moment. Devon Conway playing for New Zealand. He grew up in Joburg as well before making his move. Keaton Jennings, he's opened the Test cricket for England before in the past. Then we have Quinton de Kock currently playing for South Africa in the T20 World Cup. It's been a very enlightening and blessing cricket career so far.
Now played beautifully off his pads. He can't bowl to him there. Punished by Isidore.
Yeah, great shot from Isidore there. He's looked very good this week. I think he's been a bit unlucky in the ways he's been getting out, but if he can stay in, I think his team has got a good chance of a very high score.
Now, what do you advise to a batter like Isidore? As you mentioned, he keeps getting off to good starts, but he hasn't quite been able to play that big knock.
I think sometimes he hits a few good shots and then he gets carried away with himself a little bit. If he can just hit those shots, bring himself back down and stay concentrated and stay in the moment, I think he'll push on to build a big innings here.
And where is this one going to go? Straight to the fielder at long on. And Isidore once again plays a nice looking shot to get off the mark. And then he finds Sohail Ahmed out in the deep. The first wicket falls for the British forces.
Oh, this is an example of what I was saying. He just hit a 4 through the leg side. He could have looked to hit that on the ground. And then maybe got carried away a little bit with himself. Felt it was a little bit easier than it was and then got himself out.
Yeah, that is a huge wicket for the Limmassol Colanders, getting rid of one of the danger men for the British forces. The skipper, Matty Hone, coming out here at number 3. What have you made of his captaincy throughout this series?
I've been very impressed with Matty Hone so far. He's bowling as well as he's batting. He looks like a proper cricket player. I think he can take his team far.
Oh, and this is going to evade the fielder at mid-off. Goes away for 4 runs. Not the best bit of fielding.
Oh, great start from Matty. Overpitched in the slot, and he made sure to put it away to the boundary. The fielder was a bit unlucky with the bounce, but that's the way the game goes.
Now, of course, and just going back to some of the stories, of course, we were discussing. Any particularly interesting stories when you were playing alongside some of these cricketers? We'll just discuss them after this ball. This one is pushed towards backward point. It's going to be a dot ball.
Much better comeback from the bowler there. Good length that he bowled. The first ball he bowled to Matty was overpitched. This one he brought the length back. It was a lot better. It's a bit different playing with them through your whole life because you don't really look back at any one moment and think that was very exciting because they were just another person you were playing cricket against. I'll go into it now. And then, so we used to play against, so Quinton went to a school across the road from where Dev and I went to. And they were our top rivals, so anytime we played against them, it was quite a heated game. And then we would play, so for instance, we played them in a semi-final. We managed to beat them, and then later that week we played them again in a friendly game. And Quinton took us apart, and he smashed a very quick 100. And we were luckily saved by the rain that day, so if not for the rain, he would have got his revenge a few days later.
Oh, this is a beautiful shot by Scott Burdekin. He's one of the few batters who's able to hit 6s over the cover boundary. Great end to the over, 41 for 1.
Yeah, good start for the British. Scott's very strong outside off.
Well, you could certainly say, going back to that story, that you did beat him when it mattered the most in that semi-final. As we, of course, just have a look at the standings for Group B. Of course, we had 3 Group B matches take place earlier today. Markor starting off with 2 wins and 2. And the Cyprus Knight Riders, of course, picking up that victory against Sher Punjab, who, unfortunately for them, will go winless in this, well, at least to start off this European Cricket Series. But I would like to ask you, of course, people often say that, well, I just knew he was going to go on to become a superstar. Was there anything like that when you saw them when they were younger?
I would have to say for Devon and for Quinton, 100%. I don't think I've ever seen somebody work as hard as Devon Conway with his batting and be so humble on the field and off the field. And spending every single afternoon hitting balls just to make it to where he is now, I think is definitely someone that you could see from, I would say, from when he was about 12 years old. Quinton de Kock, you could tell from, he just had natural talent. And when you ran up to bowl to him, you were lucky if you didn't have to fetch the ball from the car park.
No, absolutely, Ken. That must have been a pretty tormenting experience going up against. Of course, please bring in your questions. Here's for Jarrett Newton, Croatia international cricketer. Be great to have some of your questions over here in the chat. I'm sure you can answer a number of things generally about the European Cricket Network and your background growing up in South Africa. This one is played out off towards mid-wicket for a single.
Cool.
Up in the air. Does this have enough to go for a 6? It does. Just going to land into our commentary position, and that's going to be 6 more runs.
Great shot there by Scott. Again, over the top for 6 onto the offside. If I was the bowler here, I'd look to try and take away the width that we give him and try and keep the ball coming in towards his pads.
A good comeback here by Patel. Of course, we got Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu joining in the chat, saying a very big hello to you.
Hi, Vinny. Trying to replicate the master here and having a good time with Nish. There's Scott hitting one off of his pads. That's very impressive in this game. I think Scott looks like he's in top form, especially after the first few games he was missing out there on his pads. Nice to see him take advantage of that delivery.
He's just been in an electric form, hasn't he? He's been just making runs for fun. So many half centuries throughout this series. And as you can see, 48 for 1 at the end of this power play. Of course, tack on those 10 penalty runs. So it'll be a 58 for 1. Of course, played plenty of international cricket for Croatia. So here's a good chance to bring up the ECC groups once again. What do you make of Group 1? Of course, your side are going to be involved in that.
I think Group 1 looks like it has potential to be good for Croatia. I think they can take advantage of some of the games here. I think there are some tough games. Isle of Man would be pretty difficult. Estonia might be a tough game. But I think there's definitely opportunities if you play well to get some wins out of that group.
Oh, certainly, and of course, you had quite a bit of joy last year in the ECC when you got that 63 against Guernsey. Well, how do you feel heading into this ECC?
Well, for this ECC, I won't be playing as I've got a tennis elbow in my left elbow. So, unfortunately, I'll be missing out, which is very disappointing. But I'll definitely be supporting the boys and watching and keeping track of what's going on. I also try and help them off the field as much as possible, breaking down games or trying to come up with tactics to give them the best advantage on the field. So, very excited for it, but disappointed I won't be playing.
Yeah, certainly a real shame, and I'm sure, of course, you could obviously help Croatia a lot with their setup and their preparations for the ECC. Qasim Mohammed coming into bowl this 4th over. This is struck out towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be another boundary. Matty Hone moves on to 14.
Good shot from Matty Hone. He's a real nice player to watch, both with the bat and the ball in hand.
Let's see how Qasim Mohammed can rebound over here. Oh, he's spoiled to wide. He's spoiled to wide over there, Matty Hone.
The keeper missed out on a chance. I think that's a drop catch.
Yeah, the keeper as well. He's probably missed out on an opportunity. Could have been a needless wicket. What's going on over here? How's the umpire just changed his decision? Well, a little bit of confusion over here.
If I'm guessing, I think the keeper's gloves might be coming too far forward. Obviously, we know if he catches the ball or touches the ball in front of the stumps, that's a no ball. So maybe the umpire was just warning him to keep his gloves back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something we've often been inspecting with our side camera on a number of occasions. This time he just hits this one into the turf. Matty Hone, the bowler, does well to get out of the way of that in the end. And it's 4 more runs. A slightly expensive start to the over. 8 runs off the first 3 deliveries. Looks to get down the track there. It's a lowish full toss. He'll probably feel he's missed out on one, Matty Hone.
Scott's on 34 of 10. He's been looking very good today so far. I think if he stays in for another 4 or 5 overs, the British will have a very good score.
Laid out towards long on for a single. Of course, this is your. You did mention that this has been your 3rd European cricket series since you've been working on the European Cricket Network. I think you could tell the viewers a little bit after this delivery about what you do for ECN.
Yeah, you're correct. This is my 3rd European cricket series as we watch for the overthrow, but they just take the single. At the moment, I'm busy scoring for ECN, which is very interesting, and you're involved a lot in each game because obviously there's a lot of stats and scores that need to be accurate. So right now I'm with you, taking a break from scoring. We're busy commentating, but scoring, making sure that all the setup is right as it should be, so it looks good for everyone on TV, and then making sure that the team has what they want because we all work together as a team. So sometimes you're there as one position and you fill in to help at another position, which I like. Everyone gets along nicely and we work well together.
Certainly, obviously have a great morale amongst the blue crew. And well, this is something rather new. He's going to be bowling with a bib to somehow try to imitate the fluorescent green of the Limmassol Colanders. Wow, you always see something unique on the European Cricket Network.
The number on the back of his bib also looks like the 3 stumps. We have a lot going on at the moment.
Indeed, he's at number 111. That should be Gurtej Singh. Only here for the Limmassol Colanders.
Let's see what Scott can do. It's been a few minutes since the last boundary. I think they need to look to up the scoring.
Yeah, been a while since we've had a boundary in this innings. Just need to make sure that run rate doesn't dip too much if you were the British forces. Still pretty healthy at 16.8.
They had a very good start. Let's see if they can push on, keep it going through these middle overs. This is usually where you can win or lose the game, through overs 3, 5, 6, and 7. Obviously, you want to score as many runs as possible, but if you lose too many wickets, it also puts you in a bad position towards the end of your innings. It's a balanced game between risk and reward.
Play out towards a square leg. That's going to be a single.
I'm impressed with Scott in this innings. He's playing the balls well that are coming straight at his body. Very nice to see.
And one of the interesting things I remember when I had the pleasure of commentating alongside Corey Ruckers back in Malta, he talked about was that Scott Burdekin was originally struggling a little bit with his strike rate when he played some international cricket for Cyprus. We'll discuss that more after this delivery. It's played out towards mid-wicket. Should be a 4. Really good stroke there by Matty Hone, who's been accelerating at the other end. And one of the things he talked about Burdekin, and I spoke to Burdekin about this as well, he was just talking about the transition from going from playing the longer formats of the game to coming down to T10 cricket, which is something you typically wouldn't have played much growing up a few years ago.
Definitely. I think that was, for me, that was the toughest part of the game. Coming from playing normally 50 overs, 60 over cricket, to come back to a T10 game, where suddenly scoring 10 runs and over is not enough. So your whole game and approach to the innings has to change. You have to not worry about going out and make sure that you're hitting enough boundaries for the balls that you face. I think Scott in this innings looks like he's adapted well, which I think earlier in the week he missed out on a few opportunities, especially we can see his front foot stays very closed when the ball comes straight. There he's done very well to get it open and obviously then take advantage of the shot. So I think that's something that he's improved a lot over the past day or two.
Yeah, I mean, just watching these games, how much do you see in real time these players progress while they're actually within a series?
I think you see it a lot because from just training, the intensity is very low. Then when they start playing games, obviously the intensity is a lot higher and you have to adapt quite quickly if you want to be competitive. So here's a prime example where Scott's improved a lot over a day or two, which may go away if he takes a break for a few weeks.
This will bring the over to an end. So the British forces Cyprus are 81 for 1 halfway through their innings. And I'm sure another big factor must be the fact that they're playing on live TV. They've got these streams, they've got this footage, and they can probably go back and examine their technique.
That's another point that you just brought up. I think a lot of these guys don't get to watch themselves play, when now after the game they can go back at night, like you said, watch the game back or see how they went out, see which balls they didn't score boundaries on and try and improve in those areas. I think that's a very valid point that you brought up, and if that's brought on after 2 or 3 days, they have a lot of footage to look back on.
Here's a look at our upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we've got the night series over in Portugal running alongside us. We're here in Cyprus for another fortnight before we head up north to Czechia before traveling further eastwards to Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria. We got that little series there in August over in Croatia. Are you excited for that?
Very excited. I think we'll try and put on the best show possible, make sure that the cricket is of a standard it needs to be, and have very competitive, interesting games for everyone to watch.
And this is a massive 6, and it's going to go the distance over long off. Really, really well struck. Any major news you could give us potentially about the Croatian squad we might see during that weekend, or is that information under wraps for now?
At the moment, that information's under wraps. We'll probably get to that in the next few weeks. I think there was a no ball there that Scott just put away for 6, so he's going to have another 6 balls to go.
Yeah, it's been given a free hit for this front foot. There we go. Umpire Tracy Pasquille signaling the free hit. Chance for Scott to bring up yet another half century. Full toss. This one's heading straight into the commentary tent, and I'm glad you're here to take that one. You made it look so easy.
Thank you very much. I'm lucky it bounced before it got to me. It took 50% of the difficulty off. Unfortunately, the fielder couldn't wrap it up before me.
No, absolutely. If it was me, I'd have probably turned my back and run or something. So
that's another 50 for Scott. 53 of 16. He's looking very good today.
Incredible half century. He's I believe this is his 4th half century already this series. It's been incredible. He's been a run machine over this week of cricket here in Cyprus. This one's going to be a top edge. It's going to be quite a chase for the fielder. Can he make it? No, he can't. Goes away for 4, and so fortune favoring Burdekin.
That's how the game goes. If you're very brave and don't be scared to play your shots, usually it favors you in the end.
And obviously, speaking of bravery, we can go and continue that little discussion we had about the transition from the longer formats of the game to this one. Did you play much T20 cricket growing up?
I would say here's another one, 6. From growing up, and we mainly played a lot of longer format games. T20s came in later, from when I was in my mid-teens. So even transitioning from 50 overs to 20 overs was quite a big step. You have to learn a lot of new skills, especially when you bat and you bowl. When you're running up to bowl, you can't just run up and bowl the same speed all the time because the batsman will get used to it. You have to throw some variation in just to make him second guess himself.
This is crunched. Absolutely incredible shot. Too much width on offer there, and Qasim Mohammed gets punished.
As I was saying, definitely with the shorter formats of the game, I'd say good bowlers win games more than good batsmen win the games. If you have good bowlers, you restrict teams to scores where usually you'd be able to chase it down because everyone's going as hard as they can all the time. Where when you're bowling, if you bowl in the slot all the time, it's going to be impossible to chase down.
This one is struck straight down the ground. Another good shot by Burdick, and it moves on to 71. Just batting superbly. Advances down the wicket, thrashes away towards wide long off, and it goes for a 4. That's an interesting point you just raised, that in your opinion, bowling gets more and more important the shorter the format of the game. You know, often I guess the sort of conventional wisdom would be that actually in the shortest format of the game, it's a hitter's game. It's all about the batters. But you disagree with that hypothesis?
I do. From watching a lot of short format games and a lot of longer format games, I think in the long format, having batsmen that can concentrate for a long time and build a good innings, they win the games for you. In the shorter format, especially when you look at T10 and T20, having very good spin bowlers or quick bowlers that can bowl cutters and different variations definitely puts your team ahead of teams that don't have the capabilities.
This one is nudged out towards point for a single. Are they going to come back for a second? No, they won't. Wise decision in the end. The 6th over comes to an end. The BFC are 114 for 1. Of course, just playing devil's advocate here, what I would ask is, of course, we'll first have a look at the scorecard. Scott Burdick currently on 72 of just 21 deliveries, and his skipper has been a really able partner at the other end. Now, one of the things that people would often say is that a great anecdote would be that, you know, in the longer format of the game, say you have a Dale Steyn charging in, you're terrified of him if he's there with a red cherry, but the minute you turn to T20 cricket, suddenly a 19-year-old is looking to smack him over 80 meters for a 6.
That's true. I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree 100%. In the longer format, I think good bowlers work batsmen out. So you'll see the bowlers that get the wickets are usually very experienced. You normally don't have many inexperienced guys playing long format cricket. But in the shorter format of the game, I think if you have someone that's skillful, they can create problems for the batsman, or a few dot balls puts a team a lot behind on the run chase. So even someone that's a little bit unorthodox, the batsman takes a few balls to adapt and they've missed out on quite a few runs. Where T20s, if you look at the winning teams, it's usually teams with the best spinner. A lot of good teams with good batsmen, for example, RCB in the IPL, they've had AB, Virat Kohli, Chris Gale, and have not been that successful.
No, that certainly is a good point. I mean, even at our level here at the T10 cricket, we can just see that having that one spinner in your attack can make such a huge difference. Now, when the captain, oh dear, Parminder Singh hasn't covered himself in glory here. He's going for the old slide tackle to try to prevent that one, loses footing, and it goes away for a boundary.
I think we've seen with, especially with the BFC, when they're bowling, they've used their spin as well and change of pace. Sometimes they push some balls through quicker, sometimes they hold them back a little bit slower, and that also creates problems for the batters. When they haven't done that, I think they've been punished in the field.
Yeah, obviously Scott's also going to play a big part in the second innings with his bowling. He only bowls a bit of off spin, tells the need for his side, and he just provides them that little bit of variation in their attack. And this is an absolutely gorgeous shot. It goes away for a 4.
Great shot from Scott there again, taking advantage of the leg side, getting his front foot across. You can see as he wanted to play that fine behind him more than square of the wicket. So he gets that front foot more across to the offside, which opens up very fine, the area very fine where there were no fielders, so he gets the 4. If he wanted to hit that more in front of square, he probably would have opened his front foot more towards the leg side, which would have aimed his body towards mid-wicket.
Comes down the wicket, and he hits that one away for a 4, meets it on the half volley. Great use of the feet.
Oh, very good from Scott. He's looking in top form today.
He missed out on 100 a couple of days ago when he was obviously left stranded on 95. This time around, I think he's trying to get to those triple digits, just 12 runs away. Struck firmly down the ground. It's going to be a single. Come to the end of the 7th over. Both these sides will get a well-deserved drinks break here. The BFC are 131 for 1. Here's a look at some of the half centuries we've had the great privilege of witnessing throughout this calendar year. I should say centuries, not half centuries. And well, had a few hundreds over here as well. Tons in Estonia as well. I think that series was a really great series for all the run getters. As you can see, you just pointed out Arslan Amjad with that undefeated 183.
That was a massive innings. I remember scoring that innings. That was unfortunately for him. He played later on in the day, and I think they lost the later game. But that 183 put them onto a massive victory in that game in Estonia.
Yeah, that's just truly eye-popping figures. Anytime you can make 183. I mean, most teams struggle to get to 183, and you have a single individual getting to that mark. And you can just see, of course, Scott hasn't quite been able to etch his name on this list just yet. He missed out on it when he was left stranded on 95 a few days ago. Not the way he's going right now, you'd certainly back him to add his name to that list. You know, obviously we've talked at great length about these conditions throughout the day today, and these players now, they just increase the amount of drinks breaks they're going to have, so it's now overs 3, 5, and 7. Have you ever played in conditions like this, and if so, how challenging is it?
This is very difficult to play in. Both batting and bowling are not easy. If you're in the field, obviously you're standing in the sun, you're doing a lot of footwork across the ground. It's very hot, and you have to focus on taking your catches and stopping the boundaries. And if you're batting, you have a lot of concentrating to do. You have to make sure you're hitting the boundaries, making the runs. It's not easy for both sides. I think I have played one time in conditions like this before, but not very often. You have to make sure you're getting enough fluid on board, and then just let that go through him for 4.
No, they've just struggled with their ground fielding, haven't they? The Limmassol Colanders, a few too many mistakes by them.
I think that's an example we can see there where I think the heat is not helping in the field. It makes it a lot more difficult to focus and to stay, especially in the later overs of the innings.
This one goes away for a dot ball. Rocky sneaks one in, a little bit unlucky with about the boundary we saw in the previous delivery. Of course, you know, a lot of people in the chat have been talking about this a fair bit, and a few people believe that the heat hurts the bowling side more. A few others believe it hurts the batting side more. This one goes down the leg side for a wide. What's your opinion on that?
I think it probably is a little bit tougher to bowl, but luckily both teams have to bowl, so it evens out the playing field. I think for bowlers it is very tough. It also makes the outfield a little bit harder and faster, so you see more boundaries. But in the end, both teams play in the same conditions.
Side edge. Do you think that could have possibly been a factor, the weather, for why we're probably seeing a lot more runs this series in Cyprus than we typically do?
I think there's a few reasons. I think the outfield is very quick here in Cyprus. I think the heat is also, like you said, not helping the bowlers and the fielders. And then just very positive batting. I think the batters, maybe because we've had a few games in Cyprus earlier in the year, they've learned from those T10 games, and now they're taking that experience into this tournament.
Yeah, certainly, as Burdikin smacks this one away. It's a really, really good shot. And he moves on to 97. 3 runs away now from a century. Can he get it? This is it's not quite middle that one, but he's still going to get it away for 4. And Scott Burdikin makes his first ever 100 on the European Cricket Network. What a special moment for a special cricketer. He has been on absolute fire throughout this series. It's his 4th 50-plus score. An incredible, incredible display of batting by him once again. Take a bow, Scott Burdikin.
Oh, what a knock. I think that's showed us the whole innings. From when he started off in the first over, he hit one off his legs for 4. And I think in that moment we knew he was onto something special today.
It's been a truly incredible series for the Cyprus international cricketer. This one's gone up in the air. Where is this one going to land? It's going to land safely. And Burdikin lives to fight another day. They're going to come back for a second run as well over here. Colanders really not helping themselves in the field. But just looking at some of these stats for Scott Burdekin throughout this series, 437 runs in the 6 innings he's batted in, and he's batted with a strike rate above 240, and this will actually be his 5th 50-plus score in this series. Just incredible, the consistency he's playing with.
That's very impressive to see. Normally when you're a batter in T10, you look at failing at least 2 or 3 times in 5 innings. He's done very well this week. Hopefully he can carry that forward as the tournament goes on.
Incredible, and they'll certainly need every run they can get from Scott Burdekin when they get into the knockout stages. Full toss. This is struck away towards cow corner. That's going to be a boundary. Matty Hone moves on to 30.
Great shot for Matty Hone through mid-wickets. That's a much tougher shot than he makes it look like. You can see he keeps the face of the bat facing forward. He doesn't really flick his wrists. Very good shot.
Dave asking if he hears a South African accent. You absolutely do, Dave. We've got Jared Newton, Croatia international cricketer, cricket coach, and ECN Blue Crew member alongside me right now. It's been a great pleasure to do this innings alongside you. And if you have any questions here for Jared, do put them into the chat, of course. As we mentioned, Jared, you have such a wealth of cricket experience. You've had the pleasure of playing alongside some great cricketers, the likes of Quinton de Kock, Devon Conway. So any questions you have, please put them into the chat, and I'll be more than happy to ask Jared. Down the ground, and this goes for 4. He pierces the gap. Burdekin now can just really enjoy his innings now that he's reached that 100.
I think this is where this is the most fun part of batting. Once you've got past 100, all the nerves are gone. He can stand there and look to get his team into the best position possible before they take the field to bowl.
Yeah, just psychologically, I mean, the amount of relief you must be feeling after you get to that 100 is quite incredible. He picked out the fielder he has, but it's not going to matter because he spilt the catch. And the Colanders, well, they've had a torrid time in the field, unfortunately, and that one goes away for a 4.
Just looks like it's Scott's day today. Whatever he does turns to gold.
No, it absolutely is his day. And it certainly looks like the British Forces' day, of course. If the British Forces can pull off a bonus point win here, do keep in mind, they'll be able to bypass the knockout round and advance straight to the quarterfinals alongside the Sri Lankan Lions. So a lot on the line for them. As well as the Limmassol Colanders, it's not the showing you expected from them in such a pressure game. That's going to go towards long off for a single. The British Forces are 160 for 1 at the end of 9 overs.
I see Scott stealing the strike on the last ball there. I think that was a premeditated thing from him to try and get on strike for the last over. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, that certainly would serve them well. Probably going to be Sohail Ahmed bowling that final over. Captain of the Limmassol Colanders. We just take a look at those bowling figures for the Colanders. It's just been a difficult innings for whoever's been throwing the ball, but this looks a bit interesting. I think the captain's going to go with a bit of a gamble in the final over. It looks like it's going to be Parminder Singh bowling this one. We haven't seen him feature too much with a bat or ball in hand. The captain's decided he's going to do a little bit of experimentation in this final over. Oh, well, experiment certainly doesn't start out well for the Limmassol Colander. One just slips out of his hands, and it's a free hit coming up for Matty Hone.
Hopefully for Parminder, he can get through this over without too many extras. I think a lot of the teams can work on just trying to bowl as few wides and no balls as possible. And if they do that, that puts them in a good position to win games. As soon as you start giving teams an extra 10, 15 balls to play with, and on top of the 10 or 15 runs that you gave them, you make it a lot harder for yourself to win games.
Yeah, absolutely agree. If this turns out to be a truly mammoth over, something north of 20 runs, all of a sudden the Colanders are going to be in a really tough fight to even try to get that sole point and not get a bonus point defeat.
We'll have to see if taking the risk on this over was worth it.
thwacked, absolutely thwacked. That ball's got wings on it, and it's going to land in the football pitch adjacent to our cricket ground. I have to say, they really need to invest in the net out of that football pitch, because I really worry for some of the kids there some days.
Cricket, standing next to a cricket field can be very dangerous, especially when these two are batting.
I certainly agree. Have you ever had the experience of having to play another sport next to a cricket field, or were you the one normally sending sixes to the other athletes?
I've been lucky enough to play sports at different times of the year, so when we played cricket there was nothing going on the side, and when we played rugby there was no cricket happening. It was too cold for that. So luckily I haven't been next to a cricket field with balls landing next to us, but I wouldn't want to be next to this one.
No, certainly. I think the scariest one was, I believe, when we cover ECSs in Malta. Oh, this is an incredible stroke, but actually looks like it's got more height than actual distance on it, and a catch is finally going to be taken. So they've put plenty down today, the Limmassol Colanders, and that's going to be Qasim Mohammed, who is going to take that catch. Of course, he's going to have a big role to play with the bat in hand in the second innings, and this incredible innings by Scott Burdikin comes to an end. Really, really well batted.
I think he's put his team in a strong position, especially as an opening batsman. If you can push a team onto a good score, I'm not sure if he'll come out and open the bowling after this. He might be a bit hot and tired. We'll have to see. That might be a test of his physical endurance.
He's going to get a nice standing ovation from the rest of the team. There he is. That's Windy Miller. Let's come over to give him a good pat on the back. Expect Windy will play a big role in that second innings with the ball in hand. Gregory gets well, that's easy pickings for Gregory, isn't it? That was a pretty gundy ball.
Yeah, hopefully he can keep the last two balls tight and make this game a little bit closer than it could be. I think bowling around the wickets opens up a lot of the leg side for the batsman, and he probably won't be getting bowled from this angle because his body is in the way of the wickets. Let's see what the bowler can do.
Yeah, I find this really puzzling. I mean, so many bowlers in T10 cricket. See, right arm round. What do you make of this strategy as, of course, this innings comes to an end with a dot ball? So Parminder Singh, in the end, gives up 16 runs in that over going for 17.
I think they come around the wicket. I think they want to take away as much of the angle that the batsmen are used to using. So they want to create something different that they're not used to, coming around him. It's almost over the batsman's shoulder. It makes it a lot harder to put those balls away sometimes.
Absolutely, and you can just see the British forces walking off after what was an exemplary innings of batting for them. 177 runs in their 10 overs. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. Scott Burdikin, of course, is the main story, knocking over a brilliant century. Isidori hit a 4. He disappeared. The very next ball sent that catch to Sohail Ahmed at long on. And then Matty Hone strode out there, and he batted terrifically. I guess the unsung hero of this innings. You know, we've obviously given Scott Burdikin all the plaudits, but Hone did a terrific job at the other end of rotating the strike and hitting opportune boundaries.
I think the job Matty Hone did was exactly what a captain would do. He supported his teammates, made sure he stayed in there. If he lost his wicket, could have opened the gates on the other end, which would have put Scott under more pressure. So well done to the captain.
Yeah, great job by Matty Hone. 143-run partnership alongside Burdikin. Just see some of these fantastic strokes he hit. And the incredible thing about Burdikin's innings was he only hit 6 sixes despite going at a strike rate of 287. There were some lovely strokes along the ground, 17 fours.
Well, very well played. So it wasn't just over the top for him. He was hitting very good, well-rounded cricket shots, and it didn't matter where they bowled, he was putting them away.
He certainly was, and I think the Limmassol Colanders didn't help themselves. One of the few calamities in the field. And this was a ball that would finally dismiss him on 112 of 39. Qasim Mohammed holding on to that one. And he certainly got the plaudits when he went back to the dugout. Parminder Singh was charged with bowling the final over. It was a touch expensive. The gamble didn't quite pay off for the captain. In the end, the British forces, who need a bonus point victory, keep in mind, to make it into the top 2, have certainly put themselves into a great position. Here's the scorecard for the British forces.
I think that's a very undervalued knock by Matty Hone, scoring 42 of 19, supporting Scott along the way, and getting his team to a good total. Let's see what they can do with the bowling. I'll be interested to see if Scott Burdekin opens the bowling or not after that, batting nearly 10 overs there in the heat. That will be something for them to look at tactically, and we'll see what they do.
And we'll have a look at the bowling card over here. As you can see, a bit of a difficult day for a lot of these bowlers. It was a real tough one. As you can see, Qasim Muhammad in particular, ouch, goes for 44 runs over his 2 overs. And, well, the big story for the extras over there were those 10 penalty runs that they were penalized after the late start. The Limmassol Colanders need 178 runs in the second innings if they want to pull this one out of the bag. We'll see you again in just about 5 minutes.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. We had a really exciting first innings where we saw Scott Burdekin get a well-deserved 100. He's had an incredible European cricket series so far, leading the way as one of our top run getters. So here is the bonus point equation, and if you're the British forces, this is all you care about. This is all you care about. The British forces have to find a way to win this game and acquire that bonus point if they want to make it into the top two and bypass the knockout round next Wednesday. Of course, if the Limmassol Colanders pick up a bonus point here, they'll be in a terrific position to get into second place and potentially grab themselves a second spot. So a lot to play for in this innings, and if you're the British forces, ignore the 177. It's all about the 123. You want to get that bonus point so that you get to put your feet up next Wednesday and go straight to the quarterfinals. You can just see the players are ready to take the field. Yeah, big innings here for the British forces. Of course, we've seen them bowl terrifically in the second innings throughout this series. They've defended some really low scores as well. So they've got a strong bowling lineup. This time around, 123 runs is what they'll be looking at. They don't care about that target on the screen. All they care about is getting that bonus point victory. Nishchey Putt here in the commentary box, and once again I've got the great pleasure of being joined by a Croatia cricketer, Jared Newton. Great to have you back for the second innings, and what do you think about this game? The British forces, obviously they're looking to get this bonus point.
Yeah, good afternoon again, Nish. Thanks for having me here. I think they want to try and build on the games that they've had before, try and use their skills and try and limit the batters to as few runs as possible.
And Wendy Miller starts off with a slightly wider delivery. And he's probably spoiled to wide there, in all honesty. The batter is just staring at the toe end of his bat.
I think Wendy's been a very good asset for the British so far. He's been a good bowler in all the games, very consistent. And they've been using him reliably in the games.
Absolutely. And I mean, what do you think about Isidore's wicket keeping? I mean, he has really taken this series by storm with his keeping, and he's such a great weapon because he can stand up to the stumps regardless of the pace of the bowler.
He's been very impressive, both with his batting and with his wicket keeping. I think he also limits the batsmen that they have to stay in their crease when they're batting. Oh, what a start from the BFC.
Absolutely, he takes that catch. A huge wicket here for the British forces. As we mentioned, the British forces are looking to get that bonus point to grab one of the top two spots for just for that chance to bypass the knockout rounds. And for a second, you just think it's going to slip past him, but he somehow manages to corral the ball. Gareth Richardson. Now, we've seen him do plenty of foot fielding out at square leg, but this time he shows he's pretty adept with his hands as well. Derek the Duck comes out to greet Qasim Muhammad, a man who has also scored 100 earlier this series, and a massive blow for the Colanders.
As I was saying before with Javan Isidore, his wicket keeping is a massive asset for the bowlers. It forces the batters to stay back in the crease. He has a great shot. Great shot for 6. Good start from the batter there on his first delivery.
Great start there by Patel. That's the way you want to start off.
With Javan Isidore, I think he's been taking the bowler's attack into being up to the stumps, and it also helps the bowler to be consistent with their length, forcing the batsman to play from the crease.
Absolutely, as we just see another boundary over here. And this one is struck out to his batter. So we've had a few questions coming in during the little innings break we had. I'll bring up the first one right after this delivery. Oh, it's gone up in the air. This could be a chance to get a second wicket. Are they going to go bang bang in the first over? No, he just never got himself into a great position. I think he just lost it a little bit in the sun.
Yeah, that's a difficult part of playing in the midday. As the ball goes up, it's straight in the sun, and there's nothing much you can do other than try and keep your another tactic you can use to help. You lift your hand above your face to try and block out the sun. Other than that, you just have to watch the ball.
Yeah, do you think maybe they could it'd help if they use some of the sunglasses they have? I mean, there's a lot of players wearing sunglasses.
Definitely the sunglasses help. Sunglasses with keeping your hand up to try and block as much of the sun as possible. That's the only strategy you have if you can't see the ball if it's in the sun otherwise.
Yeah, 21 matches since we last had a golden ball here on the European Cricket Network. We've come close to snapping that streak a couple of times over these last 2 days. We've had 2 last ball finishes. It's I see Anthony Walbridge coming in, the left-hander. Oh, what a terrific ball to start off. Incredible, great Yorker.
That's a great ball. Being left-handed myself, swinging the ball back into the right-handed batsman and bouncing it on the crease, that's a great start from Anthony.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things you were discussing in the previous innings was just how having a spinner can be such an X factor in limited overs cricket. This one is just a touch short. It's played out towards mid-wicket for a single. But I think one of the big weapons nowadays you notice in limited overs cricket is having those left-arm seamers who can just tuck the right-hander for room.
Yeah, it's a different angle to the right-hander, which I think, as we were talking about in the first innings, the strategy of the right-arm ball, another wicket for BFC. So the right-handers coming around the wicket, they try and replicate what the left-hander does naturally. But the left-hander has the benefit of swinging the ball, usually swinging the ball back into the right-hander and taking away all their space, which makes it quite difficult to get the ball away.
Yeah, you could probably see that here. It's not as much width as he was expecting, and he's not able to get this one away. He finds the fielder this time around. No mistake at point. And that's Ed Sanderson who takes the catch. Really well taken. And Derrickson to come out to greet Sohail Ahmed. So both the openers have been sent back to the dugout without troubling the scorers. And the bonus point is on for the British forces.
Now let's see what they can do. They've started off very positively. We can see the batter there trying to step to the leg side to create that space. He just can't find it at the moment.
Yeah, this is top bowling by Walbridge. And, well, let's get into some of the questions we've had in the chat. We're just going to take a look if there was any stumping chance there. It doesn't seem there was. Looks clean enough to me. So well, one of the first questions, of course, comes from the president of the Cyprus Cricket Association, Mohammed Hussain. And he was just commenting on the fact that you mentioned that well, Scott Burdekin might be a little bit tired. And the comment Mohammed made was, are you sure some of the forces will get tired with just 45 minutes of heat?
I think it's you can't help being a human at the moment. I think with the temperature that we have, even being these guys, as tough as they are, this heat will get to you. And Scott was out there for most of their innings, so there's nothing you can do about that. I'm sure he's very fit and very tough, but when the heat comes, there's nothing you can do.
I think the British forces, though, they have such an advantage over so many teams just because they're physically so much fitter than the average semi-professional team. This one is gone up in the air, and it's going to go well clear of the rope for a 6. Patel clubs another one.
Definitely, I agree with what you're saying there. The fitness, especially later on in the day, once they've played 1, 2, or 3 games, and then still being able to be alert and aware and run around in the field, that helps your team a lot.
Absolutely, it certainly does. We'll have a look at the standings here for Group A. So a lot on the line here for the British forces. As we can see, if they can get that bonus point victory, they should leapfrog the Napa Kings and grab one of those top 2 spots. Meanwhile, for the Colanders, it's still mathematically possible for them to get one of the top 2 spots, but they're in a real spot of bother right now against the British forces.
We have Windy Miller coming in for his 2nd over. I like this tactic of bowling a bowler for his 2 overs. It's not a great start from him, but usually he can get into a rhythm with the batsman and try to figure him out. Sometimes getting 1 over and then another one at the end, you can't really build on what you did in the 1st over. So I'm liking the tactic with what the captain of the BFC has done at the moment.
Yeah, certainly a very, very smart captain, Matty Hone. And we've got a question here from ECN superfan Dave. Just go into that after this delivery. Oh, that's a really, really good ball. Terrific bowling by Miller. That's a good question here. So, of course, we're going to discuss a little bit about your experience at the ECC. So, yeah, Dave just has a few questions. If you could tell him a little bit about what it was like playing for Croatia.
Playing for Croatia obviously is a very proud moment for me. I got to captain the team as well as play in the ECC, and being captain comes a lot of responsibility, especially in a T10 game. There's a lot happening at once. So one thing I felt that helped me a lot was trying to delegate different jobs. So I had to delegate someone to watch the time, because we're quite under a lot of time pressure during the game. You can't really take time setting a field between each ball, so there's a lot of time pressure. You have to make sure you have enough players outside and inside the ring all the time. But playing in the ECC was a great experience. We got to play on an amazing cricket ground, and you get to watch your games afterwards. Your family back home gets to watch you play. It's a great experience to be a part of.
Oh, certainly would have been great for you while you're out there. And well, since you just made a quick comment about delegating certain roles, here's Scott Burdick, and he puts the dive in. Gotta say, that was in all honesty, he's probably saved a 4 over there. That was always going to be a very tough catch. It was a fantastic diving effort.
Very impressive fielding by the BFC. All of those add up towards the end of an innings, and I think that will be a difference today.
Certainly will. I mean, especially when you consider how leaky the Limmassol Colanders were in the first inning. So, yeah, just going back to your ECC experience, something we've seen from certain captains during the course of this ECS is they kind of go into a game with a certain set plan of who's going to bowl what over, and then they're not quite willing to adapt within the game. How did you find that fine balance of being flexible but also sticking to your original plans?
I think that's, like we were talking about earlier, the difference between the 50-over game and the T10 game. The T10 game happens a lot quicker. So your game tactics that you came up before the game, you have to think a lot quicker on the field than in a 50-over. And you'll go into the game with the strategy, but obviously you have to read the current conditions. You have to read how your players are performing and then adapt as you go. It's quite difficult, but I think if you have the right setup around the game and the people to talk to in the team, you can manage it very well.
Oh, and this one just lands safely between Isidore and I believe Tom Gregory. So another chance goes begging. The Limmassol Colanders currently at 27 for 1. Obviously, it's always the keeper's catch, but yeah, it was just beyond him there.
Well, that's tough. You normally want the keeper to take it because he's got the gloves on. But there's another conundrum there. You have the player running with the ball coming over his head, which also makes it very difficult. It's much easier to run forward with the ball coming towards you. So it's not up to us which guy was going for it, but either one could have done it.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to continue that discussion we were having right before that ball, as of course these teams have a drinks break, we'll have a look at some of the centuries we've witnessed so far this year on the European Cricket Network. Of course, Scott Burdick adding his name to that list with that terrific 100 in the first innings against the Limmassol Colanders, the top run getter of this ECS so far. He's been in an electric form. You know, so much of, I'm guessing, T10 cricket, you know, of captaincy of bowling is just looking at matchups. I mean, how often, you know, you might have a certain bowler in your mind, you might be thinking that I'd rather him bowl in the death overs, but then you see the right matchup and you want to insert him right into the attack.
Yes, I would say exactly what you said now is probably the biggest thing you have to think of. You normally start with your best bowlers in the power play in the beginning. And then you have to decide whether, if they bowl a good over, do you keep them on or do you keep them for the end? So sometimes if the other team doesn't have too many good batsmen, you want to bowl your good bowlers up front and hope to get breakthroughs into the lower order. And then your bowlers that maybe don't have as many skills can come on against batsmen that can't really utilize that so much. Where if the other team has a lot of good batsmen, then you want to try and keep some good overs towards the end.
Yeah, that's something which Rico and I have often talked about throughout this series, especially at this level. When we're talking about the ECS level, not the international level, you tend to only have 3 or 4 good batters, and they're all at the top of the order. So you want to get rid of them and then really get into that brittle middle order. Anthony Walbridge here, coming in to bowl the second over. Goes down the leg side for a wide. And that's a good chance to also move on to our next question. So Dave asking if you know a certain Sam Houghton.
I do know Sam. Sam's playing cricket currently in Split in Croatia. He also does a lot of work on running boat parties in Split. So Sam's getting himself around and playing a lot of entertaining T10 cricket.
Oh, well, that was total lack of communication there. You can just hear Matty Hone saying, put a name on it. Someone's got to call for that one. And this one's a top edge. It goes flying up in the air. And it's managed to go through a couple of fielders. You can just see, lose it in the sun over there a little bit, Sanderson. And Windy Miller wasn't quite able to react in time to that Tortuga bounce.
Very good take there by the keeper again. Again, showing us his skills standing up to the stumps to a seam-up bowler, which is putting these batsmen under a lot of pressure. None of them can walk down the crease. And he's doing very well, especially with the left-handed bowler. The ball's coming across the batsman, so he loses sight of it for a while. That was a very impressive take from him.
I'm going to come back here for a couple of runs, so some nice running between the wickets by Singh and Patel. The next question coming in from Limmassol. He's a little bit curious about your background and which part of South Africa you're from.
I'm from Johannesburg, from the west side of Joburg, and I went to school in the center in the CBD to a school called St. John's College.
It's a good bit of fielding here by Hone to ensure that's just a single underarm throw back to the non-striker's end.
Very impressive work by the keeper standing up to the left-hander here. Let's see if he can get the ball to come back in. A bit too straight from Anthony there. And we have a run out. Great stuff from the field at mid-wicket.
Incredible. A great run out, some top fielding here. Another wicket falls for the British forces, and wicket stumbling at regular intervals to strike this one out towards square leg. And you can just see the left arm throw back to the non-striker's end. Not too many cricketers expecting you to throw it back with your left arm, and that might have caught him as well. And Prashant Patel will have to depart. Another wicket falls for the Colanders.
Yeah, very good work, exactly what you expected. I think the batter saw it go to the fielder's left-hand side and thought it would take a lot longer for him to get it back. He did very well to pick up and get an accurate throw back to the bowler. Let's see if Anthony can finish off his over very well here. Another good take from the keeper there.
Well, so we got another question coming in from Kroomies, asking you a little bit about some of the players you had the great privilege of playing alongside. So he's asking you, who would you think would adapt, I should say, quickest to T10 cricket? Out of the pros you've had the great pleasure of playing alongside, and who do you think would struggle? Are you also surprised to see Elgar doing T20 at the moment? But he is going well.
I think it's a no-brainer to me. I think Quinton de Kock would adapt the best. I don't think I've played with many people that hit the ball as cleanly as he does. He'd normally, from any length, he could pick it up. So if he had to come into a T10 game, he played that, pretty much he played with that aggression his whole career. So I'd have to answer with Quinton de Kock for that question. And then for who would struggle, I'm not sure. They're all professionals for a reason. And I think that gives them the benefit, and their work ethic and experience and ability to adapt has got them to where they are. So I don't think any of them would really struggle. And that shows even as we look at Dean Elgar, he's technically not really someone you'd think would do well in a shorter format, but because he's the batter that, oh my, what a catch.
That might be one of the greatest catches you will ever see. Windy Miller has plucked an absolute blinder, and he points to the back of his shirt. Remember the name. The name's Windy Miller, number 7. He's taken an absolute humdinger of a catch one-handed. My word, this is the highlight of the series. Let's take another look at this one. He's going for the big shot. It's gone up in the air, and Windy Miller puts the dive in, plucks it out one-handed.
Very, very impressive by Windy Miller. I think that pretty much had me speechless. I can't even remember what we were speaking about. Windy just took away all of that, and I think this will be a moment that we remember from the series.
And we could just capture the reaction right there. I mean, Windy Miller, what an incredible catch. That is the moment of this ECS so far. Incredible, incredible take. And the British forces are going to remember this one for a long time to come. They're going to be playing this one at the clubhouse for weeks and weeks on end. Well, months on end, I should say. And Bashir comes out, strikes the first one for a boundary.
We have another left-handed bowler here, which is quite a... I think this will come in handy for the BFC as they get deeper into the tournament. The left-hand spinner takes the ball away from the right-handed batsman, making it a little bit trickier to get him away, as long as he keeps the ball outside off. A little bit too straight on that one.
What a moment. What a moment. Still haven't gotten over that. That was one of the best catches you're ever going to see on the European Cricket Network. Many a pro would be proud of that one. Oh, and this is gone. He's cleaned him up. Another wicket falls here. Just shaves the outside of the off stump. And Thornton gets rid of another player. The Colanders in all sorts of trouble. And it really looks like the British forces might go on to pick up this bonus point and seal a place in the top 2. And let's take another look at this one here. It's another wicket falls. And there he is, Thornton, with that little celebration. Great moment for him. Gets his first ever ECS wicket. He'll be feeling great about that. And a really heartwarming moment. Singh departs after making a run of ball 13. And Hussain now strides out to the middle. Colanders 41 for 5. And this is a good ball here by Thornton. Couple of wickets for him in this over. Can now really just enjoy the remainder of this innings, the British forces.
Let's see how he finishes off his spell.
This one is played out to a man who's just taken an absolute blinder of a catch. And it will bring the over to an end. The Limmassol Colanders are 41 for 5, and this is a great chance to welcome you into our commentary position. This Sher Punjab here alongside a Croatia international cricketer and Blue Crew member Newton. Of course, Jared, it's great to have you over here. And what have you made of this game so far? What have you made of your first chance in the commentary position?
Well, thanks for welcoming me here. First of all, I'm enjoying it a lot. It's been a great game to watch. BFC has been very impressive both with the bat and now with the ball. They've been very disciplined. A few missed chances in the field, but I think the heat and fielding second has taken its toll on them. They've been quite good today.
No, they've certainly been quite good today. And this British forces side, they look like they might actually go on and get all 4 bonus points. If this team can make it straight to the quarterfinals, how far do you think they can go?
I think if they take the right tactics into the knockout games, I think they could win it. It'll come down to a lot of good bowling, making sure you're not dropping your catches, and then obviously doing what they've done with the bat and putting away a lot of boundaries.
No, certainly will, as we're just going to return to live action.
You just give yourself in the circle. Steve backwards square.
Yeah, still haven't quite gotten over the 6 months of army service. Starting to call you up there by your surname. That's what you get for 6 months. Everyone shouting pot at you.
Got too many on the leg side. Got too many on the leg side.
83 runs needed up these last 5 overs. The Colanders want to salvage a point from this.
We have the captain, Matty Hone, coming on to bowl. I think I've been very impressed with his change of pace that he's used. Let's see what he can bring to this innings.
This one is just played off the pads away for a single. It's going to give it a no ball as well. Just wonder if this is too many fielders outside the ring potentially. Did someone just step outside the circle? That's the question. Oh, I can just see. Yep, the umpires are pointing at fine leg. So, yeah, the fine leg. I think he just took a step outside the ring. Free hit coming up. Oh, well, that was quite a dive. Takes putting your body on the line rather seriously. There, it's a bit of foot fielding to prevent that from going for a boundary, and they'll save a couple of runs.
Yeah, good fielding there. A little bit unorthodox, but it did the job.
Yeah, well, all's well that ends well. Of course, Lance Solo asked that question saying, cool, thank you for your answer regarding where you're from, as he's from Durban. Armand There's a question over here for you as well. This is going to be a minimo. It's 4 wides. Goes away for 5 free runs for the Colanders.
Yeah,
That's a
that's not very. Sorry, there. That's not very impressive from Matty Hone. I think, if, as you asked me a few minutes ago, if they want to win this tournament, I think they have to be a lot more disciplined on the bowling front and try and minimize giving the other team extra deliveries and free runs like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just those little things that separate the good teams from the great teams. Totally agree with that point. Oh, it's gone up in the air. And has this got enough distance on it? It certainly does. That's a 6. Hussein blasts a big one. And the Colanders get a much-needed 6. Question here from Armand. He's asking if you were coached by Justin Salmons at St. John's.
No, I was not. I think I was probably there before Justin was there. I finished school in 2009, so Justin probably came to St. John's after that.
Keep going, Matty. Keep going, Matty.
Goes for the aerial shot there, but it lands safely. This one is struck down the ground, of course. We're just getting in some of the reaction from the chat as well regarding that catch. Mr. Kitty saying, wow, that's the HCL play of the day. Scott Kelly saying that was the catch of the year. That was just something special. Just truly out of the ordinary.
Get in there, boys. Get in there. That's a great comeback for you over there, Matty.
We've got 4 overs to go. Yeah, I think the BFC want to finish this innings off, obviously with as few wides and no balls as possible. Maybe try and experiment a little bit for experience going into the future games in the tournament. Maybe bowl 1 or 2 guys to give them some confidence for the future games. If I was the captain, that's what I'd be looking to do. Also encourage the bowlers to try different variations in a match situation that they normally wouldn't, maybe under too much pressure in a different game. I think they can use the next 4 overs quite to their advantage.
Coming into the 7th over here. Thornton's going to continue his spell, bowled terrifically in that first over. Picked up a couple of wickets. And yeah, I think Thornton, I think a player who probably didn't bowl as much throughout the series, and he's getting an opportunity here. So I think that's what they are thinking for the British forces right now. Just get a number of their players, a few overs under their belt, heading into the knockout stages.
Oh, great ball there.
Yeah, wonderful ball. And again, it's a left armer as well. This adds a little bit more variation to their attack.
Exactly what you said. The left arm spin, the ball angles in towards the right-handed batsman, and then he wants it to bounce and go away from the right-hander. And when it doesn't, that's normally how it ends up. That ball was a little bit too short, and the batsman took advantage.
Yeah, just a bit of a half tracker, wasn't it? And it gets belted away. Over square leg, 4 or 6. Thornton gets punished over there.
Can see the batter standing very open in his stance and deep in his crease. He wants the ball to be short and hit it over the leg side.
And this is going to be another 6. It's another big one there for Bashir. He makes it back-to-back 6s. And as you just pointed out, the batter is telegraphing where he really wants to hit it. He's nice and deep in his crease. How should the bowler adjust to this?
I think the bowler should use this and practice a few different variations. As he's running up, he can see where the batter's standing. If I was him here, I'd look and try and fire the ball in at the batter's right foot and his right big toe and try and hit the wickets or get him LBW. Right there.
That was so close, wasn't it? Really, really close. Yeah, the LBW is always in play. That one just misses the stumps by a whisker.
Much better comeback from the bowler. Definitely adapted to where the batsman was putting himself and put him in a difficult position. I think if he just watches the batter and just adapts his bowling, he'll do very well.
Now up in the air. And oh, almost taken. That would have been a tough catch. Wendy Miller might have taken that one. End of the 7th over. And it's another good one for the British force. You can see, wow, it didn't quite carry, did it? I think he's done very well in the end to get some body in the way, but yeah, made a little mistake there. Still got a ball to come. one is blocked out. And a great spell of bowling here for Steve Thornton, 2 for 19 at the end of his spell.
I was impressed with how he came back there after I think he missed out on where the batter was standing with the ball that he got hit for 6, and he adapted well for the next ball. Unfortunately, I think the ball after that he got away with because he dropped it short again, and the batsman just missed out on hitting that one.
Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our final match of the day between the Limmassol Colanders and the Sri Lankan Lions. The Colanders suffer a bonus point defeat here. This match against the Sri Lankan Lions might turn into a bit of a dead rubber for them. Meanwhile, the Sri Lankan Lions, of course, it's the last match for them. Not much to play for, but as you mentioned, maybe it's an opportunity to get some of these other guys some time out in the middle, and maybe even look to get Kamal Ray's back into some form. He's been struggling.
Kamal, I have no doubt he'll get back into form. Some cricketers like that. You don't do well all the time. Maybe he'll be the guy that wins the later important games for them. So getting him into the game to bowl, getting some guys that don't normally get a chance to bowl would be good for their experience.
Yeah, I mean, it must be so tough if you're Nolan Pathirana, the captain of the Sri Lankan Lions. Kamal Ray, he's historically been so good for the Sri Lankan Lions side, one of their best bowlers, and now he's almost scared to use him. Didn't even have him bowl against the British forces.
I think he's just lacking in confidence. Maybe this game afterwards can be a turning point for him and change the series around for Kamal.
It's going to be Tom Gregory coming in to bowl this 8th over. Cleans him up, full and straight. You miss, I hit, keeps it simple, and Bashir departs.
That's a perfect delivery from Tom there. I think he read the situation of what the batter wanted to do, and he put the ball in the slot where if the batter made a mistake, he would get him out. So that's very impressive to see. Nice and full, straight at the wickets. That's the way to go here for Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. Terrific length. And that's going to be the end for him. Another wicket tumbles here for the Limmassol Colanders. 6 have been sent back to the shed. And this looks like it's going to be a real pumping here for the Colanders. This is certainly going to harm their net run rate a lot as well.
Yeah, not much to look forward to for the batsmen coming in. I think they have to look forward, trying to learn as much as they can and use up as many of the overs that are left and get as many balls under the belt as possible. They don't really want to get bowled out here inside their 10 overs.
Yeah, certainly want to at least get the most out of your time in the middle. I mean, it's not often that the number 8 or the number 9 strolls out to bat in a T10 game, so you get 5 or 10 balls to face, and that might do your confidence some good. That's gone high up in the air. This is another catching opportunity. The skipper's underneath it, and he just lost track of the ball a little bit in the sun. Then he's going to use his feet to prevent that from going to the boundary rope. Come back for a couple of runs, the Colanders.
I think that was difficult. It was into the sun, but like you said, there's a few things he could do to help himself out in that situation, and I don't think any of it got used.
We're just taking a look at this replay to confirm whether it's a 4-0. Seems like it was a clean stop. That one's going to be a wide.
I've been very impressed with the keeping today. I don't think we've seen any buys in this inning so far.
Yeah, he certainly always does a terrific job, doesn't he, Isidore? Goes up in the air, just a 1 run off by so far. And Whitney Miller will cut that one out. And it's only going to be a single.
Oh, another good ball from Tom, nice and straight. Probably going down the leg side a little bit. But I think he's doing a good job keeping the ball on the wickets, making sure if the batter makes a mistake and misses, he's in a little bit of trouble. That time, just a bit down leg. Good take from the wicketkeeper there.
Yeah, really good work. Ivan saying he's joining us while watching this game while he's at a treadmill at the gym. Good way to get through your workout there, Ivan B. And glad you're joining us. This one's down the leg side. It's another wide. And as you mentioned earlier in this broadcast, it's these little things that they'll have to iron out of their games. I mean, how many matches might they play in the knockout stages where a few runs here and there will determine the outcome of the match. End of the 8th over. 46 runs needed of the last 2 if the Colanders want to survive bonus point defeat.
Exactly like you said, I think the later games in this competition will come down to a run or 2, maybe even a golden ball. That's how close some of the games are. And then 1 or 2 wides extra gives the team an extra few runs and an extra few balls that they can put away. So they need to try and limit the extras and not give the batting side more opportunities to hit boundaries.
It's going to be Matty Hone bowling this penultimate over. And well, it's a good chance to just generally ask you a few general questions of how you feel about these first few days of this ECS here in Cyprus. And see Matty Hone just making a few fielding adjustments and making sure there aren't too many fielders outside the ring. He just brought a square leg in. This one is just on the pads. It's tucked away for a 4. It's a good shot there by Hussein. Of course, one of the things that I have noticed during our time here is that a lot of the players very leg side dominant, aren't they? They're always looking to hit shots down the leg side. I mean, we saw this in the previous game where Sher Punjab were just bowling wide outside the off stump to the opposition because some of the batters were unwilling to open up the offside. Well, what would you advise some of these players?
I think the batters have shown they're very strong on the leg side. A lot of them get their front foot out the way, and it frees up the mid-wicket cow corner region that they can hit a lot of 4s and 6s into that area. The problem, like you said, when the bowlers bowl wider, it makes it difficult for them to get the balls through the offside for boundaries. So my suggestion for them, especially if they're more comfortable playing through the leg side, would be just going across their stumps, maybe batting on off stump, a little bit outside off, which then obviously makes the bowler have to bowl a bit straighter to you. And other than that, making sure they can hit 4s that are wide on offside, square, past point, then you have a dangerous batter, because if you bowl wide to him, he's going to put you away. If you bowl straight, he'll put you away.
Yeah, a little bit of a comedy of errors here for the British forces. A few overthrows. They dropped the catch as well. It's not going to hurt them too much right now because they pretty much wrapped this game up. Let's take a look at this. Steve Thornton getting underneath and bowled superbly, but yeah, tried to grab at the ball rather than allowing it to come towards him. And then, yeah, a few overthrows over there. Not ideal for the British forces.
A little bit unlucky with the ball with bouncing off of the wickets there. I don't think that was anyone's fault. It was a good throw back in.
Just fires this one in. Matty Hone.
It's been very impressive when he does that. He bowls it nice and full, a little bit quicker. Definitely, I think he can use that to his benefit the more often he uses it. And then throwing a few slow ones in between, it will make it quite difficult for the batter to predict what's coming.
Another ball goes through over here. Yeah, this would be a huge victory, as we've mentioned a few times on this broadcast for the British forces. They'll pick up that bonus point and seal one of the top 2 spots, which just allows them to bypass the elimination round next Wednesday and go straight to the quarterfinals. This is a really good stroke, a bit of a check shot there by Ollie for a 6.
I think what Matty could have done differently, he already bowled 2 quicker balls, could have just taken the pace off. I think that he allowed the batter to just get used to what was coming. That's why he so easily just lifted it over the top. If he took the pace off, they probably would have been a catch in the covers.
Absolutely, some great advice there for Matty Hone as we take a look at the bowling figures here. As you can see, good figures all around. The skipper has been the most expensive of the bowlers. It looks like Tom Gregory's going to bowl his second over, the final one of this innings. The British forces just 6 balls away from notching another victory. Now, if you're the Limmassol Colanders, they're just about to go up against the Sri Lankan Lions, a team that has been the class of this group. What would you tell them? What sort of adjustments do they need to make to avoid a similar outcome against some quality opposition?
I think what they can do going in is try and be as disciplined as possible, making sure they try and utilize the bad balls, put the bad balls away. I think they've missed out on a few boundaries they could have hit in this innings. As we see there, this could be stumped. I think the batsmen are playing where they feel like the ball's going to be rather than watching the ball.
Just take a look at this over here. Oh, well, I think he's just got his foot back down in time.
Very close. This could be umpire's call. It looks like his toe is in. I wonder what the soft signal was from the umpire on field.
He just gets his, has he just got his toe back down in time. Looks like he's gonna live to fight another day, survives that delivery. The umpire seems to have given it not out. Yeah, certainly.
Sorry there, I was interrupting you. I just wanted to point out very good wicket keeping again from the keeper here. He's been very impressive in this game.
Oh, great work there by Windy Miller. Doesn't let that one get past him. Yeah, no, Isidore, he's certainly been good, and I think this British Forces side, as you mentioned earlier in this broadcast, will certainly be a very challenging team to get past in the quarterfinals, which will be coming up next week. No doubt about this one. This is certainly a stumping, and he ferociously knocks the stumps down there, Isidore. And Hussein, that will bring his innings to an end.
That's exactly what Isidore brings to the team. If the batsman comes out of his crease and misses it, then they get a wicket. A lot of the other teams, I think, they keep us standing back, give us the batsman too much freedom to roam around the crease and out of the crease whenever they want, putting the bowler under unnecessary pressure, which Isidore obviously takes advantage of.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just such a huge advantage for them that he can stand up to the stumps regardless of the bowler. I think most teams would not be able to take advantage of that. That would just be a wide. But this time around, it's a wide, and it's also a wicket. 7th one falls for the Colanders. Oh, is there... Do they have a bit of a shout here? The umpire says that we ought to have a look at this one. How close is this? I mean, what an incredible keeper Isidore is. Take another look at this here. Well, ooh, you can just see he lifts his foot, and he might be in trouble here. He might be in serious trouble. But this is going to be the decisive frame. And it's been given out. It's been given out. Yep, there's nothing behind the line over there.
Very impressive wicket keeping. That's 2 stumpings in the last over here. I think Isidore is showing his class, and I think this will be very useful for the BFC going forward in the tournament.
And this is also a hat-trick ball coming up. Well, take another look at this. Here we go. Are they going to get everyone into the ring over here? That looks like Matty Hone's going to do that. Parminder Singh is coming out to bat. Yeah, the whole team has just been moved into the ring. Here we go. Chance for Tom Gregory to make a little bit of history and get a hat-trick. They put a slip in place as well. Windy Miller is that slip. Hat-trick ball coming up. Where should he bowl this one?
He has to bowl it at the stumps, try and hit the stumps if the batter misses. Let's see what his game plan is.
And he cleared the front leg there. Parminder Singh was going for the big shot. You've got to commend the bravery. I mean, a lot of other batters would have simply looked to block it out on a hat-trick ball.
Yeah, I mean, he's got nothing to lose, the batter. And I think Tom Gregory bowled a very impressive ball there. It just could have been a little bit fuller trying to hit the stumps.
And this is another one. Again, tries to clear the front leg and goes for the big shot. So this is the last question that I'll be giving you today. Of course, Kroom asking this one. This is a bit more of a fantasy question in some ways. Who do you think would make the better T10 cricketer? Quinton de Kock or A.B. de Villiers? This one has gone up in the air, and it's taken in the deep. Really good catch there by Gareth Richardson. The 9th wicket falls for the Colanders, and the British Forces of Cyprus can just soak this victory in. A huge victory for them. Get the bonus point, and now, well, they can feel pretty safe that they've secured one of the top 2 spots, and they get to bypass the elimination round and go straight to the quarterfinals. A fantastic group stages for the British Forces of Cyprus, and now they'll be harboring some ambitions of some silverware come next week. Now let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming games. This is our final game of Group A between the Limmassol Colanders and the Sri Lankan Lions. As you can see, Ahmed Qasim, he's been the leading points getter for this Colanders side. He's made 100, but we just couldn't quite see him at his best in this match. I mean, for the Sri Lankan Lions, of course, they'll be looking to get back to winning ways after that shocking defeat they suffered yesterday. Here's a look at the highlights of this innings. It was complete British Forces dominance. They just never get going at any point in this innings. The Limmassol Colanders, they lost early wickets. Once Qasim Mohammed and Sohail Ahmed were gone, it really just became a question of how many runs they were going to lose by.
Yeah, great performance by the BFC. I think that was impressive to watch. A few little mishaps in the field, but I think a lot of positives they can take forward. Good batting, very good wicket keeping, and most of the time it was very good bowling as well.
Certainly very good bowling, and also the fielding. I mean, you were talking about how the fielding was such a big difference between these two teams, and it certainly came in play over there. That was one of the greatest catches we ever see, a one-in-a-million moment. Absolutely terrific. And now here's Steve Thornton. He came into bowl. He got a chance to show off some of his bowling skills. Did quite well today. Got a couple of wickets, bowled very tightly as well. 2 for 19 in the 2 overs he bowled. And we just see a few of the batters at the end for the Colanders getting a bit of a swing. That was Babar Ali hitting his sole boundary of the innings. And well, this was the skipper coming in to bowl the penultimate over. Went for a few runs, but then Tom Gregory was on a hat-trick, largely thanks to some incredible wicket-keeping by Evan Isidore, who was involved in 2 stumpings in that final over. Obviously stands up to the stumps, and he's just such a weapon for this British Forces side. And Parminder Singh would depart for a duck on the final ball. Tom Gregory getting 3 wickets in that final over. Gareth Richardson holding on to a really good catch. We'll have a look at this scorecard for the Limmassol Colanders. No real scores of note in all honesty. We saw a few starts by the likes of Prashant Patel and Azur Bashir, but no one was really able to kick on and play that big innings they really needed. We'll then go on and have a look at the bowling figures for the British Forces Cyprus.
Yeah, very well bowled by the bowlers here. I think Stephen Thornton stands out. 2 wickets for 19 in 2 overs. In a T10 to go at under 10 runs and over from the majority of the bowlers is very good. Tom Gregory, 4 wickets for 8. That's extremely impressive, especially at this T10 level of cricket. To go at such a low run rate and to get so many wickets, I think that's what they need to take into the games coming forward.
Absolutely, and of course, well, it was a great pleasure having you in the commentary box for match number 30 here in Cyprus. Hope to have you back again soon. I'm sure the viewers absolutely loved it, and it was a huge pleasure. It's great to have you on, Jared.
Cheers.
Great to have you on anyway. We're just about 15 minutes away from match 31. Join us in about 15 minutes when we bring you the final match of Group A.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
It's our final match of the day, and it's going to be an absolute thriller. It's the Sri Lankan Lions against the Limmassol Colanders. Let's head over to the coin toss.
Your turn.
Head.
Head is a call, and it is head. Sri Lankan Lions won the toss and decide to bat first.
Well, thank you very much to match referee Nilkesh Patel for that update. Yeah, it's a big match for both these teams. The Limmassol Colanders obviously coming off that crushing defeat at the hands of the British forces of Cyprus. Of course, that means that the Limmassol Colanders can no longer make it into the top two, but they still have a chance to play for pride here. And most probably as things stand, they'll be playing the Nicosia Fighters in next week's action on Elimination Day. So you could say this match in some ways is a bit of a dead rubber. Both these teams have nothing really to play for in terms of seeding. Sri Lankan Lions are probably going to go away with the top seed unless they suffer a really crushing defeat. And the Limmassol Colanders, well, for them, I think it's just a chance to play themselves back into a bit of form. They're now 4-2 after that loss at the hands of the British forces of Cyprus. Big congratulations to them, of course, for picking up one of the top two spots. Here's a look at the win predictor. The Sri Lankan Lions, rightfully so, fancied as 85% favorites. Players are stepping out onto the field. There we go. Akila Kalugala looks like he's set to face the first ball. And it's going to be Kasim bowling this first over. And the Sri Lankan Lions, though, they're going to look to get to a good start over here. Put behind some of the rough memories from that tough loss they had yesterday at the hands of the Nicosia Fighters. Kalugala and Surunga opening the batting for the Lions. Here we go. First ball of the final match of the day. This is worked away towards square leg for a 6. A really good hit. A terrific shot. And Akila Kalugala starts off with a bang. Yeah, just gets underneath that one really well and strikes it away for a 6. Oh, and this one is played out towards extra cover, and Parminder Singh can't quite get to it, so it's another 4 back-to-back boundaries here to start off. That's a terrific shot, and this is what Kalugala has just added to his game this year. It's those shots through extra cover that he didn't necessarily always have in the past. Now short, and it's pulled away towards that mid-wicket region. It's more of a horizontal. It's a horizontal bat shot. Just rocks back, bang, hits it away for 6. Great work there by Akila Kalugala. It just sits up nicely for him when you bowl those half trackers, Mohammed. You just got to get this right. He's got to get him pushing onto that front foot. And when he's just rocking back like that against a spin bowler, he's always going to hammer them away. And this is another short ball that's going to get punished. Gets pumped for 6 as well. And Kalugala, who had a couple of low scores yesterday, gets off to a flying start here. 22 runs off just 4 deliveries. Yeah, 2 short, rocks back, bang, over mid-wicket for a 6. This one is pushed towards mid-off, and it's going to be a dot ball. And he blocks another one out, so that's not a shot you'd see too often in T10 cricket. But it's a great over nonetheless for the Sri Lankan Lions. 22 runs off the first over. Here's a look at some of the action we have coming up tonight in Portugal. It's the Super 5. It's night 5. And, well, we got a great game here. Punjab CC Amadora against Oeiras. And then they'll take on the Super Giants in our nightcap match 10 of this Super 5. Looks like it's going to be another great day in Portugal. And it's Gurtej Singh coming into ball with his bright yellow bib. Oh, this is a nice ball. Love the length as well. It just nips away from the batter as well. Suranga just beats the edge of his bat. And goes away for a wide. Plays it away towards square leg. And this goes away for a boundary, so Suranga gets off the mark with a nice little shot as well. Just uses the pace of the ball, nicely works it around the corner. Good wristy shot. And off it goes for 4. You could just see the fielder gave chase over there, Parminder Singh, but wasn't able to cut it out. Great ball. That is a great response. Just a good little bumper, shorter delivery. And that is just what the doctor ordered there for Gurtej Singh. That's another nice delivery there by Gurtej Singh. That one will get past Suranga, so he's responded well to getting struck for a 4. Suranga, just see Kalugala, he's just instructing him a little bit. Needs to press onto that front foot a little bit more, in my opinion. At the moment, he's just not getting close to the ball, is he? And he gets a little bit lucky over there, doesn't he? Just throws his bat at it, catches an edge, and it goes away for 4. This one is another wide. Last ball of the over coming up. This is smacked away. Where is this going to land? Looks like it's gone clear of the boundary rope. We're just waiting. The umpire signal has been given a 6. The fielder is signaling that's his 6 as well. A very good shot there by Surunga. And he ends the over well, so another boundary for the Sri Lankan Lions. We're now 38 for no loss at the end of 2 overs. Here's a look at the standings for Group A. As you can see, the Sri Lankan Lions will take something quite special for them to lose their spot at the top. Of course, that would require them to suffer very, very heavy defeat. I wouldn't even be able to do the math right now of how many runs they would need to lose by to somehow fall below British Forces' net run rate. So they're pretty secure at the top of the table. I think for them this is just a chance to experiment with a few different players. And I wouldn't be surprised if Kamal Reyes gets the ball in the second innings. I think it's just important that they help him get some form. This is a huge hit. Just hits the top of that little tent. And Surunga, massive, massive shot. That wasn't too far away from the parking lot. Let's have a look at this. Wonderful, wonderful hit. That is Surunga's favorite side. You can't leave it in the slot there. He loves to hit it towards cow corner. And if you leave it hanging there, it's just a question of how far away is he going to smack it. Oh, another terrific shot. This time he tries to go a little bit wider, and it's been given a 4 here by the umpire. I think it's just taking a bounce in front of the rope. We'll have a look at this one to confirm. And oh, that is close. That is rather close. Oh, great hit. And it's going to go right through the fielder's hands. Never looked like he was going to stop it. He just never got into a good position. He wasn't even really in an athletic position. You have to be in a nice, well-balanced athletic position, and got to it quite late. Honestly, it never looked like he was going to stop that one. And Kalugala gets another 4. The captain just removes him from that position. That's Azur Bashir, who was out in the deep. They've now just moved him into mid-wicket and sent another fielder out to deep mid-wicket. Oh, what a thrash. This is another incredible hit. 6 more runs. He is feasting on these bowlers. Given some width, and he smacks that over cover. Incredible, tremendous display of hitting. Kalugala would have seen Scott Burdekin making 100 in that previous match, and I bet he's desperate to catch up to Scott at the top of the ECS run-getter tally, and this one's going to go away for 4 as well. Not the best bowling by Patel. This one going down the leg side. Kalugala gets some bat on it, and it goes away for 4. 46 runs of just 11 deliveries. He's in a rush here, isn't he? He's in a rush, Kalugala. He really wants to get back to the top of that run scorers tally. What a great little competition it's going to be between him and Scott Burdick for the rest of the series to see who ends up as the top run getter. This one is hit behind point, and it's another half century for Akila Kalugala. What has been a terrific year for this cricketer. Lifted the crown back in January with this Sri Lankan Lions side, and he wants to help his side get to back-to-back titles. And we'll just have a quick drinks break right now here at the 3-over mark. As the Sri Lankan Lions are 66 for no loss, going at 22 and over. I mean, just imagine that. That means every over is magical. Of course, it's been a very warm few days here in Cyprus. Temperatures have been north of 35 degrees Celsius all 3 of these days. And the players just getting an extra drinks break today. It's even hotter than it's been the last couple of days. One good thing is there's been a gentle breeze for much of the afternoon. It's going to be Lakhvir Singh bowling the first over after the power play. He's a player we haven't seen feature too much throughout the series, so maybe the Colanders now just giving a few other players a chance to roll their arm. Yeah, there's not too much they can change over here. The Limmassol Colanders, it seems like in all likelihood they're going to be playing the Decisive fighters in the next round. Oh, this could be a potential no. We're just going to have a look at the replay later, and fielder at fine leg takes a shy at the stumps. But let's have a look at this one. How close is it to a no ball? He's most probably fine. And it's a full toss that's going to be struck out towards the fielder at cover. Just a single. Bottom edged away, and this is going to go out towards backwards point for a single. And it's been a good bowling here by Singh so far this over. Straight down the ground, goes for 4, sits up nicely for Kalugala. Singh bowling a really poor delivery, just slips out of his hands. I don't know if he's attempting a slower ball or something, and it's just not quite come out right for him. The ball was a bar of soap in his hands, and Kalugala smacked it straight down the ground, split the two fielders at long off and long on, and got the boundary. Pushed away towards cover. That's going to be a single. End of the 4th over. Sri Lankan Lions are 74 for no loss. Hussein's going to come in to bowl this fifth over for the Limmassol Colanders. One that is extremely wide. Hussein just starts off by bowling a loosener. The win predict is already at 92% for the Sri Lankan Lions. We're only 4 overs into the first innings. Not too much confidence here for the Limmassol Colanders. And this one's going to go away for a boundary as well. Doesn't have the distance. Not enough for a 6, but it is a 4. And it's another low full toss. Kalugala plays it really well. Strikes it towards extra cover. We'll just have a look at this to confirm. And yep, just in front of the rope. That's going to be a 4. Sharp bit of camera work. Great work there by Spring Productions. And it's another boundary here for Akila Kalugala. Straight down the ground, and Parminder Singh holds on to an incredible catch. Terrific catch, and look at him, he's absolutely delighted. That means a lot to him. He's almost taken the umpire's head off at the end as well. Boy, he is so excited. And Parminder Singh is unfortunately a player who doesn't get to feature too much during this European cricket series, but he always eagerly turns up to field. He gets pushed at long on, and there he is. There's his moment. Takes the catch. A terrific one, and he's off. He's got the gliders out. At the end, he almost takes the umpire's head off as well. Let's have a look at this. Whoop. No, this is smacked away by Rajith. A really, really good stroke. You just see he gets that one wrong there, Amir Hussain. You can't bowl like that to a new batter, can you? Gives him a nice and easy one. It's a full toss around the pads. And he's going to smack that one away. It's a word square leg for a boundary. Great shot by Rajith, but got to give a new batter a much better ball than that. Personally, I think he should have gone over the wicket, looked to really attack his stumps, try to get him out. And he's going to go over the wicket in the end, so. Just played straight down the ground. Good bit of fielding in the deep by Sohail Ahmed. Just the 1 run. Oh, he's cleaned him up. Well, he squared up Sarunga there. That's a great bit of bowling by Amir Hussain, the 2nd wicket of the over. Yeah, Sarunga just plays all around that one. He has no idea where it's going. He's been squared up. Just gets that touch of movement away as well. And it crashes onto the off stump. That's the end for Sarunga. And a terrific, terrific bit of bowling. Just what they needed there. The Limmassol Colanders. The Sri Lankan Lions now lose a couple of wickets in quick succession. Maybe just a chance for the Colanders to put a clamp on the scoring. They're just shuffling their batting order around a little bit here, the Sri Lankan Lions, understandably so. They've obviously booked their place in the quarterfinals, so maybe it's a chance just for a few different batters to get some time out in the middle. Mangala Gunasekara coming out to bat. Chamal Sudoon, haven't seen him just yet. There was some calls at catch it, wasn't there, but it was always going to land safely. Gunasekara just kind of pushed at that ball a little bit too hard. And if anything, the fact that the shot was a little bit gentle meant that it didn't quite carry to that fielder long off. We come to the end of the fifth over. The Sri Lankan Lions are 86 for 2. A chance for the players to take in a few drinks. Here's a look at our upcoming calendar for the European Cricket Series. Of course, we kicked off the European Cricket Series right here in Cyprus back in January. And it's been a real pleasure to bring you this rich tapestry of cultures, landscapes, and thrilling cricketing action. It's been quite a journey across the continent. We've had the great pleasure of going to a number of different countries. And, well, back here in Cyprus for a second time this year. And after Cyprus, of course, we'll be heading over to Czechia. And that'll be followed up by a series in Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Italy. So some great series is lined up over there. Any particular series you're most excited about, please tell us in the chat. This one's skied. This one is absolutely skied, and it looks like it has the distance as well. It's probably collected some stardust on the way down. That's how high he struck that one. It's going to take him a little bit of a while to fetch that ball after Mangala Gunasekara shot that one straight to the moon. Colossal 6. This is another huge one. This is absolutely massive. This ball's going to need a passport to come back. Massive hit. Don't know where he sent that one. Oh, it's just disappeared. It's absolutely disappeared. Mangala Gunasekara, he just loves to hit it straight down the ground. He's so strong through that region. And forget about finding that one. We're just going to go fetch a new ball instead. Incredible hit. Full toss, punished. Where's this one going? Well over the scorer's table. And if you give him full tosses like that around his pads, a player of his quality is going to send you 20 meters beyond the boundary rope. That would have been a 6 at many cricket grounds around the world. Are we going to go look for that ball or just go get a new one? Looks like we're ready to get play underway. This one is hit along the ground, and oh dear. That ball was absolutely thrashed at that fielder. You can just see this again. It's a catching chance, but it struck so firmly. It's too hot for him to handle. He spilled the beans right there. And well, you certainly usually think that's a catch you should be taking out at wide long off, but Mangala Gunasekara hits these balls so hard. Oh, it's just very hard for him to take that one, isn't it? It's at a slightly awkward height as well. You're not quite sure how to go for it. 4 more runs for Mangala. That's a good slower ball there by Singh. Deceives Gunasekara. Where is this one going? Where is this one going? It's gone the distance for a 6. Massive, massive hit. Mangala Gunasekara has taken this all the way. And the Sri Lankan Lions going at 19 and over, an absolutely remarkable run rate. And you just have the feeling that this could be a very, very long match for the Limmassol Colanders. There's Hussein now coming in to bowl this second over. Long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg, and deep extra cover in place. Goes down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. Guys, cleaned him up. Great ball, full and straight. That's where he needs to be. And Amir Hussain, he's been the pick of the bowls for the Limmassol Colanders, and I think there's a few things his teammates could learn from him the way he's bowled. I think it's just been a clinic on how to bowl in T10 cricket by Hussain. He's just kept things nice and simple. It's been full and straight. He's just waited for the batter to make a mistake. And anytime they make a mistake, well, they get cleaned up. And a really good display of bowling by Amir Hussain. Easily the lone bright spot for the Colanders in what's been a very difficult innings for them. Chamal Sadoon coming in at number 5, obviously a lot lower than he typically does. Now the Sri Lankan Lions decide to go out there, give a few other batters the chance to face a few balls. To be honest with you, I would like to see Roshan Siriwardena coming out at number 5. He hasn't had the chance to bat much throughout this series. We know he's a really powerful hitter. He's a player who's had a fair bit of success over the years for the Sri Lankan Lions with both bat and ball in hand. I'd like to see him come in right now in place of Chamal Sadoon. Edged, and away it goes for 4. Terrible ball there by Hussain. Some really poor delivery. And even though it's a rather lucky boundary considering it's come off the edge, that ball deserved to be punished. This is struck towards long off, and it's going to be a single. Moves on to 120 here. The Sri Lankan Lions still got 21 balls left in this inning, so you could easily see them make another 860 to 80 runs over these remaining deliveries. And well, they expect to score right now at 177. 180 is certainly on the card here for the Sri Lankan Lions. Can they even potentially get to a 200 here? We've seen them make a 230 odd so far this series. That was back against Phillips College. This is an edge. There was a chance. And I got to say that fielder at fly slip has done very well in the end to prevent that from going for a boundary. It was always going to be a tough chance for the wicketkeeper. Just see Abbas Naeem. And it takes an outside edge. And, oh, well, can't quite get to it. Played away. And oh, well, that fielder backward square leg. He's got got to do better than that. You know, they've seen the Colanders struggle a little bit with their fielding, and this is going to be a huge concern for them when they go to the knockout stages and they play some of the better teams. And I can see Gurtesh Singh just doesn't quite get a hold of that. I think ground fielding is a big issue for the Limmassol Colanders. And out towards cover, goes underneath the fielder, and it goes away for 4. That's a good shot by Mangala. The fielder out there was interested. In the end, he's not taking the catch, nor has he stopped the boundary. It's a double whammy for the bowler. Sri Lankan Lions now 128 for 3 with 3 overs to go. Here's a look at some of the action we have coming up tomorrow. So these are all new teams. I mean, we've only ever seen the Sher Punjab play before. They played a couple of matches today. But Telugu 11, Al Fatah, Keeper Tigers, Limmassol, these are all brand new teams here in the ECS. And it's going to be interesting to see these teams just make a bit of an introduction in this series, just to see how they fare in the European cricket stage. This is played out towards extra cover, and it's going to be a boundary. Really nice shot there by Chamal Sadoun. Just plays that one into the gap between wide long off and deep cover. Now Chamal Sadoun goes big again. This one's going to take an edge and go into the goalpost for a goal. So we've not seen too many goals today, but there's one for the Sri Lankan Lions. Should get 8 runs for that, right? That would make things certainly interesting if get extra runs for getting it through the goalpost. That one right through the middle, like an Eden Azar penalty. Yeah, thank you for pointing us out. Some of the issues with the audio we had. Hopefully it's a lot better now. Spring Productions are on it, and it seems like they have sorted out some of the issues. Thanks for pointing that out, Kroom, and also Sangya Vairam. Cheers for the feedback, and it's certainly been acknowledged, and well, you've received the outcome as well. Hopefully it's a little bit better right now. Oh, full toss, smacked. Where is this going to go? Right through the fielder. Colanders, their ground fielding, well, it's very demoralizing, isn't it? And this is starting to cause some real tension in the field as well. A lot of finger pointing, a lot of players starting to get really angry at one another. I can just sense the frustration. It's been a 1.5 very long matches here for the Limmassol Colanders. Obviously took a huge beating at the hand of the British forces. And it looks like more of the same over here. It's another full toss. You have to say, this has been very, very subpar bowling by the Colanders. Too many full tosses, too many balls down the leg side. They're making it easy for the Sri Lankan Lions. And when you're going up against a team of this kind of quality, you don't need to be charitable to them. No, this is also blasted away. It's going to take a bounce before going over the rope for a 4. And goodness sake, we're probably not in complete control of that shot. But he still gets the desired outcome. 4 runs, 2 overs left in this innings. The Sri Lankan Lions are 100 and 49 for 3. Yeah, thank you to everyone in the chat for that little bit of feedback. It's always very useful, and this is why we offer such a unique product here on the European Cricket Network, where you have direct fan interaction. Not something you are usually accustomed to in sports broadcasts. Starts out with a bit of a loosener. Yeah, I think some of these bowlers, in all honesty, should be doing a little bit more stretching before they go out to bowl. Now, the captain, in all honesty, should be informing you that you're going to bowl at least an over before. That's usually how it is, or a couple of overs before in, I guess, a longer format of the game. Maybe in T10 cricket, where you're kind of doing it a bit more on the fly. You probably get a bowler to notice and should be out there doing a bit more stretching. Don't really like to see bowlers stretching after that first ball. You should already be nice and loose. As that one by Chimal Sadoon goes away for a 4. Sadoon, who just came a little bit lower down the order to give a few of his teammates a chance to bat in place of him. As a race away to 26 off just 8 deliveries. Straight down the ground, 1 bounce, away for 4. Great hit by Chamal Sadoon. And the Sri Lankan Lions, they look like they're going to make this a really, really miserable end to the day for the Limmassol Colanders. This is the Lions team that we were waiting to see after they suffered their first defeat at the hands of the Nicosia fighters yesterday. Up in the air, and it's going to go all the way for a 6. Just deposited into those grapevines right in front of us. Stand and deliver for Chamal Sadoon. And he hits this spectacularly. Strike rate of 360. And you can just see there's a lot of debate right now in that Colanders lineup. A lot of arguing going on as well. Yeah, they just look like a really defeated team, and we're still in the first innings. And well, what is this? Is he asking to be taken off? Retired hurt? I think he is. Yeah, he's just holding his back. Seems to be injured, so the bowler is going to be retired because he is hurt. That's MD Rocky. Well, gotta say, it's a bit of a favor for him as well, considering the beating he was taking these first 3 balls. Never looked right, to be honest with you. I think after that first ball, he was clutching his shoulder. And they're going to make a change in bowling over here. So yeah, MD Rocky taken out of the attack because he's hurt. And it's going to be Sohail Ahmed. How unfortunate for him. He's going to have to take on these in-form Sri Lankan Lions batters. Short, punished, away it goes for 4. Just misses the goal. And it's another boundary. Well, Sohail Ahmed will be asking his captain, why have you handed me the ball? What did I do to deserve this? Goes away for a 4. And yeah, I think or a while back I said that the 200 could certainly be on for the Sri Lankan Lions. And back then it just seemed like it'd be a little bit challenging. But that expected score now, it's 192. The way they're batting right now, well, still be a little bit difficult. 31 runs of 7 balls. That would be, even for the Sri Lankan Lions standard, I guess that might be a bit too much, but certainly say something in the 180s or the 190s is certainly on the cards for the Sri Lankan Lions side. 170 for 3, and we've got 1 over to go. Here's a look at the bowling card. Well, it's a pretty tough bowling card to read if you're Limmassol Colanders captain. Not really much joy over there for anyone. I think Hussein did quite all right, 3 for 26 in his 2 overs. You'll probably take that against this Sri Lankan Lions side. But outside of that, no real joy for anyone in this Limmassol Colanders team. Now it's up to Prashant Patel, who went for 28 runs in his first over. Just trying to limit the damage here a little bit in this final over. A wild swing there by Mangala Gunasekara. Both these batters now eyeing 50s. So they'll both be keen to get that milestone. Where is this going to land? Everyone's screaming catch, catch, but it's going to land in a very safe part of the field. It's a single. Gunasekara now 7 runs away from a half century. Sudun, though, needs 9 runs for his 50. Oh, nicely played. Very nicely played by Sudun. And he's going to use a bit of foot fielding to try to stop that. That just allows the Sri Lankan Lions to come back comfortably for the second run. This is darted down the ground. This is going to beat long off. No, it isn't. That's a great bit of foot fielding. He just stuck his foot out there and made a great tackle a la Maldini. Yeah, look at that one. Sticks the foot out. Bang. Prevents that from going towards the boundary. That's a wild swing by Gunasekara. Wild swing. Just wonder if he's just thinking a little bit about that 50 and he's lost his composure a little bit. Yeah, isn't quite playing with that same calmness we saw him before. Last ball of the innings coming up. It's going to be a wide, so. Oh, straight up in the air, launched. This could be a catching chance. Oh, he's made a meal of it. Yeah, we had a perfect view of it from our commentary position. Amir Hussain has probably been one of those loudest complainers in the field while watching some of his teammates put down chances. Puts one down himself as well. He just never got in position. You could see him going forwards and backwards, and in the end, unfortunately for Hussain, that one goes down and it goes away for a boundary. And the Sri Lankan Lions post a really, really mammoth total on the board. 179 runs. This is going to take some chasing for the Limmassol Colanders. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. Akila Kalugala, well, he batted the way he always does, which is to plaster these bowlers all over the place. 60 runs of 17 deliveries. He smacked 5 sixes, 7 fours, and we saw shots all over the park. He really filled up that wagon wheel with shots 360 degrees. Prashant Surunga was sent to open alongside Akila Kalugala. They just played around with their batting lineup a little bit, the Sri Lankan Lions. They wanted to give a couple other batters a chance to see some time out in the middle. They were certainly helped by some of the poor fielding by the Limmassol Colanders, who had plenty of issues in the field, just as they did when they played against the British forces. This one going straight down the ground, and it was struck for 4. Landing right in front of the rope. And look at this. Finally, that was one great moment for them in the field. A lone highlight for the Limmassol Colanders. Parminder Singh absolutely delighted to take that catch. Took the catch, and off he went, flying away. And here we go. Just a great ball, full and straight. Amir Hussain, one of the few bowlers who had some joy in this innings. He picked up 3 wickets and bowled pretty smart, in all honesty. Just kept things nice and full and straight, and tried to keep mistakes to a minimum. This was a great wicket there by Hussain as well. 3rd wicket he would pick up this innings. Great performance for him. He would be absolutely delighted. Chamal Sudun came in to bat lower down the order at number 5. He made 44 runs of the 14 deliveries he faced. It was a typical Sadoun innings, classy, some powerful strokes as well, and he was well aided by Mangala Gunasekar at the other end, making 47 of 16. This partnership just helped the Sri Lankan Lions get to this mammoth total, which was worth 64 runs, and really set up the Sri Lankan Lions to have a great target. We, of course, saw MD Rocky pull out of the penultimate over, 3 balls in, just hurt his back right when he'd given up 15 runs off the first 3 balls, and then Sohail Ahmed came in and picked up the pieces at the end of that over. And once again, another terrific batting performance for the Sri Lankan Lions. Let's have a look at this scorecard. The top scorer for the Lions, once again, Akila Kalugala, 60 of 17, and then Gunasekar with Sadoun with 2 incredible innings in the middle order. The bowling figures for the Limmassol Colanders look a little bit nasty, in all honesty. There's not too many bowlers who will be pleased with their performance. I think, yes, Amir Hussain, 3 for 26. He might take that. That's probably not too bad against the Sri Lankan Lions side, especially those 3 wickets he managed to take. But for the rest of the order, well, it was a day where they've been absolutely humbled. So we're halfway into this match. We've entered the innings break, and the Limmassol Colanders are going to need 180 runs in the final innings of the day. Join us again in 5 minutes.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Innings of the day. It's been a very exciting day of cricket here so far in Cyprus. We've seen some terrific matches, and we're going to round it out with this one, the final game of Group A. Here's the bonus point equation. At this point, you'd have to say the Sri Lankan Lions are probably bigger favorites to pick up the bonus point. They need to restrict the Colanders to 125 runs or less, and the bonus point will be theirs. It'll be a nice way to round out Group A, group in which they've been incredibly dominant in. So we're going to need to see a big response here from the Limmassol Colanders. The bare minimum, if they can't win this game, they at least need to make it close. They make sure they don't lose by a bonus point. You can't go into the knockout stages with a back-to-back bonus point defeats that could really hurt your confidence as a side. Bare minimum, they need to go out, put a good show on with the bat in hand, and try to at least make this a close game and give the Sri Lankan Lions something to think about. I like this move, though. They're going with Kamal Reyes to bowl the first over. He didn't bowl at all in the previous match, and the captain just seemed to lose a bit of confidence in him. Kamal Reyes has had a difficult series so far, but they need this man. They need him in good form heading into the knockout stages, and they'll be hoping he can play himself into some form in this match here against the Limmassol Colanders. Qasim Mohammed, he's had a good ECS so far. He hit 100 earlier this series. And he's going to need to have another big performance here against the class of Group A, the defending champions, Sri Lankan Lions. Just moments away from the first ball. Just gently plays this one back towards the bowler. Comes off the toe end of the bat. It's going to be a dot ball to start off. He's probably spoiled to wide as well. And that's been given a no ball. Interesting, so it's going to be a free hit here. Well, I wonder if it's just because they've had too many fielders outside the ring. Up in the air. And where is this one going to go? Sadoun is there. Of course, if he takes it, it won't make a difference because it's a free hit, so he does put it down. But it's not going to hurt his team as that was a free hit. Also doing a man who never drops catches, puts one down, and it's during a free hit. Yeah, he knows when he needs to take him. He knows when he needs to take him. Doesn't drop him when it matters. As it goes a little bit wider, come on, Reyes. And I like this. I like the fact that he's bowling over the wicket. I think I was not a fan of the fact that he kept going around the wicket again and again, even when it wasn't working for him. This little change of angle can bring about a change in fortune for the Sri Lankan seamer. Oh, beautiful. Very nicely played. That's a gorgeous shot there by Hussain. Gets on the back foot. Gets his hands nice and high. And it plays it behind point for a 4. Gorgeous shot. Yeah, beautifully played, beautifully worked away for 4. That's going to be stopped by Akila Kalugala. Just lets that one go past him there. Qasim Mohammed, a rare leave in T10 cricket. Wasn't expecting to see that, especially when you're trying to chase down a target of 180. This is pushed towards Kamal Reza cover, and I think well, he was closer to taking off Qasim Mohammed's head than the stumps. 7 runs off the first over. Nice over by Kamal Reza. Good to see him back and bowling with a bit of confidence again. And also, it's been 22 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Come close to snapping that streak over these last few days. And we had a chance this morning as well when Sher Punjab had to defend 3 runs off the last ball against Markor, but in the end, a wide and then a boundary meant that Markor would get over the finishing line in that match. It was a very interesting day. Of course, we can certainly discuss how this day has progressed and some of the great implications of what we have seen today for the coming days as well. Last couple of days have been moving days. In this European Cricket Series, of course, we concluded Group A, or I should say we will conclude Group A at the end of this match. Although the outcome of this match won't really have much of an impact on the seeding heading into the knockout stages. It seems like the Sri Lankan Lions have certainly booked one of the top 2 spots. And the Limmassol Colanders will most probably play with the Fighters, or I should actually say they can only get past the Fighters, which won't make much of a difference for their seeding, as this is nicely played in between that gap between fly slip and third man. It goes away for a 4. Very good shot, lovely shot. Doesn't look to overhit it, just uses the pace of the ball. And he runs it down towards third man for a boundary. Of course, it's our last match of the day, so feel free to put your random questions in on our chat. Good chance for us to have a little bit of a discussion about all things cricket and not cricket. Pushed away towards point, and that's going to be a single. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. He's just cut him in half there. Oh, that ball deserved a wicket. Let's just take another look at this one. It's pitching around the middle. Someone just watch how it seams away. Oh, how is that not caught an edge along the way? Oh, that is a top delivery. A real chaffer. And it's far too good for Qasim Mohammed. This is great bowling. This is top bowling by Rajith. Just adds the other dimension, doesn't he, to this Sri Lankan Lions attack. I think in the past, one of the things the Lions were guilty of was probably just having a few too many medium pacers, being a little bit predictable. Geez, he just added a little X factor, that extra pace and bounce he has when he bowls. Gets a little bit of seam movement as well. Edge. Is it going to carry? It does. It absolutely does. And that's a great catch taken by Mangala Gunasekara. The first wicket falls. Rajith thoroughly deserved that wicket. He's bowled superbly in this over. And the first one falls for the Limmassol Colanders. Now the Sri Lankan Lions, they just gotten used to winning all the time, haven't they? And look at this. They're just Gunasekara having a little bit of fun. And here, let's have a look at the standings here for Group A. The Lions sitting pretty at the top of this group. And the Colanders currently stationed in right at the bottom. I think they're just going to Colanders probably will just to use this match as a chance to just try to get their confidence up and to maybe bat themselves into some form heading into the knockout stages. That's a wide. Pushed away towards point. No, that's going to be a single. Yeah, you can just see what he's trying to do there. Looking to get that quick single. They just need to get every run they possibly can. Just bowls a Yorker over here, digs that one out really well. And it's gonna be a dot ball. Oh, this one has just come off the top of his bat. If this was a test match, he'd probably be caught at silly point or something if you just put everyone around his bat. Yeah, it's not the most convincing defensive stroke. It's bounced a bit more than he expected. Yeah, that's an intimidated shot, isn't it? Now goes big. Does this have the distance? Doesn't look like it does. It actually, and it does somehow carry over the rope. I think initially it just felt like it was gonna stay inside the playing field, but it has enough to carry over the rope, and it goes for a 6. Yeah, this is a great hit. Very, very good hit. To see the Sri Lankan Lions maybe playing around a little bit with their bowling attack as well. Maybe give a few other players a chance to roll their army. Good to see Kalugala get a couple of overs in this match. We saw him bowl pretty decently the last time he was handed the ball. And you never know when you might need a bowler, so might be an issue. We'd just be taking the opportunity here to maybe get a few other players a chance to get a bowl. And there we go. Just have a look at that. I mean, that is a military transport aircraft that we're just seeing go overhead. A beautiful sight. This one is looks like it's going to go away for a 6. It's probably going to go the distance. Yeah, he just lifts the leg, and you can see that one is well clear of the rope. Some of our plane fans here. What aircraft do you think that was? Certainly looked like a transport plane. Knowing my my limited knowledge of these aircraft, was that an Atlas C1? That might have been, yeah. That could be an Atlas C1. Got any plane nerds in here who could potentially help us out with that one? Oh, this is just going to go past that fielder. At a deep fine third. Rajith usually tend to see him fielding around fly slip. More that very fine, deep third man position just because he's got a very safe pair of hands. But this one will just go right through him. Big, goes big. This is a huge hit. This ball's got wings on it. Where's this one going to end up? Probably somewhere in Larnaca. What an enormous hit. What an enormous hit. We just lost track of that one. And Prashant Patel, he's capable of playing these innings at times, doesn't he? Where he just gets going and starts blasting the ball all over the place. That was a tremendous hit. He's on 22 of just 5 deliveries. 38 for 1 at the end of 3 overs as the players will just stop for a bit of a drinks break. Here's a look at the action we have coming up tonight in Portugal. See the Punjab Cricket Club of Amadora playing a couple of matches against Oeiras and the Lisbon Super Giants. Of course, those matches will be kicking off in just about 2 hours and 15 minutes after right now. So, yeah, it's just a full day of cricket here shortly after we're done. Just going to be a little break before you can go and tune in to some of the action in Portugal. Yeah. Right, so it looks like we're just going to have a little delay in the game because we've just had a few technical issues over here. Obviously, the heat at this ground just means that maybe we have a few electrical issues. I think we have a few problems with the circuit breakers or a few other issues. Of course, as soon as we resolve these technical issues, we will be back with you live with some more cricketing action. Of course, just to paint you the picture of what we've seen so far this match. Of course, the Sri Lankan Lions, they came out and they took apart the opposition in that first innings with a great exhibition of power hitting. And the Limmassol Colanders just haven't quite been able to recover since then. It's been a rough day for the Limmassol Colanders. Of course, they had a crushing bonus point loss earlier to the British forces of Cyprus. And right now it looks like they might be heading for a similar fate here against the Sri Lankan Lions, who look really, really ruthless and keen to just get back to winning ways. It's, of course, we're at the end of the power play. There are 38 for no loss. Of course, apologies. Just having a few technical issues here. Currently not aware of what you're seeing on your screen either. Just had a power cut in the ground. Yeah, we should be just received a positive update from our director. Should be back up very, very shortly. So do stay with us, as we've got plenty of live action still to come. 7 overs left in this match, and it's been a terrific day of cricket here in Cyprus. Of course, we started off with 3 really, really close games. Yeah, so tomorrow we've got an exciting lineup of matches. Of course, a lot of these teams are teams we're going to be seeing for the first time here in Cyprus, the likes of Telugu 11, Al Fatah, Kipro Tigers, Limmassol. We've never had the chance to see them before on the European Cricket Network, so it'll be a good introduction for them. Sher Punjab as well. They'll be playing in 3 matches tomorrow. They'll be looking to rebound after the tough losses they suffered today. I think you can see they're a quality team, but they just couldn't quite get over the finishing line today. A few things went against them in key moments during the matches. Of course, against Markor, they came so close to winning that one. Dropped a number of catches as well. And of course, they had that defeat in the other match against the Cyprus Knight Riders, where they just kind of fell apart, I should say, as the chase progressed. And they weren't able to get to a target they would have really backed themselves to chase down. I can, of course, inform you that we are currently working on a solution, and I believe we have some positive news now. We should be able to resume play. Okay, so just a few technical issues we have to iron out, and once they're ironed out, we'll be ready to play. Of course, live action will get underway. I'll just describing you some of the play here, the old-fashioned way, just looking at it with the naked eye rather than through the screen. This one is a wide delivery. Yeah, Dave in the chat asking if there's anyone else here. There certainly is. Looks like got the old crew together. Nice to see Jeffrey, Martin, and a lot of our regulars from the European Cricket Network. This is pushed out towards cover for a single. Yeah, it's a big day of sport, isn't it? Really, really big day of sport. Of course, all the talk in the cricketing world about the T20 World Cup that's currently going on in the United States. And it's certainly good to see the amount of nations obviously involved there, and you love to see the fact that now associate nations as well are getting to compete against the very, very best countries in the world, the test nations, the true elite cricketing nations. And I think the progress that has been made in globalizing cricket over the last few years has been absolutely incredible. Love to hear all of your thoughts on that as well in the chat. Of course, I think I could proudly say that the European Cricket Network has also played a big role in that, and just helping a lot of associate nations here in Europe get to that level as well. This was Srinath Rajith trying to throw it to the keeper. And, oh, it's going to be signaled to four. It's going to be given overthrows. A little bit casual by the Sri Lankan Lions. And this is crunched for a 6 towards wide, long off. And I think just keep an eye on that clock as well. Of course, we saw a little bit of a delay there when they were throwing the ball around. Of course, it is important to inform you that they were not charged time for that little hold-up and play we had. Just having a look at a few of the local wildlife. Of course, Cyprus is really famous for bird migration. Of course, one of the biggest bird migration paths around the world. Thousands of species of bird fly through this part of Cyprus. 371, I should say, not thousands. 371 species of migratory birds will fly through Cyprus. So a lot of bird watchers from around the world do tend to come and visit Cyprus. This is played away really nicely by Hussein, and that's going to be a 4. I think, in particular, when you just go a little bit further west to the city of Paphos, I should say a town of Paphos, because, of course, what's considered a city in Cyprus is a town in most countries. And over in Paphos, I think you can find a lot more of these species. There's a bit of a migration path. You can certainly see quite a few over in Akrotiri, where the British forces are based, and where we'll be bringing you cricket from next week. We'll be heading over to Happy Valley to cover the internationals. Up in the air, and it's a 6. Very nice shot there by Hussain, and hey, you got to give full credit to these two batters. I think a lot of us just assumed that the Sri Lankan Lions are going to take this one, but they're certainly giving it a good whack, aren't they? They're batting superbly. They're required, though, still quite high at just under 20 and over. Slower ball, played out towards mid-wicket. Oh, and almost makes a mess of it. Almost makes a mess of it. I think that's Ashan Chanaka out in the deep. When all's well that ends well, doesn't end up costing his side. Four overs in, the Limmassol Colanders are 62 for 1. An impressive batting performance, you have to say. I mean, there's not much the batters can do about the fact that their side gave up 180 runs. Hussain, to be fair to him, bowled quite well, and he's hardly to blame for this incredibly large target. And yeah, despite this good start by the Limmassol Colanders, it just isn't enough. They have to chase the mammoth target of 180. But they'll certainly do their confidence a world of good if they can get to a score of 150, 170. So Dave just commenting there. Yeah, Dave, it was certainly a good experience, very enlightening experience, I have to say, as this is playing out for a dot ball. Always a great chance when you get to give a few months back to the country you were raised in, and yeah, I would certainly say it was more of an honor and just a way to give back to the place you were born in and loved. Up in the air. Roshan Suriwardene underneath it. Oh, and he almost takes it. Kind of falls right at the end. Now he can afford to smile right now because it's not going to hurt his side too much. And I think this was a slightly more tight game, a slightly tighter game. Probably wouldn't have been smiling that much, would he? Crunched out towards cover. Rajith gets down. Stops the 4. It's just going to be a single. And yeah, of course, some other big sports news as well. Today, the NBA Finals kickoff. It's the Mavericks taking on the Boston Celtics. This one is played out towards extra cover. I think some of our production crew from Latvia, so they'll be very excited to see Kristaps Porzingis playing in the finals for the first time. I just got a hell yeah from our producer. Got to say, though, Martins, I'm a big Mavericks fan, so I'm not going to be cheering for him at all. Let's hope we get a Slovenian production crew to cheer for Doncic next time. This one's straight down the ground, and it's going to be smashed for a 6. Very good shot. Straight down the ground, 6 runs. Brilliantly played. And this has been a very fine innings, I have to say, by Hussain. One ball to go until the halfway stage of this innings. There we go. Roshan Suriwardene. 12 runs off this over so far. Oh, this is a terrific shot. This is a really, really good shot. A bit of stand and deliver there by Hussain. You can just see that some of the football training has begun at the pitch adjacent to us. Limmassol Colanders are 80 for 1 as we enter the halfway stage of our final innings of the day. It's a good chance to welcome you into our commentary position. And it's great to have you all here. And thank you very much for sticking around with us for what has been another long but exciting day of cricket here in Cyprus. We've had 5 matches so far, and each of these matches had such a great story to tell. Of course, we started off the day with some Group B action. We had 3 really close matches involving the likes of Sher Punjab, the Colanders, and a number of other quality sides. The big story, though, from today is the fact that the British Warriors have booked their ticket, I should say, to the quarterfinals after picking up a dominant win against the Colanders. They grabbed that bonus point, and they'll be heading to the quarterfinals along with the Sri Lankan Lions. That will certainly unnerve and be some disappointing news for some of the Napa Kings faithful. Of course, the Napa Kings were in control of that second spot. This is just blocked out. And oh, is he going to have a shy at the stumps? Yes, he will. And it's going to be a run out. That's really disappointing, you have to say. Very disappointing for Amir Hossain. He was batting superbly. That's not the way you want to get out. Let's have a look at this. Just pushes this one straight towards Rajith. Bit of foot fielding. That's actually great technique. That's techers. That's what I'll say. Look at how he just knocks the ball back up towards his hands. Very impressive. I think I might pick Rajith for my 5-a-side team next time I go play futsal. Limmassol Colanders lose their second wickets. They're 80 for 2. Yeah, just look at that one. Look how he knocks the ball back up. In all honesty, I'm not sure he intended to do that. And up it goes. And another wicket falls for the Colanders. Really unfortunate there for the batter. He was looking really, really good. Down the leg side, that's going to be wide. This is played away towards fine leg for a 4. Really good shot. Just gets some bat on it there. And Patel gets a boundary. That's a nicely played. Just in control of that shot. Doesn't need to overhit it. It's a vacant boundary. And that's a 4. To answer your question, Dave, the answer is no. I'm simply not allowed to achieve that rank when you're just someone doing your national service. That's a privilege really only for people who are in the Army full-time. And, of course, you have to go through 4 years of officer training in school for that as well. So, no. No, the answer to that is no. Very nice shot. Really good stroke. Goes shorter over here. Rajith Patel just gets his hands underneath it, elevates it behind square leg for a 6. It's been a very enjoyable inning, I have to say, by Patel. He's batted terrifically. And this is what I was saying at the start of this innings, you know. Also, Colanders, it's going to be difficult to get to 180. But if they can at least give it a good go and let some of their batters get some confidence heading into the knockout stages, that will really, really help them. And it'll be good for the captain, Sohail Ahmed, to see the likes of Prashant Patel and some other key players get some runs under their belt. Just beats him for pace. Down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. And now Raji's just feeling a little bit of pressure, isn't he? After getting pumped for a 6. I think everyone's a little bit relaxed because the Sri Lankan Lions feel like they've got this game in the bag. No bowler likes to be pumped. They feel the heat regardless. There's another wide. A nice one there by Rajith. Just gets that ball to go through to the keeper. Good bit of pace. Another huge swing and a miss there by Patel. So yeah, plays out a few too many dot balls after hitting a good-looking shot earlier. And the over comes to an end. 13 runs off it. 93 for 2 at the end of 6. Here's a look at the scorecard. Of course, Amir Hussain was looking really good and was probably set to play a big innings. And then slightly suicidal bit of running, and he was left stranded. And Srinath Rajith took full advantage of that and ran him out. Just expect the scoring rate to slow down a little bit now that Amir Hussain is gone. Here comes Bashir facing the first ball. And just following that ball with his hands, no real foot movement. A little bit of a nothing shot, to be perfectly honest. And going for that big mid-wicket boundary, Bashir, but fails to connect on this one. Time's a little bit of a concern here for the Sri Lankan Lions. There's another. Well, what's that one? Is that a Globemaster? I think that might be a Globemaster. Yeah, some great plane spotting here by Spring Productions. I believe that should be a Globemaster. I think someone in our chat might be able to confirm. It's certainly one of those transport aircrafts. It's not a Globemaster. I think it might be the other one, an Atlas C-1. I think those are the two big military transport planes you see the RAF have around this part of the world. That one has gone away for a 4. Just gets the outside edge there from Bashir. And it goes away for a boundary. Saw a few helicopters earlier as well, and I think an F-35. You can just see a few aircraft flying around every now and then, considering we're very close to RAF Akrotiri. Quick single, and I think he might have been better off just letting that one go. Taking a look at that, because you can see Sadoun just darts in, decides to take a shot at the stumps. Well, I don't know if there was a chance of that one going on to hit the stump, so maybe it was a wise decision in the end to at least get a hand to it to prevent the overthrows. Struck hard towards Kalugala, and that is an outstanding bit of fielding by Kalugala. He just leapt up, grasped that ball, and we were talking a little bit about basketball earlier. Take a look at this one. Look at that. Look at that leap. Joel Embiid-esque. And throws it straight back to the wicketkeeper. And nicely played off his pads and away for a 4. Good shot there by Bashir. He'll get a boundary as well, just going a little bit too far down the leg side. And that's a Saman Kumara. We'll go for 10 runs in that over. 3 overs left until the end of play. And here's a look at some of the action we have coming up tomorrow here in Cyprus. So, as we mentioned, other than Sher Punjab, we've never seen any of these teams play before on the European Cricket Network. The Telgu 11, Al Fatah, Keeper Tigers, Limmassol are all teams who are brand new on the network. So it'll be a chance for them to just introduce themselves to the European cricketing world and see how they fare. Important matches as well. The Sher Punjab play a triple header tomorrow. And it's important they get at least 2 or 3 wins just to make sure they don't dig themselves into a hole. They're already in a little bit of trouble. Heroes left in today's play. And Patel's on strike. He's been batting really, really well. He's going to be facing Mangala Gunasekara. Had a bit of joy going against Gunasekara in his first over. Hit him for 26 runs. And let's see who's going to have the last laugh in the battle between these two. Up in the air, Kalugala is getting underneath it, but it won't matter as it's been sent into the olive trees for a 6. A horizontal bat stroke there by Prashant Patel. It's just a baseball shot, isn't it? Just whacks it, gives it a good clubbing. And it goes away for a 6. One's another dot ball, of course. Speaking of the British forces, of course, today, of course, the world's commemorating the 80-year anniversary of the D-Day landing. I believe over the British base there been a number of commemorations of the event, as well as a few exercises that are being done by some of the British forces over at RAF Akrotiri to commemorate the 80-year anniversary of the greatest amphibious landing in history. So the big shot there as well. Bashir and fails to connect. 2.2 overs left. It's going to be another wide. Gunasekara just needs to get this one right here. He's been a little bit all over the place. A struggle to touch with extra is something we don't typically see from him. Oh, it's a great Yorker. That could be gone. It is gone. And he was trying to get that leg stump Yorker for a few deliveries. Couldn't quite get it. But this time he absolutely nails it right on the leg stump. And Bashir is the next victim of the Sri Lankan Lions. And let's see that. Yep, caught him right in front. That's an LBW. No hesitation for the umpire. Raises the finger. And they pick up their 3rd wicket here, the Sri Lankan Lions. The Colanders 111 for 3 at the end of 8 overs. Just see that Colanders' run rate just starting to dip a little bit after Ahmed was dismissed. He was batting really nicely until he was run out in a bit of a mix-up. Sadoon's going to bowl this over, and his 2nd. And I wonder if that means Kamal Ray's will bowl the final over. I think it's very important to get Kamal Ray's a 2nd over, just so he gets a little bit of bowling practice in before the knockout stages. A little bit wayward there by Sadoon. All the batter does is Got a little bit of bat on it, and away it goes for 4. Oh, this one could be a chance. Fielder getting underneath it, and he spills it. No, he spilt that one. It's a bit of butterfingers there for Madhuranga. He got himself in a pretty decent position, Madhuranga. And he would have thought it'd be a bit of a sitter once he got there. Yeah, I think he just makes it a little bit awkward, slightly leaning to the right, putting too much weight on the right side of his body, and then just lets one slip through. He actually covered good ground and got into a nice position to take that catch, but yeah, he's put it down. And maybe these are just a few things the captain will be noting right now. Come the knockout stages, he might want to have certain players in certain positions, and maybe you'll look at that and say, well, Madhu, I remember you had a chance to take a catch, so next time I'll put someone else out at long on. 6 more runs over there. And Patel, who's well, he's quietly made a half century without his team realizing, without even him realizing. He hasn't received any applause from anyone in the ground. Moves on to 58. And now the Colanders just 2 runs away as well from picking up a point, so they'll at least avoid a bonus point defeat. And oh, another one that slips through. Well, they've got to say they've just let too many opportunities slip away, haven't they, the Sri Lankan Lions? Now that one is just in front of the boundary rope. It's a dot ball. Oh, this is short. This is wide. This is punished. It is crunched way above the scorer's table, and it goes for a 6. Nice end to the over here for the Colanders, and they've got to a pretty respectable total, you have to say, in the end. I think they'll look back at that first inning and rue some of the opportunities they put down, some of the tactics as well with their bowling. But really, I think the Colanders, they're going to have to take a good hard look at their fielding. It's certainly cost them a lot these last few games. You can't put down as many chances as they do and expect to win cricket matches. It's going to be Roshan Siriwardene bowling this over. A little bit surprised that they don't give Kamal Ray's a second over. He would have thought that maybe the skipper would just want to give Kamal Ray a chance to get a second over in so that he can build his confidence up a little bit heading into the knockout stages. But instead he goes with Roshan Siriwardene, the leading wicket taker from the ECS we had back in January. Now this is going to be stopped by the fielder. It's just going to be a single. It's just been a great group stages here, hasn't it, for the Sri Lankan Lions? I think the one big difference from this time and last time is they did actually lose a match this time around in the group stages. Their 15-game winning streak in 2024 came to an end. This one is just goes through Akila Kalugala's hand. A chance for me to do a bit of fielding here as well. And the commentary position got a chance to collect that ball. Got a great vantage point here of Kalugala's fielding. He's doing it right in front of where I'm stationed. Oh, massive hit. Massive, massive hit. This ball has been clobbered into mid-wicket. He goes a bit too short there, Suriwardana. It's short, it's wide. And all Patel has to do is just get underneath it, elevate it away for a 6. That one is another Maximo for Partha Patel. Beg your pardon, Prashant Patel, I should say. He's not Partha Patel, the famous Indian cricketer. And I was just about to say what a great innings he's having. It would be a real shame he doesn't get enough deliveries to get to 100. But he will be bowled out here on 78. But he can certainly be very proud of that. 78 runs of just 26 deliveries. Goes for the big one. Tries to launch this one into orbit. But he gets cleaned up. And the Roshan Suriwardana picks up another wicket. There we go. Naeem coming out for the second last ball of this innings. And the second last ball of this group as well. Certainly been a very exciting group so far as another edge goes through here. So Roshan Suriwardana picks up his second wicket in a row. And we'll have a hat-trick ball to end Group A action. Yeah, a little nick through to Nalin Pathirana. So let's see if Roshan Suriwardana can add his name to that list by getting a hat-trick over here. And a golden derrick comes out to greet Naeem. And it's just been that kind of a match, hasn't it, for the Limmassol Colanders, or that kind of a day in general. Let's have a look at this Hall of Fame. Here are the hat-tricks we've had so far this year. Can Suriwardana add his name to that list? Parminder Singh is going to come in at number 7. There we go, hat-trick ball for the final ball of Group A. And Parminder Singh will go for the shot. I've got to say, Parminder Singh, one thing I love about him, he doesn't care if it's a hat-trick ball. He always goes for the big shot, and rather unfortunate for him that Kamal Reyes will do a pretty spectacular bit of fielding to prevent that from going for a boundary. So the Sri Lankan Lions will top Group A once again and make it 16 wins this calendar year. And the champions are looking to go back-to-back in the knockout stages. They booked their ticket to the quarterfinals. They won't have to go through the elimination round, but the Limmassol Colanders will certainly have to. It's handshakes all round. And what a terrific performance of the Sri Lankan Lions. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, it was yet another terrific performance with the bat in hand by the Sri Lankan Lions. So they had a pretty easy task with the ball in hand. And you gotta say that they made a few mistakes while they were out there. They were a little bit sloppy at times, probably bowled a few too many down the leg side, had a few uncharacteristic fielding errors as well. And the Limmassol Colanders, to their credit, took full advantage of it. Amir Hussain batted superbly, made 46 of 18 until he was, of course, a run out. We'll see that run out later in this highlight clip. He was ably supported by Prashant Patel at the other end. He made 78 of 26. The two of them shared a 68-run partnership that just helped the Colanders put a few good runs onto the board. This was Amir's run out. Well, it was a really, really unfortunate way for him to get out. He was batting superbly, and you could just see the frustration right at the end for him. That's not the way you want to cut short an innings, or you were just 4 runs short of a half century. Patel continued to clobber the Sri Lankan Lions with some really, really good hitting. It was a good display of batting by him, making 78 runs of just 26 deliveries. He will be mightily impressed with his own batting performance. That was Mangala Gunasekara getting rid of Azhar Bashir, catching him plumb in front with that great leg stump Yorker. And here are just some of the fine hits they made while they were out there. And look at this by Prashant Patel, 78 of 26, 8 sixes, 5 fours, 13 boundaries. And wow, just a great display of hitting. And of course, he would eventually be dismissed. Roshan Suriwardana getting rid of him. A couple of wickets right at the end. And a nice catch there by Nalin Pathirana. That would be the end of Abbas Naeem, and the innings would come to an end. A good display with the bat in hand by the Colanders, but in all honesty, they probably lost this match in the first innings when they gave up 179 runs. We'll have a look at the scorecard. As you can see, Amir Hussain fell just 4 runs short of his half century because of that run out. Prashant Patel top scoring with 78, and no real scores of note outside of the two of them. Let's have a look at the bowling card for this performance by the Sri Lankan Lions. A tad bit expensive. You can see Chamal Sadoon, 2 overs, 47 runs. That's not something you typically see for him. Mangala Gunasekara, a little bit expensive as well. I was a bit surprised Kamal Reyes didn't come back to bowl a second over. I would have thought that maybe they just want to give him a chance to bowl so he can get some confidence into him. That would really help him heading into the knockout stages. So match 31 is in the books, the final match of Group A. The Sri Lankan Lions top Group A with another impressive performance. Limmassol Colanders, of course, do avoid that bonus point defeat. So the Sri Lankan Lions in the end take it by 33 runs. They'll certainly be very impressed by that. And this is a good chance, of course, to welcome you all into the commentary position. And of course, today we saw the conclusion of Group A. And this sure was a very exciting group. In the end, the British forces and the Sri Lankan Lions of Limmassol will pick up those top 2 spots and advance straight to the quarterfinals. The teams placed 3 and 6 will battle it out next week on Wednesday in the elimination round. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing Everest or Phillips College again. So big congratulations to those 2 sides for putting on a good show over these last few days, and we hope to see them again in a future ECS. Before we bid you adieu, let's have a look at some of the matches we have coming up in Portugal. It's a big night over in Portugal. It's night 5 of the Super 5. Punjab Cricket Club Amador will be playing a couple of games against Oeiras and the Lisbon Super Giants. So make sure to catch Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sundu, and Phil G. They'll be taking through the action there. I'll be back tomorrow for another quintuple header here in Cyprus. We'll see a number of new teams involved. The Telugu 11, Al Fatah, Keeper Tigers, Limmassol, and then Sher Punjab. They better get some wins tomorrow. Of course, they had a couple of tough defeats today, so they'll be licking their lips to take the cricket field. Well, it's time to say our goodbyes, and on behalf of the entire European Cricket Network and our Blue Crew, I'd like to thank you all for tuning in. A big shout out to our friends over at Spring Production. Thank you very much for them for another incredible day of work. Thank you very much to everyone in our chat and all of our ECN fans who tune in every day to watch our broadcast. With all of you, this simply wouldn't be possible. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Bye.